Hello, everyone, and welcome to the highly anticipated and long-awaited IS4 Bingo Lockout 1 for Lungmen Dragons. I'm here with a horse, and I am, in fact, a bird. Hello, Mr. Horse.
Hello, Miss Bird. How you doing?
I am a bird. Okay, now that we've got the bit out of the way, I'm Xairathan, I'm here with Aoao. Come on, Aoao. And we haven't talked like this since the last time we solved the CC10 spawn gate issue, which means that something crazy is definitely going to happen tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of a memory that's very far in my mind, but always seems to come up every now and then. But we are back together for IS4 Bingo Lockout. I mean, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? Because the last Bingo Lockout we did was for IS3, and now we're back with a new season of Ice in the Infi Ice Fields, I believe. All about the, basically Typhon and... What was her name again? Velakvin, was it? Is that how you pronounce it, actually?
This does not change the fact that in Sami there is one penguin, and there are more billion collapsals. So if each collapsal decides to fight the penguins... No, I'm kidding. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, we're in Sami. How does it feel, Aoao? Is it a little chilly out here, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's very cold, especially for me, because I think I'm in a different time zone than most people. So it's just very cold all the time now. So you know, it's a nice change from being wet all the time from IS3.
What?
Although I don't know how things. We'll just leave it at that, okay?
Okay. I'm not asking.
But yeah, it's been quite a journey in IS4, and it's been a learning curve, I guess. It's been quite a steep learning curve, especially coming from IS3 and on high difficulties. It can be pretty brutal as always, but I guess that's where some of the fun is, right? Actually overcoming some sort of challenge. But of course, we won't be playing on very high difficulties today. We're going to be playing a little bit differently to how you would normally play out. Say, I don't know. Have you played in the way that we're going to be doing it today, Zai?
Let me tell you, there are many things about me that are straight, and my ability to do bingo lights is not one of the... Wait, I think I just said that in reverse. Anyways, no, I don't play bingo. I also don't speedrun. I am a bird. I admire the scenery.
You speed fly instead, right? Or are you a chicken?
Did you just call me a chicken? Okay, square up. We're fighting it out. Oh, you thought you were here to see some bingo? No, we were about to see Xairathan and Aoao throwing hands.
I mean, what's better at flying, though? Is it a chicken or a Pegasus?
Chicken fly! They've been domesticated. Okay. Alright, well, thanks for the stream, guys. I gotta go and fight Aoao now. We're gonna be, we'll sell tickets, yeah? But yeah, how much IS4 have you played, Aoao?
Well, I definitely played a lot when it first came out. I was very excited for IS4, and like I said, it was a very steep learning curve. You know, there's so many new things. There's the interference index. There's also the Foldatals, if I'm saying that correctly, which is a completely new system as well. Also, the difficulty got completely revamped, basically, which is very nice. But you know, I've played it a decent amount, I guess. I've done everything. I've seen everything.
You've beaten D15?
So, I have, yes.
With horses?
Like twice, I think. No.
No, then you haven't done
no,
everything.
not with the horses.
You haven't done everything.
Yeah.
Get on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not excited, just praying that I get a winner recruit every now and then, you know. It's something that... It's something that I'll do in the future, surely.
Imagine not being able to start with the beak. Couldn't be me.
Yeah, but we will be going over the rules for the new tournament because, like we said, it is going to be a little bit different this time. So if you guys were here around in IS3 for our bingo lockout, you'll notice that it was a 1 versus 1. That is no longer the case. We are going to be doing a 2 versus 2 this time, and it's not going to be 2 versus 2 in the way that you might expect that it would be. So it is going to be one account, and it is only going to be one run at a time. Teams are going to be of 2, obviously. We're going to have one of our content creators who we have very kindly invited, and they have very kindly accepted to play in our tournament and show everyone how bad they are. And we also had a bit of a, I believe it was a speedrun qualifier, essentially, for some regular players. And we'll go over that in a moment, I guess. But basically, we're going to have the content creator play the role of the navigator. And what the role of the navigator is basically this: they're just trying to tell you what's going on. They're going to tell you what you have to do, what operators to pick, all that kind of stuff. The regular player is not going to have access to the bingo board. So they are not going to know what tiles they're going for. They're not going to know, what they have to do. And it is the job of the navigator to tell them the entire way through. So I have been sitting in on some of the practice runs that people have been doing, and I cannot imagine how hard it is to just play the game without knowing what you're doing. But I guess that's how new players play, right? They just have no idea what they're doing and it kind of succeeds. It's like backseating, essentially. If you guys are backseaters, yeah, maybe you have different opinions about backseating, but that's the entire premise of the tournament, is that we're going to have content creators backseating actually good players.
And a little bit of clarification regarding the communication between the guide and the navigator and their charge, I suppose. They're not allowed to tell them exactly what's on the board. So if you have something highly specific, such as you must alternate kills between a high ground unit and a low ground unit for the rest of the map, yeah, good luck communicating that.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see people make a few very few mistakes, but the blame is kind of be had on both of the teams here. It's all about the execution and about the communication, and of course, like we said, the expeditioner cannot communicate directly to the navigator, although I have seen some people try and do some weird communication stuff. It's like talking to aliens, basically. Kind of weird, but maybe we'll see some of that. I'm excited to see that. But you guys all know that this is bingo, but it's kind of a misnomer for the first day, I believe. Bingo Lockout is the same thing, where you have tiles, you're trying to claim these tiles, and once you have claimed a tile, the other team cannot claim that tile. So that's hence the lockout. But for the first day, we'll be playing on 4x4 boards, so there'll be 16 tiles. However, the bingo rule does not apply. So I'm sure you guys all know what bingo is. You get 5 in a row, 5 in a column, 5 in a diagonal, or whatever, and then you get extra points, or you would win in that case if it's normal bingo. That does not apply today because we're only playing 4x4. However, in the future, we will be playing on larger boards, and that rule will apply. And we'll talk about that when we get there. It's not important for today. You guys will just see the 4x4 board, and there will be no problems there whatsoever. Now, it is important to know that the lockout rules only apply if the players actually tell the moderators that they have claimed a tile. So if you see someone doing something that is on a tile and it never gets claimed, it's because they didn't say it. So it's very important that the players actually tell people that they have done it, because if they don't, then they don't claim it. That's basically it. And we have seen in the past that people have lost tiles because of this, or they just didn't see it. Hopefully this time it'll be a little bit easier because you do have a navigator and you do have an expeditioner. So it's a bit different. You can afford to have more of your attention on the board. But I'm sure that we're going to see it, Zai. I mean, like, how many times did we see it last time in IS3 Bingo Lockout, where everyone's just screaming like, wow, you did this, you haven't done it, but you haven't claimed it yet?
Probably a lot. I have distinct memories of one of our contestants who actually now is a expedition navigator, Toboruo, not claiming a lot of tiles for the first 5 minutes. But hey, there's 2 sets of eyes on the board now, which means that there's twice as large of a chance of forgetting, right?
Yeah, twice the people, twice the stupidity sometimes, I guess.
That'd be nice.
No.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Aoao Horse Knights. Are you handling your inner wiener here?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I will have as much faith as I can in these players. We have seen a lot of these players before as well. Many of the expeditioners have been competing in other community tournaments as well as previous IS tournaments. And I'm sure that a lot of, like you said, Tobo has competed as well in the past. And of course, many of the content creators have varying experiences with IS, especially IS4 since it is very new. But, it all comes down to luck sometimes, because inherently, IS4 is luck. It's just, do you get the right stuff? Do you get the correct vouchers? Do you get the correct operators, basically? So,
You say this, but I would actually say that IS4 involves a lot more skill than, I mean, well, IS3 was all luck with the dice, but in IS4, like, you can actually control some stuff. You can turn that emergency fight into a boss key if you really wanted to. So I'm going to be interested in seeing how our navigator teams work through this, because obviously the voucher selection is pure luck, but you know, actually I want to see how many people get distracted by boss keys, because rule number 1 of D15, always take the boss key, right?
Yeah, the boss key, it's kind of like the IS4 D15 meta, isn't it? To just take as many things that you can to avoid as many things as you can, because in case you guys don't know, there's that boss key for, I believe it's ending 2, right? That can just replace a node, which is great, because you'll see some random kind of fight that you don't want to do. It's like, oh, what if I just turn this into nothing? Which is very, very good on D15, but the tournament I don't think is being run on D15. I believe it is minimum D4. And I think the D4, the actual debuff that you get from that is like 10% attack or defense or something like that. Like enemies get 10% attack or defense.
It's not as harsh as IS3's was. Actually, I want to hear your opinion on the IS4 scaling. Like, a common opinion I've seen is that the approach to D15 or Braving 15 is a lot easier on IS4 than it was on IS3, but the trade-off is that the actual difficulty 15, like, whammies you so freaking hard. Has that been your experience?
Absolutely, yes. I remember I was, just slowly climbing up the difficulty ladder and just going, oh, I'll just do 11, 12, 13, and it's pretty cool, you lose some runs here and there for just randomness, or maybe you just screw it up one time or another. But D15, D15 is a lot. It's a lot of stats that we have to get through. So
it really is. But hey, hold on a second, is there someone approaching in the ice field, or is that just me?
I don't know. I've kind of been hallucinating a lot because of it's so cold. I'm not sure what is that, Zai? I don't even.
It feels like we have an approaching guest.
Who's just sitting out in the ice fields?
I think we have a special guest appearance from ArcKnights themselves.
ArcKnights? Wow! Did you guys know that this is being sponsored by ArcKnights? It's incredible. Yeah, this is being sponsored by ArcKnights. Thank you very much to ArcKnights. We do have codes for you that are going to be going out throughout the entire event, so please, there are only a limited amount of them, so that's why you guys are here watching, right? Because you can get them before anyone else can. So be sure.
I'm just here because I'm locked in the basement.
I don't think you were meant to say that.
Whoops! I didn't say anything. But yes, there they are, ArcKnights in the chat.
Yes, please claim this now. You can go to the link and put in the code, and it will just go right into your account. So, thanks for stopping by, and thanks to ArcKnights for sponsoring this.
Once again. But yes, a big thank you to ArcKnights again for sponsoring this and for making all this possible. And hopefully they enjoy the show that our competitors are going to put on for this weekend.
Yes. So actually, we didn't even talk about that, right? We didn't even talk about how all of the matches are going to be going. So it's going to be a 3-day tournament, right? So today is day 1, tomorrow will be day 2, exactly the same time, and then the 3rd day, which is the finals and I think a few other matches, will be next week. So it will be next week and 1 day, and it's all going to be at exactly the same time, unless you live in a country like mine where that has daylight saving, in which case it's earlier for some reason halfway through the tournament. But it is going to be 3 days, and there will be a week in between the matches tomorrow and the matches next week, obviously. We are going to be having, I believe it is 8 matches today, so every single match in the tournament is going to be streamed for you guys. You're going to see every single one. It's going to be a bit of pain, Xairathan. I hope that you have some water, or no, actually, you like tea, don't you? You're gonna have some nice warm drink, as Typhon says, to get you through all of this.
Do you drink tea?
I will drink tea if it's there.
Well, what do you have? Do you have water?
I have water. I have probably a bit too much, actually. and I'm not sure if it's going to freeze with where we're going, but we'll see, I guess.
I have tea, but I also have a soda, and I just drank it, so you're going to be stuck with me, and I'm going to be sugar high for at least 3 hours. You think you came here to watch Bingo Lockout? No, you came here to watch me torment Eha.
Well, likely this is going to go for about 5 hours, but I'll have a little bit of reprieve at the end there. It's okay.
Oh no, I'm going straight to wherever you are, and we're gonna continue fighting.
But yes, so we are getting our players ready soon. But yeah, are you looking forward to any of these like boards? Because last time there were some pretty crazy tiles in there, especially as we're getting later into the tournament. It will get progressively more difficult. I remember last time there were many tiles involving the cannot stage, which still exists in IS4. It's a little bit different, obviously, because he's found new wares and he's found new places to go to screw you over. Well, that is if you rob him, of course. But those tiles can be absolutely brutal at times. I'm kind of wondering if there's going to be any tiles in that general area of difficulty right now. Maybe we'll see them later on, but do you remember any tiles that were particularly awful back then?
Oh, I remember. We had a whole match stalled on trying to get one of the IS exclusive operators to show up as a temporary recruitment.
Yes.
We almost went to sudden death over that, and I was so hoping it would happen just because it would torment everyone else a little bit more. Unfortunately, that we did not get to see that, but hey, you know what? New bingo, new opportunities. Let's get ourselves stalled.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering how the Fuldators are going to play into this, because in the qualifier, I do not believe you were allowed to use them on one of the specific sides of the board, but the Fuldators are a brand new system in IS4. I'm wondering how the tiles are going to reflect that. Is it just going to be like, don't use them, or use a specific amount, or have a specific amount active on one tile, maybe? That could be pretty difficult, because Fuldators are random. So you can get them in shops, you can get them after stages, I believe, you can get them from some encounters, but it is still random. It's kind of like recruitment. There's not really much to go off of here. And
that is true, but if you were paying attention during the show match on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on your time zone, you may have noticed that there was Trigger a Concord 3 times on the same floor. So I think we are going to get to see some interactions between Fuldartals and bingo tiles, which then poses an interesting question. Should players hold on to their Fuldartals in the event that they need to use them for a bingo tile, or could you hypothetically try and get a specific kind of node in order to force another bingo tile? It adds another level of interesting gameplay, in my opinion.
yeah, that is true, because there are some Fuldatals that can just change nodes entirely, right? There's changing into a rogue trader, there's like changing to a scout, a lost and found, even emergency as well, which I honestly have never used in my life. But there are many of these Fuldatals that can just change things and really give you an opportunity to get ahead in your runs just normally. But now when it's bingo, maybe there's going to be a choice there. Maybe the best players, or the luckiest players even, would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone in a sense, and just use those Fuldatals. Maybe that was a bit of a wrong kind of wording there, but they can do 2 things at the same time with a single Fuldatal, with a single node. It could work. It could work, absolutely.
And that they can't. Well, hold on a second. I'm just gonna forgive that bird comment, because what do you mean you never turned an emergency into another emergency just because you didn't like the current emergency? Come on, Eha, live a little.
You know, I will admit that I've never thought about doing that. That you can just turn an emergency into another one. Yeah.
We're gonna have to do this.
I avoid emergencies a lot of the time, though. So maybe I just haven't had the opportunity to do it yet.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. For me, FABKnight is in like a dire situation where we need specific recruits as early as possible. So for us, we take every fight we can. We see a fight, we take it. We emergency, we take it, get the free relic, and then just don't do anything on floor 5, because what rational person fights floor 5 on D15?
Yeah, I remember like it's actually quite similar to IS3, where you kind of get to floor 4 and then floor 5 is try and take no combats if you possibly can, which is a little bit easier on IS4, I will admit, because floors are generally much larger, like vertically on IS4 because of the passageways, and of course you can just change nodes into whatever the hell you want sometimes.
Of course.
Yeah, it is kind of the same deal because, in case you were not aware, the difficulty in IS actually scales per floor, and it is multiplicative as well, if I'm not mistaken. So
it is
if you
multiplicative.
see, yeah, the difficulty on difficulty 15, for example, gives 16% attack and HP to all enemies per floor, and it's multiplicative. So once you get to floor 5, you're seeing enemies that have essentially like double HP. Even I think it's actually closer to 2.5 to 3 times the amount of HP that they would normally have, plus 3 times the amount of attack on top of everything else. So generally speaking, you don't want to be taking combats unless you're kind of just based and you're really good. You know, it's
very true.
Sometimes it can happen.
I distinctly remember going down from D15 and going, "Hey, what do you mean I can damage shattered champions now?" But I actually want to ask Eha, what would you say the hardest map for you in all of IS4 has been?
Oh, the hardest map. Yeah, okay. Yeah, March of the Dead is pretty bad. I think I have not fought March of the Dead that often, to be honest with you. I think for me right now, it's probably New Tribe. It would be the floor 3 boss. New Tribe is that stage with that caster that's the super speedy caster that kind of just hits you from afar with the cold. That one is awful, except if you have Typhon. If you have Typhon, it's completely fine. But every time else that I haven't had Typhon,
options in your niche couldn't be me. If only Farches was a horse, right? No, she's mine. You can't have her.
Too late.
Anyways, so upcoming custody battle aside, I think our players are going to be ready soon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so our first match of the day is going to be Yotes and Ushio Ebi versus Tenebris and TakDes. I'm sure that you've heard of some of these players before. It is going to be Ebi and TakDes on the Navigator role, and Yotes and Tenebris on the Expeditioner role. But we have seen some of these names before in the past, haven't we? So I remember Yotes specifically we've seen before, and they had quite a showing in IS3 Bingo Lockout 2, which is our previous tournament, because they were the winner of IS3 Bingo Lockout 2. So I wonder if Yotes is going to be hindered by Ebi in any way, or if Ebi is going to really bring out the best in him during this tournament. Of course, we also have on the other side. Yes? Yeah?
Oh, no, I am actually just really interested, given that TakDes #1 Scotty admirer is going up against Ushio Ebi. What do you mean shrimp fried this VTuber? Is this a fish fight?
I have no idea. But it is going to be a battle for the ages. And it looks like we do have the board available to us.
Oh, the board. Okay.
We do have the board.
Shall we take a look?
Yeah, and like we said, it is a 4x4, so I believe the matches are going to be going for 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So this will be a bit of a quicker match. However, it will be, I believe the way that this goes is that you either have the most points at the end of the time limit, or you have a majority of the points, and you will win. So you might be wondering, how is there a majority on a 4x4 board? There's an even amount of tiles. You'll see there right in the middle, or to the top left a little bit, there is a 2-point tile. So that is the deciding tile right there. So that's why there are 17 points and you'll have a majority. But I mean, I'm seeing some of these, they don't look too difficult.
Initial DP must add up to exactly 50. Hey, anyone good at mental math here? Because I'm not.
Initial DP at 50. That will have to depend on the stage itself, right? I can't say that I know how much DP you get at the beginning of every single stage.
It's actually the operator cost. So presumably, if you went in with okay, Fartooth is 22, Fiametta is, oh man, Fiametta is 30. I keep adding in the Elysium DP counts.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I'm washed.
Is this actually pot gated? We'll have to see. This is going to be kind of weird for our navigator to just micromanage this in the moment. But yeah, there's some tiles here, like having an operator die in one hit. I have no idea how you're going to be able to do that on like 4,
Emperor's Blade
1,
versus Castle.
2. Yeah, you could just take a very cheap operator. I guess there's also like probably
Gopnik.
Yeah, there is Gopnik, who you could just get randomly. And but he is on D4 though. You have to play on a minimum D4. I'm not even sure if Gopnik can kill many of these operators unless they are, of course, 1-stars like the Castle 3.
Hey, just take Yato the Vanguard.
Yeah, maybe people like Yato. Although if we see much Yato in this tournament, I suspect it's going to be the other Yato, Yatu, as she is called.
Yo.
But Yo, as well. But I mean, I'm seeing clear 4-2 stage with only 5-star operators. That doesn't mean that you can't take 6 stars. It just means you can't use them in that stage, I guess. Or you can't take them into the stage in the first place.
Yeah, you can have them and you can have them recruited. You just can't bring them in. You know what can you tell what I'm looking at?
What is it? I'm afraid.
Have 4 operators of the same race. Hey, you know how to do that? You just start with 3 operators of the same race and then you recruit another one. Hey, you want to know what race has the most operators?
Is it cats? Surely. It's feline, right?
Anyways, say goodbye to Eha.
Yeah,
it is
will
actually
be...
feline for the duration, I think. For the duration, mark my words.
Yeah, so it will be easier to get that one with some niches that have some races, that have a higher amount of operators. But there are some, like, you know, Sarkaz, for example, that can that have so many operators that you might just be able to get them anyway. Especially because I'm wondering if we're going to see a Velagvin. Have you been using Velagvin at all in IS4? She is the special up.
Don't look at me. Okay, you know what? To be fair though, I don't think that, like, yes, Velarkvin gets boosted in IS4, but I don't think that anyone can ever be Highmore, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Highmore
was
was just too good for her IS.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like a 3-block operator early on, self-healing, AoE damage. Like, Highmore is amazing. If you, like, you know, put away the fact that you have to beat her at the end of the run every single time.
No, you
maybe
don't.
you're into that. I have no idea, but
hey, just
yeah,
go fight the knight. Oh wait, he's a horse. Yeah. That's why you don't fight him. Okay,
Yeah.
You see your favoritism.
I mean... yeah, but I mean, Velagvin, on the other hand, yeah, it's she's a ranged operator. She's a brand new archetype as well. She's a ritualist, I believe is what it's called. Can apply elemental damage, but unfortunately, not being able to block enemies early on is pretty awful in IS4. A lot of the stages really want you to have really strong ground operators. We've seen, you know, very classic examples of like your Tectus Altar, your Gavial the Invincible, your Executor Altar, also a very new operator as well. And I'm seeing that on the board, there's clear a stage with either only snipers or only casters. So if they want to do that on floor 1, that is going to be kind of difficult sometimes.
Are you sure about that? Because I can tell you the answer right away.
Oh,
Take a
no.
guess.
What
It's not Fartooth. It's not Fartooth. Take a guess.
Is this a fear meta on, like, I don't know, Prisoner's Night or something?
No, it's actually Arketo S2M3 on anything that's not an emergency. Oh, or Beast to the Slaughter, but I don't think anyone reasonable takes that as their first fight.
Yeah, Beast to the Slaughter is pretty rough. We do see the Monster Hunter collab enemies in this event as well. Kind of scattered around pretty haphazardly in a sense, but you know, when you're braving nature, all you can see is just massive beasts everywhere. These monsters do have a weird mechanic where they have a weak spot. It's technically not a weak spot, it's just a not strong spot because they don't take extra damage from that side, they only take normal damage from that side. So it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be a pain point, especially in Beast Awaiting Slaughter. There is that rock. I don't know what it's called. It's just a giant rock that like comes at you. It's a guy.
It's a man.
Yeah, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. But yeah, there is binding 2 or more enemies at the same time, and I think we have seen that tile specifically before, and I can think of one operator that can do that very, very easily. That is also very, very popular. I'm not sure if you know what her name is, Zai, but we've seen... I mean, Ethan is blue. I will give you that. Ethan is blue, and I will not question the gender identity either. But, you know, it could work.
Silly don't you know? People only use Ling on skill 3. Silly
Of course. So that just means that before she's E2, you're just not allowed to use her, right? They just worked. They just never bring Ling.
Can we get a Supporter Knights player's ruling on this?
But yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of operators that have been very strong throughout IS3 and IS4. Of course, it's changed because, you know, the enemy's different, the problems you have to solve are different. And I'm not sure how much of IS4 you've played normally without your birds. But have you seen much of these, the same operators, or anything new that you've seen that's like particularly interesting that we might run into in this tournament?
I have a confession to make, actually. When I was doing my difficulty 15 progression, on difficulty 5, I decided that, you know what, I might as well just try and full roster this, and I failed. And then I started playing birds again, and then I didn't fail. So the moral of the story is stick to what you're good at. But one thing that I've seen commonly echoed among people is that this IS rewards or actively encourages blocking more than IS3, so Texas Ultra usage is down. Stonks are down. And speaking of stonks, it looks like, are we getting started here?
We are getting started here, and it looks like the teams, I believe that is a support squad, and I didn't see the other squad, I apologize for that, but we are going into Prisoner's Night. There is a Gavial the Invincible on the side, like we said, one of those like really just solid operators for IS in general, always kind of perennially just a good operator, right? But we are going to be looking at the Typhon as well.
So it looks like on top for the blue team is that Ebby and hold on, sorry, I can't read this this icon. It looks like that's Ebby and Yotes, right? I can't read avatars.
I have
do they have a team name?
I don't even know. Ebby and Yotes. I don't believe Ebby and Yotes have a team name. We did allow the teams to have a name, and I do not believe that they submitted one. So I'm just going to call them. What should we call them?
Hold on a second. Team TakDes and Tenebris want to be called the Tendies. So like, can we make a riff on that? Like, can they be like the Nuggies, or like, what do you call shrimp, popcorn shrimp? Like, you know.
I have never heard of popcorn shrimp in my entire life. Is that actually real?
You've never heard of popcorn shrimp? It's like breaded shrimp. That's okay. You know what? We're gonna have a talk about your disgusting culinary habits after the match.
I feel like this is like a cultural divide thing here. What is going on?
Okay.
But it looks like it looks like these teams have not claimed any tiles yet. But it looks like it is a Typhon and a Gavial the Invincible. I can't really see, you know, if they both have 6 stars. Although there is a clearer stage with either only snipers or only casters. Maybe that is what the Typhon is, especially because I believe there is there's nothing else in that one. And look, right there you go. There is clearer stage with either only snipers or casters. I think that was just Typhon on Prisoner's Night.
That was just Typhon. And hey, you know what? We take them where we get them. More importantly, I am offended that they did not pick 3 birds, and I would also have accepted 3 cats for Zuikaku, but I am SMH. Shake my head.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is going to be the Lava and the Typhon and the Vanilla, which are 3 Sarkaz operators. So actually, no, Vanilla is not a Sarkaz. She's a I don't know how to pronounce it.
She's an Oni, I think.
She's like a Vuava.
Oh,
I'm sure that I just like, completely
Weaver?
destroyed.
Weaver?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I thought she was.
I'm sorry for my pronunciation.
I thought Vanilla was. Hold on, Vanilla. Hold on, we're getting a fact check here. Vanilla.
Can we summon congrats LD on Dust
to oh, she is a Weaver.
She does have a tail.
She's a Weaver.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
we do have the Typhon and the Lava, so that is going to be 2 Sarkaz on the side. So we did just have another tile, which is clear stage with all operators deployed. Must have the blue box in range.
Well, I guess we're off to a pretty solid start, but all right. Oh, we got an early Snow Priest over there. That'll be very useful in the convert 3 nodes at a time if someone can get into a boss key. Yeah,
I mean, bossy passages have been one of the craziest things that they've ever added, because it often feels like they either are a godsend, where they're like, wow, this is incredible, I got so much stuff, or you just die. Especially on high difficulty. I just feel like I die half the time when I go into Bosky. But it is the law that if you see the Bosky passage, you have to go into it. It doesn't matter whether you've lost all your index. It doesn't matter if you can't do it or not. You have to go in. And I'm wondering if these players will actually just go into the Bosky regardless. It does look like Team Tendies. What are they doing here? It's a bit of indecision. And keep in mind that
what could they possibly be going for? Let's see. Fill all the deployable tiles.
I see.
Perhaps?
Zai.
Yes.
They're trying to pull 5 enemies into this hole with Gabriel Invincible. There's no way that.
I feel like they're just going to get murderized by Gabriel D. And is that the right skill?
It is, and they are not being pulled because they are stuck inside
the rocks. That's very strange. I don't know how that interaction happened.
Yes,
was Chobai binding them?
I don't think so. She is on skill 2, and I don't believe that she binds on skill 2. It is with the talent for Chobai, that is the bind. But bit of a missed opportunity there. I'm not sure if that's even possible, unless there are just no boxes there, of course. But that is going to be one tile gone. Although there are many chances for you to get that tile. There are lots and lots of holes in IS4. There are so many stages with at least one hole. It's actually kind of surprising how many holes there are in IS4 as opposed to IS3. So it's
hey, if anyone's in the chat clipping, this is where you clip.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna have to live with that from now on, I guess. That's just gonna be how it is.
Don't worry, Aha. You're gonna be the sound alerts for the next bingo lockout.
Yeah.
Alright, so looks like the red team is on another stage. Wonder what they're doing here.
This is a very aggressive placement for this stage. I believe this is Ghosts of the Resort. I don't usually put my operators this far, but maybe this is just my D15 brain kind of coming into effect where doing something like this is just it's just suicide basically to do it this way. But I don't think this is really going for a tile. I think they're just trying to get through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, as quickly as possible.
Spawn camping enemies 2 to 3 seconds earlier. I mean, that's a win, in my opinion.
Very true, and I wonder if we're going to see that from other players as we start moving through the bracket, especially Sydaske, who is a known Arknight speedrunner. So it'll be very interesting to see what these players, if they play niche or any specialized form, will start bringing to the matches. But over on the blue side, it looks that is a floor 2 map, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah, and what would you know? That map has a lot of holes in it. But it is actually kind of hard to get things
What
to
is with your
be
fixation
pulled into
with
those
holes?
Hey, I am doing this for the sake of the content, okay? We have a tile that is pulling 5 enemies into holes in a single stage. This stage is kind of hard to pull them in because there are those jetpack dudes from Lone Trail that just kind of start flying, and I don't believe if you knock them out of the sky, that counts. I don't think that would count. So we do have the cliff art, so you know it could work.
Okay, I'm about to be the worst pedantic person ever. So, given that it has been proven that split boxing is indeed a form of pushing, if you split boxed 5 enemies into the hole, would that count? No one try this, please. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I mean, I think if anyone actually manages to pull that off, you just give them the point of that.
Yeah, I think they just legally have to win that.
Yeah, that's dedication right there. If you manage to split box 5 enemies into a hole in a single stage. I mean, I don't even know how you would do that, honestly. Because I don't think I've never done it. I mean, yeah, gravel, but like it's gravel.
I mean, I've never done it either. It's not about getting the bingo tile. It's about sending a message. All right.
It's about giving our moderators a nightmare as they try and figure out if that's legal or not.
This reminds me of a trivia match that I sat in a few years ago where someone argued that stun was indeed a fact, was in fact a form of movement speed reduction because you are technically reducing it to 0. I love technicalities.
It's okay. I'm sure that the moderators have got it all sorted out. Unlike last time, where there was a bit of a weird thing there. But
Hey.
I mean, what are we looking for in these tiles, Zai? Like, there are only 2 tiles taken, 1 each, and we're just seeing these players just like you.
Maybe they've got like early match jitters. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me cook. I think. Who's on the right? Is that the red team? I think the red team is actually throwing away a very valuable opportunity, because if you look on Ansel's column, sorry, I have been informed that I am actually looking at the blue team screen. But if you look at Ansel's column, they could have actually put Ansel, Gavialter, Chobai, is that Chobai? And Plume, and gotten that tile. So a bit of a minor misplay. But again, we are still very early in the match. There is time to recollect themselves and just, get into a groove.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that no one has claimed this have 4 operators of the same race. It looks like the red team has kind of forgone that a little bit, because like we said, there were 2 Sarkaz operators. It wouldn't be that hard to get an extra 2, especially because they've gotten so many recruitments recently.
Well, it might not have been intentional. And hold on, it looks like we've got something interesting going on the blue team. Is there lose all HP inside except 1 inside an emergency, not on floor 1? It looks like this is what they're going for with the emergency don't turn around sluggies. And there we go.
There you go.
Wait, the red. Okay, you know what? I can't read.
But the question is, do they claim it?
That is very true. It is easy to be distracted.
I kind of wish that we have like some sort of waiting music, and they do claim it. There you go, lose all HP except 1 inside an emergency. Of course, losing lives in IS4 is so much nicer than IS3, where sometimes you just get screwed because of of the light system. In IS4, it's actually quite a lot more forgiving, right, with the collapse.
You can Concord your way out.
Yeah, I can just put 2 stickers together and suddenly I'm not collapsed anymore. It's actually pretty great.
This is me when I slap stickers on Aha's forehead. What?
But it looks like the red team, look at this. There is a Bosky passage, and it is being considered.
Bosky!
It is a Bosky passage, and it is.
Oh! And the emergencies! Oh! This is sick. This is sick and wrong. They only have 1 HP.
Yeah, so Bosky
Are they going
passages...
to reset? What are they doing here?
It looks like they're going to attempt it. I don't believe this was the emergency, though. I think this was the non-emergency.
Yes,
but
the emergency was unwell, so this is the non-emergency. They do only have 1 life, and it really depends on what they're going to get here. If they get the runners, like, the little Naruto guys, they might be able to make it out, but if they get a lot of 2-block, they might get overrun, especially with the presence of the agents in this level. And here comes one right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually noticing that they're deploying their operators in kind of a weird fashion. Usually you want to be deploying your big blocking operators first so that they don't get targeted by those snipers in the first place. And it looks like that Tubai came down pretty late, so she is going to get targeted all the time. And then there's the Gavial Invincible basically last.
Well, here's the
Hopefully
Orchid,
this Orchid.
Though. Yes,
Hopefully this Orchid can just take it forever.
Excuse you, Orchid can take it forever. Ask me how I know.
I don't think I want to know. What kind of like war crimes are you committing against this Orchid of yours?
Excuse you, Orchid is a valuable member of the Bird Knights IS squad. She is a tank.
Tank Orchid.
Yeah. Abjurers, go home. Orchid's the only one we need.
But yeah, it looks like the blue team is going for Altar of Craving. They do have the Texas Altar now, which, I'm no surprise there, honestly.
I don't think that's a
sarcasm. Very good operator. Yeah, I don't think so, but she is a Lupo, and I believe that is Stewart a Lupo as well? I actually have no idea.
I think Stewart's a feline.
He was a feline.
Oh, he's a Vulpo. That's a fox.
Yeah, so they're all animals. It's the same thing.
It doesn't.
It's okay.
This is the one time where a Race Knights player would actually have the advantage, because they could just pick their... Well, actually, that depends on if the navigator knows that the player has a specific Race Knights needs that they do, and then tells them to just play their traditional start, which is a lot of knowledge to take for granted. But it looks like the red... Who's on turnaround sluggies? Is that the red team?
Yes,
Please
that
help
is the
me.
red team.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Aha. It looks like the
Not
red
colorblind.
team has survived, and they are moving on to Don't Turn Around Sluggies a second time, and they are doing the same setup. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see... Oh, hold on a second. Blue team just claimed 4 operators of the same race.
They did, but what was that actually? I didn't even
replay
see.
of that?
I need an instant replay. I might
Yeah,
add that the red team did double the amount of lives they had from last stage, so I think they're pretty okay for now. This should be perfectly fine.
You are a menace.
But yeah, they do have the Reed Altar as well, and Reed Altar has been kind of this, at least initially, there was this sleeper pick that very quickly rose up and said, wow, this operator is actually kind of insane.
What, Reed Altar?
Yeah, Reed Altar is apparently just insane in IS4, especially
what do you mean,
with the skill
pick?
3.
Have you not heard Toboruo, one of our guides, singing the praises of Reed Altar from day one?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I can hear Tobo singing from a mile away, and
well, you heard it.
Yeah.
You heard it here. Eha's British, apparently. But anyways, so it looks like we've got some
slander?
pandering to the tournament organizer. We've got 4 Sarkaz over on the blue team.
Yeah, 4 Sarkaz. I believe this is Typhon, Lava. I think there was a Lava Altar, and also a Velagthin. So that is 4 Sarkaz.
That do be 4 Sarkaz.
It will be evening up the score to 2-2 though. So hopefully we can see one of these teams pulling ahead. It looks like Team Red is on floor 3, if I'm not mistaken, and Team Blue is already on the bus for floor 3, and it is the Emperor's Blade wannabe. That is a very strange Typhon placement that I just saw to the right for Team Blue. I am
you think that's
kind
great?
of
That seems
afraid.
pretty default to me.
Well, when the Emperor's Blade guy is already on the bottom there, I'm a bit concerned that that Typhon is just going to die.
Actually, that tile is relatively safe if you do ranged unit bait strats, as they just did. Ask me how I know this. Oh, never mind. They did not bait hard enough. Ask me how I know this. I dare you.
This is not about this Orchid War Crimes, is it?
No, it was protecting Fiametta with Orchid.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. But, do you think they can pull this off? Wait,
I don't know,
hold
this
on a
is pretty
second.
scary.
Did they actually have an operator killed in 1 hit from max HP, or no? Because I wasn't paying
I
attention
do
there,
not believe
unfortunately.
so. No, I believe Typhon was actually taking damage from those little drones that you can see flying around in the stage, and Typhon was getting hit by that a little bit. They don't do that much damage,
True,
but
the
they do
Emperor,
damage.
The Demon's Blade has just been, like, slaughtering that front line. Surely someone had to go down in 1 hit.
Yes, the Emperor's Blade does do... Demon's Blade, sorry. Does do increased physical damage to enemies. Oh, that Texas Altar just barely did not get one-shot, actually. That's pretty unfortunate, and this boss kind of counters Texas Altar a little bit, and, like, well, not really Yato, but it does counter Texas Altar, because she does have to be right next to the enemy. It does look like the boss will go down. There's 1 enemy left, and that is not the best Typhon placement that I've ever seen in my life.
You say this like you're an expert on Typhon placements. Hold on a second. Did they kill the boss or leak it? I didn't see.
They did kill the boss, and they have survived on a single HP, so now the blue team is also on 1 HP.
Are they going to declare it? I don't see a declaration.
Yeah, do they declare the floor 3 boss? That is worth 2 points, mind you.
Hey, blue team, you gotta file your paperwork. You gotta remember paperwork.
File your taxes. Do your taxes. Do it.
I still haven't done my taxes. Hey, Americans!
Anyways,
Americans in the chat, tax deadlines in 11 days. Don't forget.
Welcome to IS Bingo Lockout,
wait,
where you get reminded to do your taxes.
It looks like the blue team. That is the blue team, right?
Yes, it is the blue team's eye.
The blue team is resetting, and they forgot to declare their paperwork. Oh my gosh, what are we looking at here?
Yes, I believe there is like a grace period, basically, where the tournament organizers will allow you to claim it a little bit later, but if it's too late, they will say, no, you didn't claim it.
Don't take my word for this, but I believe it's before you, like, engage the next stage, like, so, Hey, guys, you beat the boss! Guys!
That is a pretty major mistake, especially because
That's
it's
2
worth 2 points.
That's 2 points! And we are hearing from the tournament organizers that because they have entered a new run, that is invalid, which means that the red team has the opportunity to make out like bandits!
Oh, Abby, how could you do this?
Can we get some Shrimp 7 in the chat? Some Shrimp 7, please.
Shrimp 7.
Shrimp 7.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alas. Well, you know what? Listen, it's not too late. Here's how Abby can still win. By exploiting by recruiting Scotty, Abby exploits TakDes' love of Scotty and makes him distracted by looking at the other player's screen to watch her dance. And then, without a navigator, Tenebris is incapable of taking squares.
This is the psychological warfare, basically. You don't have to win on the board. If you win mentally, it still counts as something.
Exactly. This is how the blue team can still come back.
I mean, the blue team is in the lead though. They are 3-2, so you know it's a bit of a bummer. You would be 5-2 at this point if you had claimed the tile, but 3-2, you still have a comfortable lead. But
you know
I think the main question is they are quitting out of Prisoner's Night immediately.
Maybe it was a really bad start, or they decided that they wanted to do something differently. But you know what they say about leads and HP, you only need the one.
I guess so. I mean, with how much these players have been playing on 1 HP, I wouldn't be surprised. I just wouldn't be surprised at all. They seem to be pretty comfortable in this, actually. So,
would you like to know a fun Arknights fact?
I'm always up for some fun Arknights facts, Si. What's up?
So, did you know that Arknights calculates its HP based on the 0.1 decimal place? So technically, it is possible to have 0 HP if you are below 0.5 HP. I've seen it on a Magellan drone, actually.
Right. Okay. Well, that would actually explain a lot of things, because I remember way back in CC9 or something where I had a granny on 0 HP and I was just very confused, and it wouldn't have worked without that. So I don't know what's going on with that. But
you
I guess
can
that makes
believe
sense.
that it's mathematical, or you can believe it is your favorite horse's love for you that kept her going. Anyways, are we about to see some hole strats with Weedy? Weedy, my beloved!
Weedy holes. I'm not particularly sure she can push them into that hole. I don't think she's strong enough. Or she'll just kill them, I guess. That also works.
Are you questioning? Are you questioning the seahorse? How
I'm
dare
not
you?
questioning the seahorse. I'm questioning the consent of the hole to have things pushed into it. And I don't think when it comes to Weedy, I don't think it's strong enough right there. And it does look like she's just kind of killing everything. And now that the cruise is down, I think they've noticed immediately this is not working.
She is actually just killing everything. That is true. Oh, does she have her? Yeah, I think the true play would have just been to Nutcracker at some point, but I don't know. Alas, well, you know what? They do have Weedy and they do have holes, so I think the blue team is in a better position to try enemy but hole in the next map.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at the red team. Now you've made me second guess myself of which team is which. I think this is the red team that I'm talking about. With the Gabriel the Invincible there.
You know, we could just take
missing
a post-it note and put it on our computer screen. Just saying.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now, actually.
But yeah, I think the red team is missing an opportunity here with the Gabriel the Invincible pulling those enemies into those 3 gigantic holes in the bottom of this map here. It is an opportunity that no one has taken up yet, or everyone that has taken up has just kind of failed at doing it.
To be fair, it's Gabriel Alter. She's probably just gonna kill them.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is the same problem with Weedy, where she's just too strong. I mean, that caster kind of takes a few hits to die, I guess, from the Gabriel Invincible. And I do believe that the red team did get another tile, which is binds 2 or more enemies at the same time. I can only assume that was the Tubai just getting.
I would also
lucky
assume
there.
that was the Chobai.
Yeah.
And it looks like blue is resetting again. Is there secretly like a soft reset tile, like get a shiny Typhon or something?
Get a shiny Typhon. Oh no. I mean, what can you possibly do by resetting this? Fill all deployable lines, tiles in 2 columns of a stage with allied units? That cannot happen on floor 1 because you just don't have enough options, right?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I need to read the specific reading. Hold on. Allied units!
Allied units. Oh no. Does this mean what I think it means?
Dorothy!
Dorothy, no!
Dorothy, yes! To be fair, I feel that's like a little out there. I am known to be crazy.
Dorothy. I mean, if they manage to do it, then it's legal. I'll give it to them. Not that I'm like the one that has to give tiles, but I think it's fair enough to say that a Dorothy would be legal. But yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of looking at this and thinking, what on earth are they doing? I think the blue team has Weedy again. They are really trying for this whole thing. Like I can see that Weedy right there. They're just
trying to hole.
Laser focused on this Weedy. I'm kind of wondering if it might be better to take a lower tier pusher like. A lower rarity pusher like Shaw, for example, where she just doesn't do as much damage. Maybe that would be easier, especially because Weedy, with her skill 2, takes a very long time for it to come up, and it looks like they are trying to use the skill 1 in this stage, but that does a lot of damage. Maybe something like Shaw could help here, but there is only about like a minute and a half left of this match. I don't know if they're gonna have enough time, and it is 3-3.
And do note that the red team is, in fact, on the boss stage, so if they get this, I think that is a pretty decisive victory. And I think they just got the kill. They got the kill on Landset if they can claim that.
Oh, but the blue team did get pushed 5 enemies into a hole in a single stage, though.
The blue team did get that. It's 4-4. This is so close, but if the red team kills the boss, they have defeated it. All they have to do is file their paperwork.
There is actually a chance here. There is actually a chance here, I think, because the blue team could have exactly 12 hope at the end of the stage. I'm not sure. It could happen.
But the boss is worth 2 points.
It is worth 2 points.
Is that 12? I can't see.
They could receive it. I am completely blind. I cannot see it.
I also cannot see it.
They do not have 12 hope because they did recruit the Weedy, so that would have taken a severe hit to their hope total at the beginning.
Alas.
It does look like that red team.
Red team, are you just waiting to beat the stage to file your paperwork? Because it said the boss, not the stage. Like, if you wanted to argue semantics, I'm just saying.
But will they claim it?
Thank God! Okay, red team has filed their paperwork.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no,
I think we're seeing a stop to the gameplay. I think the match isn't it?
I believe that is the end of the match. It is time. 25 minutes, and what was the final score here? It looks like it was 4-6.
It looks like 4-6.
Yeah, 4-6 in favor of the red team. And what would you know? Look at what was the deciding tile here, Zai. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Alas.
This is a tragedy. Unless it's a tragedy for us, Zai. How often okay, look, think about this, Zai. There are a lot of people working on IS Bingo Lockout. And mistakes happen, don't they? Well, you have so many people. You have so many people in the chain. Eventually, something is going to fall apart. So we are having a weird thing going on here, where it looks like some people in the back end have made an oopsie.
Oh no!
Have made an oopsie. Oh no! Oh no!
So I'm not colorblind after all?
We'll be right back to you after this short intermission where we figure out what on earth is going on. But I mean, Xai, we have seen the first match of IS4 Bingo Lockout, and I mean these teams, they only have 25 minutes. It's actually not that long to get, and you know, having 4 to 6, this is not a very high score when the maximum number of points on the board is only 17, right?
This is true.
We had a lot of close calls on one life. We had a lot of attempts at pushing enemies into holes, obviously. We had, you know, things like... there was another thing I was just thinking about that I completely forgot about. We had no Fidatals as well.
We did see a Snow Priest get played, but no one actually got around to, you know, invoking the Snow Priest Buldartal. So, yeah. It's really interesting to see. I think a lot of these tiles in a 25-minute match time frame might actually end up being trapped. And if you focus on one or too many of them too intently, then that might just cost you the run.
Yeah, I mean, definitely part of this, I think, as we're going to go on, is going to be that efficiency of seeing like a line of, not a literal line, but a line of tiles that you can kind of catch all in the same run if you take the right operators, if you maybe just get a little lucky, of course. Maybe that is going to be the key here, because sometimes, especially when on the side of the blue team, we could see that they were trying really, really hard to get that push 5 enemies into holes, just resetting over and over again, taking the same operators and just hoping that it was going to work eventually. And it did work eventually, but that is only 1 point. That is only 1 point, and it's kind of the opportunity cost. What are you missing out on by trying to just shove all these enemies into the same hole? Like, I have to question that at least a little bit.
That is true, because in a 25-minute match, 1 minute is basically 4% of your time, and there is a minimum of 1 minute between runs. So technically, every time you attempt this, you're wasting 4% of your total run time trying to shove enemies in holes. The moral of the story, why are we talking about holes so much?
That's a very good question, and I think that the answer is that sometimes when it comes to these boards, you just have to look at the whole picture sometimes and not focus really hard on one thing.
Oh, was that pun intended?
I will refrain from answering that question.
All right, chat. Well, it's been great emceeing for you guys. I'm gonna hop on a plane and go club Aha over the head right now. It's been great.
And it will be, I guess, while we're waiting here for the losers interview, which I guess will be a surprise at this point, Zai, because we have no idea who won, do we? We have no idea,
It is a mystery.
Right? It's a mystery, but I will quickly mention that in case you guys are coming from Kukikaze, he was meant to be on today with Zai. I was not meant to be here. I'm an imposter. But it turns out that Cookie had a school exam today that he forgot about, which is kind of a weird thing to forget about. So that's why I'm here.
Time zones are a thing.
It's a bit of a weird mistake. Yeah. So it kind of looks.
Are we ready for the interview? I think, or
kind of looks like
we're almost.
We are
ready,
setting things up in the back end. It looks like we are getting a confirmation on what is going on with the bingo board. And I'm not going to name any names because that is unfair. But it looks like our tiles have been reversed. I don't know how that happens. It's just 2 colors, right? You know, actually, Xairathan, I apologize to you. You're actually not colorblind. You were right the entire time. You were actually 5 steps ahead of everyone else in a different universe. Because we had the tiles wrong the entire time.
So what you're telling me is that birds are right. Okay. Okay. So horses are colorblind. See ya, huh? Are horses colorblind?
I don't know about horses, but I am.
I'm Googling this now. Are horses colorblind? Horses can only see 2 of the visible wavelengths because they only have blue sensitive light cones and yellow sensitive light cones.
Right.
They do not see red or shades of red.
Yeah, I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yes. But yes, after every single match, we are going to have an interview with the loser because we do want to have everyone a chance to talk about what they're talking about, what they're thinking about, during the match. Oh my gosh.
And it'll be interesting to see their perspectives as well, how they felt while playing through everything and how stressful it might have been. Huh? What happened? You didn't file your paperwork. What do you mean you never did IS4? Oh, hold on a second. TakDes and Tenebris, we're still getting your audio up to speed, but viewers, this is TakDes the Navigator and Tenebris the player doing their interview. We'll have them up in a moment. We're just getting the audio set up. Now, everyone, we can all just stare at TakDes awkwardly. Feel my staring.
We can just like sit here in silence for like 2 seconds.
We can ruminate on the choices that brought us here this day. TakDes just asked me why I'm not in this tournament. The reason is because I am a bird, and it would be unfair because I would just fly over everyone. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, I know I like hosting. Okay, are we? Well, TakDes, how are you feeling? Well, they still can't hear you, but I just wanted to ask how you're feeling. Oh, hold up. All right, are we good now? Can you try saying something?
Yeah. What's up? I was just saying I feel bad for Tene because, you know, I'm one of the worst navigators there is.
Hold on a second.
Anyone... yeah. Surely if you pair with someone else, like he's gonna be
so
much higher.
If they still can't hear TakDes, I'm just going to like grab him and shake him like a squeaky toy, and then see if any sound comes out.
No, go ahead, shake me.
What?
Do it.
Okay, I think we're good. All right, welcome TakDes and Tenebris.
Yeah, I was saying like, you know, I feel bad, feel really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Like you were doing so well, and then you forgot to file your paperwork. What was up with that?
No. Tene told me he managed to kill the boss, but I just forgot to call it out. So that's probably why we lost.
Oh no. Well, that's just really unfortunate. But hey,
it's completely my fault because I'm not too experienced with IS4. You know, I barely play IS4.
You remember what you told us about your IS4 experience?
Yeah, like I'm kind of new player. You know, I'm still level 88, which is true. I make animations. I'm not a player. I'm not a gameplay maker. I don't make guide.
And is it true that you played IS4 for the first time with Tenebris help yesterday?
Yes, that was true.
Oh. How was your experience?
I'm so sorry.
with it?
My experience is horrible. You know, it reminds me of the stronghold they added.
Do you think that you took a severe morale hit because this was not Seaborn themed and therefore you did not get to see your beloved Scotty?
No, I feel bad. I'm sorry for everything. It's completely my fault.
You know, in the past we've had a lot of tournaments. These mistakes happen all the time. We've seen this multiple times where people just don't call the tiles, and it's really easy to do that. It's you just are too focused on something.
I play IS3. I play IS3 and just not IS4. I play IS1, 2, 3, just not the fourth one. Yep.
Any reason you didn't play the fourth? Like just too busy or didn't feel it?
Yeah, I was sick as well. Well, you can blame Minus. He invited me to this event, saying you're gonna join this event. It's gonna be fun. He told me it's gonna be fun. Yeah,
who are we blaming now?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say anything. I
Oh
don't
my
want to blame yet.
TakDes, why do you apologize so much?
That's my fault. Okay. I'm gonna go jump off the bridge.
Hey! Oh, get back here. Hey, anyone got a Scotty plushie? Quick, give this man a Scotty plushie.
Yeah, it's alright here now.
Dead. No, it's fine.
Yeah, thank you though. Thank you though, Plishy.
But yeah, Tenebris, do you have any thoughts on the round? Like, how was it being guided by TakDes? Were you under a lot of stress, or like, how was the general feeling of it?
Not too bad actually. I think our practice helped a lot. During our practice, we used some of the old IS3 boards and just randomized them, and also used some of the boards that people posted in the VC chat. I will say, TakDes from the beginning was like, "Hey, Yato, do the Yato thing," and I was like, "Okay, is it the one where I have to deploy her twice and have her die, or is it the one where she gets one shot?" So I was just like scrambling the whole time, and I didn't know what I was doing. But I will say, I really want to see the board, and how the match went in general. I heard I had some stream problems. Yes.
Yeah, there was a little bit of lag, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
okay.
other than that, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that about. I mean, it was fine. I didn't have any moments where TakDes threw me into absolute utter confusion. I was just like, okay, I'll do it. You know.
So,
Yeah.
what I want to know, how was it communicated to you that you needed to pick up 4 of the same race operator?
I didn't know it had to be the same race. TakDes at the beginning just went, okay, pick Sarkaz, pick Typhon. I was like, okay. Yeah, so I picked, yeah, and then he said that I had a couple minutes to think, and I was like, okay, if I go Sniper Medic Squad with Typhon, and then I can get like Hibiscus, and then also start with Lava. So I don't know. I just, it was a little bit like demoralizing when he was like, pick Lava Altar, and I'm like, my Lava Altar is not built.
Do it for the bits!
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm surprised you did anything that run. Yeah, and then I was
Luckily,
confused.
we got it though.
Yeah, and then the push pulling thing. I didn't know it had to be the same hole. He told me to go into altitude, the map with all the flying guys, and tell me to use cliff art to pull them into the hole. I'm like, there's no enemies that actually like walk into the. I guess yeah. I don't know. I guess if I had Weedy, I could do it, but I don't know. And then I don't know if you guys saw. Yeah. And then I don't know if you guys saw the floor doing the floor 3 boss. I was stressed the entire time. I was like, I don't think I have enough damage for this. Oh god.
We actually kill it.
Yeah. With
so
one
they didn't quite out.
With one lifesteal left, I'm like, oh my god, how is this possible?
You know what they say though about HP? It's only the last one that matters.
Yep. Oh, and also something about that stage, TakDes, before we went in, was like, okay, deploy your operators facing left. And then I immediately deployed my first operator facing right.
We just kept him right afterwards.
Yeah, brain rot moment right there. That's why I did like the panic undeploy. I'm like, I hope they didn't see that.
We all thought it was just part of the plan. Like, trust the process.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think we have to wrap up in a bit, but is there anything you guys want to say to the viewers that you just want to express before we head off?
Yeah, I got something to say.
I hope you
Don't
guys
say I'm sorry. Don't say I'm sorry.
I hope you guys got a lot of fun out of the casters having to say tendies about 10 times.
Yeah, there you go.
Sad music. I don't know if they heard that on stream, but TakDes has just played sad music.
Right. Thank you too.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining this bingo lockout. I hope you guys had fun. Anything you want to say?
I mean, I guess you guys did hear that, did you? So you got the full experience, didn't you? But yeah, I mean, the first match is currently over 6-4, and it looks like what was our team again? It was Ebby and Yotes will be moving on to the second round. We will be. I don't believe we'll see them again today. We'll be seeing them tomorrow.
Yes.
But congratulations to Ebby and Yotes for picking up, at least on our end, a surprising victory. It was a bit. We apologize for a bit of the scuff that's going on, but it was Ebby and Yotes. So, I guess we're moving into our next match, which is who again? I believe it is Piero and Eckogen versus Sydaske and Randomkidinthehood.
And it looks like they've decided to make some team names for themselves. Piero and Eckogen have made Team Pierogen, and Sydaske and Randomkidinthehood are Sy and the Kid. All right, you know what? It's still better team names that I could have made, given that I couldn't make one for Unfang on Tuesday, but...
Yeah, I guess so. But just to give a little bit of a shout out to this, I think Eckogen is actually currently streaming his POV, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he is. So if you want to go and check that out,
I'm gonna
go and check that out and see it kind of behind, then please go over to Eckogen. He is on Twitch. I'm sure if you just click on the Arknights category, you will have a look there. And don't worry, you can sit here as well. You can sit on both of our streams and listen to my awful voice talking about this over and over again. But you can see a little bit of the behind the scenes there if you are interested in that.
Hello, everyone. This is Eckogen, and today we're going to be winning IS4 Bingo Lockout. My impression.
But yeah, are you looking at this board's eye and saying the board that we just had? I would say the board that we just had was like, I don't think there was anything particularly difficult on that board, really. Especially, you know, maybe that we did say some of the little tunnel vision, I guess, or hole vision, if you want to call it that. It was maybe a bit of a problem as we're going on. I'm just kind of wondering if these players will have the same idea of go to floor 3 and just reset, or if they're gonna start going into floor 4 and floor 5, because right now it doesn't look like many of the tiles require you to go that far, and maybe it's a bad idea to even go that far because of just the time restraint, right? It's only 25 minutes. So
I'm going to agree with you there, because again, this is only 25 minutes, and even if you're not taking boss keys, the average run of IS4 without completely just booking it through the entire game is about 45 minutes. So we shouldn't be seeing full runs here. If we do, I think we'd be watching something very highly unusual.
Yeah, it would have to be some weird strat. Maybe there was a tile beforehand that was have exactly 12 hope, and maybe that kind of tile would be easier to do the longer you go on, because you can kind of manage it a little bit. You say, okay, maybe we could take a 4-star here, maybe we take a 3-star, whatever, right? All that kind of stuff, and you can get to exactly 12, right? Maybe that's the case, but there's definitely different ways of doing that kind of tile. So it looks like we are going to go into the next match here. We will have, I believe, I actually don't know how much time they have to look at this. I think it's 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, to just look at the board. Of course, during this time, all of the navigators can just ask questions about the board. They ask what does this mean? Or does this count for this tile? Just a bit of clarification. They are allowed that time. That's what this time is for. So basically, if they have some sort of weird technicality, then it's their fault because they didn't ask about it.
You know what? If I was playing through this, I personally right now would be trying to think of how many ways I could technicality bust the board. And it looks like we're getting the board reveal now, if I'm correct. All right, let's take a look. Are you going to click it, or should I click it?
I think I don't have a mouse.
What do you mean?
I only use hamsters.
Oh, right, you're.
I mean, what?
Liberty! Okay, you know what? This is blatant pandering. Who made this board? I'm not complaining. You just want to have a talk.
Who made this?
yeah. Let's go. Bird. Anyway, my brief bout of exuberance aside, what are we looking at here?
Well, we do see the return of defeat for 3 boss that's worth 2 points. It's just in a different space because it needs some the real estate market is just destroyed nowadays. It has to move all the time. But like, you know, it still has 2 points, so
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see that tile repeatedly, possibly throughout all of our prelim first eight matches. So I feel like our players could expect that, but it is a pretty obvious like tile to have. Okay, hear me out. I'm feeling the berry here. Okay, like clear a floor 2 stage with offensive recovery skills only. Does someone hear Arketo skill 2?
Yeah, I mean that is one of the ways to do it, I guess. I'm not sure if Arketo is the only operator that people would go for. I'm not sure if she's like the best pick. There are some other operators I can think of that might work okay for that. Like, well, I was trying to think of a non-bird example, and the first thing that came to my head is Irene, and I'm like, Irene is a bird. Excuse me. What am I talking about? But okay, well, yeah. So there are a lot of choices there. I'm not going to name them because I can't think of them right now. But floor 2 stages, you know, not very hard. Generally speaking, there are some floor 2 stages like, you know, emergency.
Hold on a second.
Emergency sluggies can be pretty hard.
I feel like we've got a tile in this setup that that got away from the Dr. Silvergun show match on Tuesday. Who put clear a stage with only 4-star operators in here?
Yeah, clearing a stage with only 4 stars. I mean, that is not very difficult on D4. Not too difficult. There are plenty of strong 4 stars that you can pick early. So,
hear me out.
Yeah.
You can clear a floor 2 stage with offensive recovery skills only, while clearing an emergency with auto activation skills only, while clearing a stage with only 4-star operators, while defeating a chest with a Liberia operator if you get May.
So if you can complete a floor 2 emergency with only May, and she has to be hitting a chest, then I mean you've done it. Like you can just win the tournament at that point. Like you can get 4 points at the same time. Find that, okay?
Maps.
That's okay. I mean, if you have like 20 lives, okay, yeah, sure. That's okay, right? I don't mind that at all. So amazing, fucking.
Hold on, let me look up these maps. There's got to be at least one, right?
There has to be one at least, right?
I'm on the nodes page.
Gosh, well, while you're doing that, I'll just have a look at these other tiles. Leak 3 of the same enemy in a single stage. That's actually not too difficult. You can do that as early as floor 1. There's a lot of slugs in Ghost of the Resort, for example. There's those little fluffy beasts in Beasts Awaiting Slaughter. There's tons of them in that stage. You also have like in Hands of Moss, there's a lot of those Sydaske Mafia guys, and also those Big Axe guys as well. Quite a few of them as well. There's many chances to get this. Of course, you will have to lose lives to that, and if you lose lives as early as floor 1, you know, you're kind of hindering your chances of getting the 4 points at once with the May skill 1. So I don't know if that's really worth it in the end. But it is a point. So
you just don't trust May because she's not a haunt. You know what? We'll show you the power of May.
You know, yeah, I don't trust May, and I think actually right now I have her in the training room, mastering her skill 1. So if that counts for anything, then I'm doing it specifically for IS4, actually. I am mastering that specifically so that I can play IS4.
You mean you slander the same bird that you're mastering? For shame, Eha. Anyways, I don't want to hear any more of your blasphemy. Let's go to some gameplay, shall we?
But yes, actually, I am looking at these 2 tiles here, which is deploy 3 operators of the same class at the same time at the top there. And then at the bottom, there is have 3 different reserve operators deployed at the same time, right? And of course, it is different, so you can't do them at the same time. But that kind of means you're going to be taking arguably a lot of garbage in your squad. Not to say that reserve ops are garbage or anything, but, you know, we have to be a bit realistic here. They're not as good as even your 3 stars. So I'm just kind of wondering, is this something that people are actually going to do at the same time? Because you can, you know, take a reserve caster, for example, and then 2 other casters like your lava and your lava, for example, if you wanted to do that. But this is kind of those lines that we were talking about of like, can you do multiple tasks at the same time? And it looks like I'm seeing a Quora and a Pinecone and a reserve op. And the reserve op is going, so I think we're getting the first tile here, which is clearing a stage with only 4-star operators. It is Prisoner's Night, and you have the Pinecone. This should be the easiest experience you've ever had in your life. But there is a spiky chest, I think.
I'm about to say something blasphemous. I have never used Pinecone in IS4.
Oh no. No.
It's just like, okay. The Japanese and the English Bird Knights players who do D15 made a tier list, and no one has picked Pinecone, except for J-Rude. But he just really likes Pinecone. Like...
Yeah, I mean, I guess Pinecone. I can kind of see it. But, at least now, I mean, Pinecone is finally getting her chance to shine.
True.
Right? That counts for something, doesn't it? What is that Korra doing? She's just having none of it.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Are those how many? Oh, never mind. I was thinking that perhaps the plan was to leak 3 of the same enemy in a single stage, but clearly not. But very interesting. Both teams are on Prisoner's Night, so it is theoretically possible to. Oh, and it looks like the blue team has already claimed to defeat the first enemy of a stage with a 1-star operator.
Right. Who was that actually? I didn't even.
That was Team Piero up top in the blue, and down below we've got Cyan the Kid on the red team. And I double checked, and I even wrote a post-it. So this time I'm not going to get confused.
So right out of the gate, it is 1-1. Both teams going for the same stage, but getting a different tile. That 1-star operator, I believe, was. I actually didn't see it.
Team Eckogen is getting stalled by the presence of a large polar bear in the arena, but I wonder... Oh, I think they just got have an operator die in 1 hit from max HP with that polar bear.
That's actually pretty lucky. And the 1-star was the 1-star, the Terror Reset Commission. I did not recognize that operator for a moment. It is a Terror Reset Commission, but having an operator die from 1 hit, very lucky to get the Gopnik that early. Gopnik is, of course, completely random. He just shows up whenever he wants.
The bear do what the bear like.
He's on no schedule whatsoever.
Man, I wish I could be him.
Yeah, just like smacking Texas Alter over and over again, like as she desperately tries to kill him. Like, look at that! Look at what they're doing!
No,
right?
It's just doing things on my own schedule.
This is like war crimes all over again. Jeez. But it is looking like it does look like Zai and the Kid are going on to the next stage, and that Gopnik is just refusing to die.
Oh, wait, I wonder. Okay, looks like Team Red, Sai and the Kid are going for defeat a chest with a Liboli operator, which they have just done. Will they claim the paperwork?
Yeah, it also looks like Sai and the Kid has 2 reserve operators as well, so we're getting there.
Is that Korra down there, like, having the worst day of her life? What's up with that?
Maybe. I mean, I believe in Korra. To just kind of sit there. Oh, that's... I don't know about... Oh, they're trying to leak the 3 enemies at once of the same enemy.
1,
that's the
2,
3rd one.
3! Will they claim?
Will they claim?
Well,
and will
4.
they be able to complete this stage? That's the more important thing, because I don't know if Korra can, like...
Do they have to clear and leak? Let me see. No, they don't have to clear, technically. They just have to leak, so, by technicality, they could just take the L and move on here. But Sai and the Kid pulling into the lead with their very clever sheep escape. And also taking the reset here.
Yeah, I mean, 1 tile plus 1 is +1. So, good on them. That squad did look a little bit dubious, at least. 2 reserves, 1 Pinecone, 1 Korra. Probably not going to be getting too far with that usually. But, it's difficulty 4, and +1 is +1, like I said. So, I'm wondering what they're going to be doing next. They did take the... I don't remember what squad that is. It gives you 3 lives, and makes your upgrades free. I will just quickly check what name...
Yeah, I know the ones that you're talking about. Oh! Do you see that?
I did not see that.
Blue woman!
It is the special training squad.
They might be going for have 3 or more summons and traps on the field at the same time. Blue woman!
I mean, it was bound to happen, wasn't it? It's inevitable, right? It's inevitable.
Hold on. How long has the stream been going? All right, well, we made it 95 minutes without seeing a blue woman.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, honestly. It's pretty good, and they are taking the ground dragons.
Okay, hold on. I am making an executive decision here. They have equipped the inferior skin and therefore must forfeit the point.
Yes. I mean, I don't use Ling myself, but that new skin is
I don't use Ling
right
either, but I liked the new skin so much that I bought it.
Wow. Okay.
Like, if I
that's
ever
dedication.
change my mind in the future, at least I'll have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, that's fair enough. I've definitely bought skins in advance for when I will eventually use that operator.
Yeah,
We'll get
I pre-bought Desert Suzerain just because it looks so nice. The Ninetail aura.
Yeah. Wasteland Walker thing or whatever.
Oh yeah. Hold on a
agree.
second. I'm seeing some people in the chat mentioning the god. Did someone pick up a passenger?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I think you're being gaslit. Yeah. It's.
They know I like birds.
Yeah. I mean, when we're looking on the side of Pierogen, that Terror Research Commission is doing a lot of work. Like, I've been watching this, and that Terror Research Commission, they just don't care. They're just flinging all of this stuff, and wow, you're just gonna let Fang like sit there and get shot forever. Canon event right there. I mean,
but there's no Chapter 10 mechanic.
I mean, we are seeing.
Okay.
Another
it looks
reserve
like Chad
operator.
is saying that Echo passed over Passenger, which means that I now have beef with 2 content creators. Let's go.
But yeah, it looks like I think this is. I'm second guessing myself. This is the red team. Yes, the red team looks like they have 3 reserve operators, but they do have to be deployed all at the same time, which could be a little bit more difficult when you have Ling taking up all your deployment slots. But there is one on the field, and there is 2 more slots left.
Or, hypothetically speaking, you could just deploy the dragons, and then you could undeploy a dragon and put a guy down. Like, you know, it's not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, it's just a guy.
Alright, and it looks like the red team, Cyan the Kid, forming their very decisive lead with the blue woman taking 4 tiles to Team Pierogen's 2. Hey, Eckogen, it might be time to start making a guide.
How to win at IS4 Bingo Lockout, a guide that nobody will ever need.
It'd be a little late, all things considered, but you know?
There could always be another one. You never know.
Hold on a second. This is what I'm not understanding. Team Pierogen took another reserve operator, but...
Ooh.
Is that just to have the Raider and save Hope, or like... Wait, and then... Cyan the Kid didn't declare for having 3 different reserves down at the same time either, did they? What's going on here?
I don't think that they deployed the medic, if I'm not mistaken. They have to be deployed. They can't just be in the squad. So that is a missed opportunity, because it does look like Pierogen has 4 reserve operators. They're going harder on this. They've got 4, but they are on floor 2. So that's very
Cyan the
important.
Kid don't have a combat yet because they're just going to the shop. So unless they rush the shop, Team Pierogen might pull this one out from under them.
I might say that Cyan the Kid just passed over a Hand of Diffusion in exchange for the Mr. Boom.
Well,
is this a mistake? Both of them are passing over the passenger.
On one hand, there's a tactical equipment. Like, there is a tile for using a tactical equipment, and they can increase their lead. On the other hand, we're gonna have a talk after this.
I mean, both of these teams have a tactical equipment in hand. You can see that Pierogen has the slow device, and the Cyan Kid have the stun device, but you do have to use it.
I think Pierogen is going for the reserves first, and then they're going to deploy the device, I think. Yes, Team Pierogen did take the reserve operators. Now, will they take the tactical equipment? We can see Piero's icon circling the device, and it's down. But will they claim it?
Cyan the Kid have not used it yet.
It says only use the tactical equipment, not have anything be affected by it, technically. So, you know what I mean, right? Like,
Yes, and I'm not sure if it was made clear.
Pyrogen's got it!
There you go.
And just like that, Pyrogen clawing it back. We are tied for a piece. And
Yes,
that's all the
and,
easy stuff done.
I'm actually quite surprised that Pyrogen did not claim deploy 3 operators of the same class at the same time, because there was a Fang, and there were 2 reserve vanguards on the field, and I do believe that would count for that tile. Maybe a bit too focused.
That is true. Interesting.
Oh,
and it looks
they
like
did.
they are
did.
marking down the paperwork for that one after exiting the stage, but before entering the next one, so they do get that. Very nice. The Eckogen files his paperwork. Do you file your paperwork, Yaha?
I will file my paperwork, but I will refrain from saying anything in order to not
Bosky.
incriminate myself. Yes, there is a Bosky,
Bosky.
and unfortunately there's no scout node
Bosky.
connect to it. There is a very special thing you can do with the scout node where if you go into
yeah,
a
that's
Bosky,
true.
it will actually just return the scouted operator to you, which is really cool. But unfortunately there's no
Actually,
passage
you want to
here.
know something? You want to know something else really interesting about Boskies? So, if I'm telling you anyway. You don't have to answer. I'm telling you. Anyway.
I don't even have to
So-
say it, but yeah.
So, if you've played IS for long enough, you would know that if you get to the 3rd floor, you get a bonus at the beginning of your next run, which can be anything like 2 hope, 1 life, 1 hope, that sort of bonus. But did you know that bonus actually activates if you go from floor 2 into a boss key? It is not triggered by hitting floor 3 specifically. It is triggered by the act of leaving
Really?
floor 2.
Really? That's actually kind of interesting.
Right?
So I don't have to be good at the game,
Anyways,
right? Right.
Emma,
Anyways.
I hate to break it to you, but you make YouTube videos. You have to be good at the game.
That's wrong. I know plenty of content creators. Actually, some of them are in the tournament right now that aren't very good at the game, that just make YouTube videos anyway. So it's not like a requirement or anything.
We're allowed to say these things!
I don't care if I'm allowed to say them or not, because I just did, okay?
Oh boy.
But anyway,
I'm not affiliated with this man.
we are going with a 5-4 lead for the blue team here. I believe that is
And now-
Pyrogen, that is blue team. So, what are we looking at here, Zai? There's only a couple of tiles left, and personally, I can't really see anything that they are going for particularly, other than that floor 3 boss, obviously. But
Yeah, we've picked
seeing
off all
them?
the easy ones. I think out of everything, the easiest one to do would be kill all Collapsos without letting them run, which at that point is just like spawn camping at the gate so that they are never able to run. Actually, Cyan the Kid had an opportunity to do that by camping the bottom left corner, but given that this is unwell and they need to hold the choke point, I understand entirely why they didn't. But on the other hand, some of these other options look pretty out of reach. Like, offensive recovery skills only requires, like, at minimum 2 operators, I would think, dedicated to that. All operators DP 22 or more, that's going to be a pretty tall order. Emergency with auto activation skills only. Oh, wait a second. Is that Team Pyrogen picking a Helliger?
The bird propaganda will never stop. It will never stop. I mean,
Is
you
it
guys
a
signed up for
Helliger?
this.
Hold on,
yeah.
I think I might be drooling a little. I'm
I mean,
looking
what is
very
this-
intently.
I wonder what this Helliger is for, though. If it is true that such a Helliger does exist, what is it for?
The alleged Helliger?
It is. It is.
Let's see. Texas Reserve, Vanilla Reserve, 1, 2, 3, 4, Terra, Texas. No, I don't think they're going for the operators whose name starts with the same letter. That doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I don't think so. This might just be a comfort pick to just say, hey, I just want to get to the boss, clear it really quickly.
That's
Oh, Helliger Daddy's here? Alright then, let's just take him and we'll get the 2 points. That might just be it.
However, it's a very interesting choice of a comfort pick, though. Like, I don't know many players who would actively say that Helliger is their comfort unit. Even in Bird Knight's D15, Helliger is more of a luxury unit than anything. But you know what?
Yeah.
I think I see where this might be going. Clear a floor for a floor 2+ stage with offensive recovery skills only on CL 1, and all operators DP must be 22 or more. If you have an E2 Helliger, that is quite solid there.
Yes, I am a little bit concerned about that though, because the only other operator you'd be... I mean, actually, you would be able to take both of the Vanilla and the Fang if you set Vanilla. Actually, no, you couldn't use Vanilla. She has an activated skill. But you could use Fang and Helliger on that stage. You would not be able to use TakDes Alto, which is kind of rough. I think I'm... Yeah, because I don't think TakDes Alto is an auto-activation skill. I believe it is a passive skill, which does not count. So, just a weird technicality, maybe?
Huh.
Maybe I need to ask the people what these mean. But it shouldn't... Maybe... I mean, emergencies on the 4-3 can be rough. It can be rough.
See, here's what I want to know. Like, wait, where was I going with this? No, I just lost it. Okay, it's gone. Bye. I had a thought.
I can say
It
for
left.
certain that Sai and the Kid do have the E2 Ling finally. I don't know how long ago they got that, but they do have the E2 Ling, so you can see Ling is just... It's basically like Ling and her kindergarten of reserve operators at the moment. There's just... It's only Ling. It's just Ling. So...
Can we get an It's Always Sunny title card called Ling Takes the Kindergartners on a Field Trip? I feel like that would go very well here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I've had too much
Oh.
success with Ling in IS4 generally.
Hold up.
So I don't know how it's gonna work.
Team Sai and the Kid have claimed clear a stage, have at least 5 operators whose name starts with the same letter, even if their name is all reserve operator.
No,
I mean, it's legal. Oh, wait, I remember my question.
Start with R.
So,
No way.
clear an emergency with auto activation
That's
skills only. Does that include units that don't have skills or no?
I don't believe it would.
Imagine though.
Yeah, you would not be able to bring any of your reserve operators, and I don't think Ling has an auto activation skill, so that tile is kind of just off the table for Sai and the Kid right now.
Well, I mean,
But-
not necessarily. Like, if they could get a single operator who could solo a stage that has a auto-activate and possibly auto-recover, offensive recovery. Oh! Hell. Do you see what's going on with Team Piero? Never mind.
I do. I see a TakDes Alto on the screen.
Oh,
I
we
see
could
a
have had it
TakDes
all.
Alto.
We could have had it all.
I mean, Pierogen does have 7 lives, so it's not unreasonable that they could complete a stage, although this one can be kind of difficult because you can see right there on the left there is that caster that runs at the speed of light, and then when he's in range, he's just really slow and he just attacks you from range. And Helliger, not great at dealing with enemies from range because he doesn't have that much range. He has a massive sword. and
On
that's
the
about it. You can
contrary,
only get
I would
swords.
say that this is actually Helliger's, well, in our current state of Arknights in the meta, I would say this is actually Helliger's niche now. Beforehand, he used to be a solid lane holder before he got outstatted by everything, but now I would argue that the proper use of Helliger is to put him in range of ranged arts attacks while feeding him a steady stream of squishy melee units. That way he never gets his HP too high or too low.
Well, I guess this is just the stuff you learn when you actually play with the operator. This is like high-level gameplay right here.
It's not high-level gameplay, it's Helliger! It's a man! It's a man!
He's just a man. What
He
more
is
can
a...
you want from
Oh,
him?
they let something through. Helliger, how could you?
Hmm.
I don't know what they were going for there. Maybe it was just a speed clear, but I don't know what was happening there.
Yeah, I kind of think that maybe this was an attempt at, maybe clearing a stage with all operators of 22 cost or more, or an emergency with only auto activation. I don't believe this was an emergency though.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then it just kind of, they made the judgment call. It's like, this is not gonna work with Helliger, so there's the TakDes Alto. I'm probably...
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like
Okay.
this convert a non-combat node into a different non-combat node, and then visit that node could probably be the tile that we're not going to see here, unless they get
That just looks
lucky
real.
or-
That looks needlessly complicated. And speaking of needlessly complicated, we're getting word from our tournament organizers that for the auto activation skill, you do in fact have to have a skill in order to be in the state. Anyways,
Yes.
hold on. It looks
Basically
like Ling
excluding
is
episodes.
unga bungaing her way to victory. Will Sai and the kid claim the paperwork?
Will they claim the paperwork? And they do. Congratulations,
Oh
you've done
boy,
it.
have they just taken the lead back again?
I believe so. That
1,
is
2,
a
3, 4,
6 to
5,
5.
6, 7. Wait, hold on. 1, 2.
Wait, no,
3,
1,
4, 5,
no,
6,
I'm
7.
math. 7.
It's 6 to 7 now.
5 to 7?
Sorry.
We both can't do
Wait,
math, apparently. Like,
Huh. Hey, I'm just curious. Have you ever done calculations for any of your clears? Because I've done calculations once in my life. It took me 70 hours to save 6 DP. That tells you how bad at math I am.
yeah, I every time I have to do a calculation for something, I'm like, this is going bad. This is going poorly, isn't it? Like, I'm really in the weeds right now, and it does look like Sai and the kid have reset their run. They've decided, I don't want to do stage 4. I don't want to do stage 5. Let's just get back into stage 1. And I think they took a recruitment, and there was a bit of a miscommunication because now they're just waiting. They're just kind of waiting on the screen. They're like, hi, can we?
Well, actually, no. Hold on. It might be time. We might have hit 25
not
minutes.
the. Oh, is it?
Have we?
I have no idea. I don't think it's time quite yet.
Well,
I
okay,
really
no.
thought you were about to say it was time for the May, and I was just gonna be.
oh no, like they both exited out, and so I was like, oh yeah, no, is it time? And then like, no, apparently everyone just had the same idea.
But it looks like Sai and the kid is going for an Executor Altar start. One of the unfortunate
see
things
how
about
this
taking the
will work.
Guard squad is that you have Executor Altar and you're forced to take a Medic, which is not very useful when you have Executor Altar, but Executor Altar does cost quite a lot. I don't think that Operator costs 22 at E1. I think Executor Altar probably costs 20 at E1, so I'm not sure if that works, but we'll see. 21 does that Executor Altar cost, so unfortunately, we'll not be able to
Wait,
claim
Was that?
that.
Hold on. Executor
but there
Altar
is-
Arknights. Oh, someone's deploying a Mudrock, and
But there's a Mudrock
is that,
instead.
Is that the thing where the? Oh wait, no, it's a floor 2. Wait, yeah, it is. I think they're only going to get the DP one here if they can do it. But hold on a second. Let me vibe check something. Is that an E1 Executor Altar?
Yes.
All right, give me one moment, please.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of, I think.
Okay, now E1 Executor Altar is 21 DP at max pods, or at minimum pot. So unfortunately, we do not get to say the funny thing.
But yeah, it looks like there is very little time coming up here, and honestly, the Executor Altar is a good idea if you had more time. Because clearing an emergency with only auto activation, I believe the skill 1 is auto activation. You can clear a floor 2 stage with offensive recovery skills. All of
I
Executor
don't think
skills
anyone's
are
getting to
offensive
floor
recovery.
2 right now.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but maybe it's too little too late, and maybe it is that the Mudrock was the correct play here for Eckogen
Well,
and Piero.
Piero
which
just
they do
got it,
do
but
get.
they still have to get one more tile in order to tie and send it to sudden death. So it's not looking that great. Unless they can like manage to pull off something miraculous here.
Yes, keep in mind, guys, that it is not a tie right now, because that floor 3 boss is worth
Wait,
2
they
points.
are on-
So it is...
Wait, where are they? Is that floor
Where-
1? Oh, that is floor 1.
It is floor 1, and
I saw
The red
3
team
anti-index
also-
nodes, and my brain broke.
it does look like Randomkidinthehood and Sydaske have gotten killing all collapsals in a stage without letting them run. Wait, I don't...
Which does make sense.
That does make sense, because the way that they did that is they just let Executor block them without
Well,
attacking
yeah,
them
and they
beforehand,
didn't damage the collapsals before they got to Executor, so they had no reason to run.
Yeah, so it looks like we have run out of time, though.
We
And
have.
unfortunately.
I wonder how many people saw this coming. Team Sai and the Kid have upset Team Pierogen and will be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, what was the final score? It was 8-6, if I'm not mistaken. 8-6.
Are you sure you want us to count? Are you sure?
I have faith. I believe in myself. I mean, maybe that belief is misfounded a little bit, but I think I believe in myself enough. I think it is
Okay.
8-6 this time.
I'm pretty sure it's also 8-6.
And you know, look at this. Another match where it is a difference of 2. It seems like the 4-3 boss.
If beating the 4-3 boss is very important.
Wow, it's also much more important to actually call the tile as well, I guess. But yeah, it looks like these matches are kind of being decided by singular tiles. But when it comes down to it, it's whether or not you can do it or not. It's whether or not you got the lucky stuff. But yeah,
And
I mean,
not only
talking to Zach
that-
about this, like, we didn't see May,
We didn't see
unfortunately, but I think that was a bit of a long shot. Maybe not for you.
You know what?
Actually,
I'll
but-
you know what? I'll just show you how it's done some other time. Watch me. But anyway, I'm very interested in seeing how these navigators are communicating to their to the people who are playing. I think that's one of the major things that we're going to be asking about throughout the rest of the night. Like, how much of it is dependent on the effectiveness of the navigator's communication, and how much of it is the player, like, actually doing so?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that I was looking, I was sitting in on some of the practice runs that people were doing beforehand, and yes, the navigator, I think the most important thing that I noticed was that the expeditioners were saying, you need to backseat me more. Like, you need to tell me, like, everything, you know? Because sometimes you have the navigator just saying, like, I'll do this, or I'll do that. And it's not really enough information to really convey the idea of what you're doing, right? Because imagine you're just going through the entirety of IS4 completely blind, and then you just have someone saying, like, oh, you just pick this operator for, like, no reason. I think
So it
that the
sounds to
communication
me-
is super important.
It sounds to me that conveying purpose or intent is equally, if not more important than conveying the actual information of taking the operator or performing the action itself.
Yeah. It's kind of strange to hear one person just talking at another person, I will admit. It's like, oh, I mean, do they understand? And I definitely did see some expeditioners, like, waving their mouse around or something on their streams, trying to communicate, like, I can't do this, or like what do you mean, or what am I gonna do with, like, this collectible or something. And that kind of first alien contact, in a sense, is kind of interesting. I don't think it's disallowed or anything, but it's definitely helping the communication between both of these players.
So what you're
kind of
saying
wondering,
is that they
Yeah.
need to make a communication language like semaphore. Like, if I hit the escape button, it means no. If I double click a vanguard, it means yes. If I spin my mouse really quickly, it means please order me something. I'm hungry.
yes, that's exactly what it is. You're just communicating with something that does not know the language at all, basically. It sounds incredibly difficult from both ends, honestly, because I'm sure that most of the navigators probably don't have that much experience, like, telling someone, like, backseating every single little thing about an IS4 run. I certainly haven't, at least. So
I have not either.
it does look like we are setting up the interview with our unfortunate losers, which was Piero and Eckogen. I don't believe. Oh no, never mind. I'm just behind the times. Never mind. Disregard that. But
All right. Looks like
we have them
they're
on.
going to be coming in now. Hello.
Hello.
hello. So 6-8, and first of all, do you have any thoughts about what happened? Was there anything that kind of was outstanding to you in how you played?
I think I definitely performed better than I thought I would, because I typically don't backseat, nor do I really play this mode that much. So I was trying, but the other team was definitely quicker on some of the grabs there.
Yeah, I think maybe something that not a lot of our viewers might know about you, Eckogen. Do you actually play a lot of IS4 in your free time, or how do you feel about the IS game mode?
Well, it's nice that you can basically play as much or little as you want and it doesn't cost sanity, but I don't really play it at all outside of monthly squads. So, for example, like high difficulty clears, I don't even do that.
Very true. I think the most I've ever seen you play of IS is when you handhold people's bosses on your stream and just the bosses.
Yeah, basically.
So how would you say it was like being the navigator instead of trying to feel out the clear for yourself, or like how was your experience?
I would say it's pretty unique and fun at the same time, because it's almost like as if you're like the half and Piero is the other half, so you have to like kind of jive together to form a cohesive unit. So it's definitely a really fun and interesting mode. Like I do really enjoy it.
And Piero, I'm not sure if you are capable of communicating with us. Can you talk?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you're a little crunchy. Wait, can you talk a little louder? Sorry.
Hello?
Hey, there you go. So, how was it being backseated by Eckogen himself?
I think he's pretty good, but what the reason we lose is the Gopnik, right? In the first battle. Gopnik one, and in the first floor we found 3 battles that took too much time. That's why the other team cleared the floor 3 first. I think that's why. But Eckogen is a good navigator, I think.
I tried.
It was a very solid attempt. It was very close up until that floor 3 boss kill from the other team. So I guess both of you would say that perhaps the most instrumental thing in your loss was having that bad lineup of combats and not getting to the floor 3 boss first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to get us there so we can snag those 2 points, because those 2 points make a difference.
Yes, they do seem to be the literal turning points for our matches so far. So it'll be very interesting to see how the other teams adapt to that. I'm not sure if you're allowed to give the other teams advice, but if you would, like, what would you say to them right now?
Well, I guess how I tackled it was I kind of wrote everything down that I wanted to aim for, so it helped me sort of, I guess, process like a linear sort of goal to aim for. Until I guess near the end there, and still random started taking all the claims. I'm like, oh damn it. But yeah.
Wait, did you literally take notes?
Well, I was literally writing it down because I felt that it was helping me keep track of what was going on.
Hey, let's go! I'm not the only one who does clear notes. See, I'm not a nerd. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What?
Zai definitely doesn't have like sticky notes on her screen right now. It's okay.
Oh, shut up, Aha.
But yeah, I mean, thank you guys for taking part in IS4 Bingo Lockout. Unfortunately, you're out very quickly, but I hope that you'll continue to support the rest of the teams as they continue going. We will move on to our next match. Very soon, we're going to be setting things up in the background. And I believe that it is RKNP23 and Noelucc versus Renbit and PlusMinus. So,
And like our previous teams, they've come up with some names for themselves. Team RKNP23 and Noelucc are going to be literally overpowered lineup, or LOL. And Renbit and PlusMinus have named themselves Boiling Sanity, which sounds like it could be an Arknight EP, honestly.
definitely, yeah. I mean, when it comes to Renbit, at least, I know that I recognize that name. I believe Renbit was featured in a live streamed match in last Bingo Lockout. I believe they lost that match, unfortunately, but we did see them on stream, so they are definitely not new to the Bingo Lockout contest. I am just checking for you right here that yes, Renbit actually was versus Toboruo in round 1 last time, and Tobo won 12-11, so bit of a close one. Wondering how Renbit is going to work in this one now that there's someone behind them the entire time. But I guess that's just a problem that all of these guys are going to have to solve, is that communication that we were talking about, right?
Indeed. Although, here's a very interesting thing that possibly might work on the end of the Expeditioner. Given that these Expeditioners have experience with this Bingo Lockout format and needing to claim the tiles, I wonder if perhaps the Expeditioner might try and, like, find a way to communicate to the Navigator to check their paperwork.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how you would do that, honestly.
Personally, I would just spam the collectibles icon.
just making sure, just catching up on all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it is largely the role of the Navigator to call this tile because, of course, the Expeditioner cannot speak at all. So it is kind of a bummer if you aren't claiming a tile, even more so if the tile is worth a little bit more. But we have seen that, you know, even though these matches have been very close, it is that 1 or 2 tiles really that's making the difference. Because, you know, even if you don't have the boss stage with the 2 points, that still only puts you 1 point behind if you take another tile. So these matches are pretty close. Maybe the 25-minute time limit is playing into that a little bit, where players just don't really notice that they don't have that much time, right? We saw just at the very end of the match, we saw taking the Executor Altar is actually a great idea. Kind of boosts out many of the tiles, especially if you can get that Operator E2 where he gets a little bit extra cost. That's a really good idea. You just don't have enough time if you've gone all the way to floor 3 and then you've reset, right? So maybe it is a little bit of that forethought also that's coming in. Maybe it's a little bit of the account that the Expeditioner has as well. Maybe it's just luck. Always have to consider that there is going to be a little bit of luck in this. But the next match, I don't really feel like it's going to be any different, honestly. It doesn't seem like much has been different between match 2 and match 1.
Hold on, let me just confirm a few of our matchups. Yes, actually, hold on a second. I don't know, this might shape up a little differently, because if you look at our roster, in the first match we had Yotes, a returnee from Bingo Lockout 2, versus Tenebris, who is a new challenger. In the second match, we had Piero, who is a returner from Bingo Lockout 2, versus Sydaske, who is a new challenger. But here we have Renbit, who finished in the top 32 from Bingo Lockout 2, facing off against RK and P23, who finished in the top 8 of ISB Bingo Lockout 2. So I think this is our first matchup between 2 returnees.
It might be. I don't think that they fought each other directly, but they're definitely both in the tournament. So, you know, there is the added factor of the Navigator behind you, and the Navigator can tend to, you know, throw a wrench in your plans sometimes. Not that if you even have any plans as an Expeditioner, that is. But it is going to be interesting to see how these players that we know are good and we know have had tournament success in the past, it's going to be interesting to see if they can still have that same success when they're in a team.
Yes,
because as we all know, working with other people can be hard sometimes.
Communicating is hard as well, especially when it's only one-sided communication. It ultimately all comes down to perhaps how well the Navigator understands their Expeditioners' like roster playstyle and how they can steer them.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a toxic relationship. There's just one person
kind of like,
talking at you like all the huh? But yeah, doesn't sound like a recipe for success, but
anyways, hey, look, it's a board.
It is a board. It is a board. We are going into the next match.
Oh, I see some familiar faces.
Wow, that's even in the same spot this time. Wow, they didn't move it.
Well,
they made rent this month.
fortunately or unfortunately, the claiming a line clause is not in effect here, so there's no worry about that being in the same space as before, but it looks like we're seeing some old tiles and some new ones. We've got stun 3 or more enemies at the same... Hey, you want to know who can do that?
Do I want to know? Do I
Yeah,
want to know?
take a guess, take a guess.
I'm gonna say it's probably you're thinking of a bird.
Take
Oh,
a
no.
guess.
Oh no.
Three enemies at the same time?
This is my bird knowledge coming into effect here.
It's Flametail!
Flametail's a bird?
Can she not stun 3 or more enemies at the same time? I never said it was a bird! You said it was a bird!
I've been debated. What is this?
Get
What is this?
bamboozled!
Oh gosh. If I see Flametail, you have lost you have lost all of your brownie points, okay? I do not want to see that little squirrel in your runs, okay? I do not. But I mean, yeah, there are some new titles here. Like for example, buying 4 more items from a single shop. Maybe that is going to come from the support squad. Gives you 20 ingots at the beginning of the run. Sorry, probably pretty easy. But we will have to see if players can even get to the shop as quickly as that. Because depending on how many combats you get on the first floor, it might just be completely locked out for you if the other team is also going for it. Yeah.
You're overthinking this too much.
Yeah.
A voucher counts as an item. Simply buy 2 vouchers,
yeah.
don't recruit anyone, and then refresh the shop and buy 2 more vouchers.
Yeah, I mean, you could just buy like 4 reserve operators. I wonder if there's a reserve operator tile.
Yeah,
there.
actually
I don't
that would
think there
synergize
is.
really well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Having a merchant get retreated due to lack of DP.
Did someone say Mr. Sorry.
That's actually kind of weird to do because you have to deploy a very expensive, well, not expensive, but a perfectly costed operator at the right time. And you can't have the module because that just won't work because the module gives the -3 cost per second, or per 3 seconds, sorry, to -2. And that doesn't work. That shouldn't work, or it's going to be much harder.
This is very true. This is a place where you actually do have to remember to take out your module, otherwise you will get bamboozled.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen Jay be very successful in IS4. At least early on, I think Jay is just kind of a perennially good operator. He's very highly droppable, redeploys very quickly, has healing, pretty good damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if people took Jay, and he's a 4-star, so he's very cheap, right?
True,
So
true.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the way that you wanted to go, but I don't know if Jay can really solo any sages. So you're going to have something good alongside Jay if you want that to happen.
Well, fortunately, you can also recruit 2 other operators in your initial squad, or, you know what, you could just go the Bird Knights route, Totter Mr. Nothing, eyebrow waggle, wink wink, nudge nudge. That is a valid start, I'm just saying.
I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it even though I haven't seen it myself. But it does look like that clear an emergency with offensive recovery skills only has returned. So I'm wondering if that can be picked up really early. There are some offensive recovery operators that are pretty good on floor 1. Of course, Executor Alter is really good. Irene is also not terrible. I've also seen Chen be okay. It's a little dodgy sometimes, especially in emergency, but it is okay.
Oh,
So-
hold up a second. We've got movement.
We've got movement.
Oh, yeah, we've got movement. They're alive.
They're alive? Are we alive, though? That's the question.
No, I'm a
Do you
bird.
feel alive?
Bird.
Yep.
Okay, well,
All right, then.
philosophical questions about the nature of our existence aside, let's see. Okay, hold on a second. So, okay, I can't read these avatars. I'm getting skill issued. Who's who again? Oh, we've got names on the screen now. Okay, excellent. So it looks like the blue team is PlusMinus and Renbit, and the red team is Noelucc and RKNP, literally overpowered lineup. All right. How are they start?
Yes, and it looks like literally overpowered is losing all their lives.
We're leaking. Well,
I'm leaking.
It said leak. Well, there is leak 3 different enemies in a single stage. I'm not sure if those were different, though. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, and that was also 4 lives. So I don't know about that one. But
well, they didn't. Oh, so now you're saying that they're going to be a stickler about it and ask for exactly 3, not 4, not 2?
I mean, I've never doubted that they can be very specific about some of these things, and sometimes it is important to be specific. But it does look like they pick up the leaked 3 different enemies in a single stage for the red team, which is literally overpowered. And it looks like the blue team. The blue team gets clear a stage without getting hit.
Okay.
Which I can actually see, unfortunately.
Well, so it looks like we've got 1 point on the board apiece for each team. We're off to a rousing start here.
So defeating the last enemy of a stage with a 2-star operator could be kind of strange. 2-star operators, I would assume that you're probably using Yato for this. She's just very redeployable. She does a decent amount of damage for a 2-star, obviously, but she's okay, and you have many chances because of that redeploy. Maybe you could see a Duran just because of Zard's damage. Maybe. But we'll have to see if they have the presence of mind to even pick up a 2-star operator. And of course, if the 2-star operator is even leveled up, because there are some people that just don't do that. I'm definitely not one of them. But
okay, you just introduced the funniest possible thing that we could see in this match, which is someone leaving the IS menu to go and level an operator, and I think that would be hilarious.
Especially because if it was a Duran, that would be incredible.
Apparently,
yeah, I mean...
in an earlier match, someone did level a Gavial altar, but in one of the first matches, someone was using a Gavial altar and actually did level her, but we obviously didn't see that today. But hey, it does happen.
Yes, and I will quickly mention that we did have the tiles the wrong color. Sorry, everyone at LD is colorblind. Again. Yeah, I mean, it just happens. You can hardly blame them. But it was reversed. It's fixed now, so we will. They do match on the screen now, so you can see.
All right, there we go.
But yeah, I'm looking at these. Yeah, just make it even worse. Just make it even. Yeah, that's a great idea. Just make it even worse. Maybe when it's worse, you'll actually remember it, right? Because it's so out there.
They're so garish. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like the one that I'm looking at here, the tile I'm looking at, is recruiting 6 operators of different races. Now, that's not actually very difficult. Yeah, that's not actually very difficult. But I'm wondering if the navigator will actually have the presence of mind to call that tile when they have it. Because it's definitely something that you can accidentally do just by picking operators, right?
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. You just recruit the operators whose races are unknown, and then you declare it because you don't know who any of their races are, but they can't be the same. Okay, I'm kidding. That's a little too copium.
Yeah, I am wondering if the reserve operators will count for that recruit operators of different races. They do have different races, so I don't think it's mentioned anywhere, though. So because there's no confirmation on that, I think that the players will have to ask about whether or not that counts. We'll be interested to know if that's the case, if those count. So
I'll have you know that conviction's race is conviction, so...
Yeah.
And I think it looks like our colors are now in the right spots where they're supposed to be, so hopefully we do not have any more confusion about that. It looks like Boiling Sanity is blue and literally overpowered lineup is red, so we are now all good.
Yeah, and it looks like Boiling Sanity did get the 4 items from the shop. And it also looks like the other team got the Recruit 6 operators of different races, which is exactly what I was talking about. Looks like they are very aware of what is going on there. I believe that is the Reed Alter, Orchid, Spot, Paprika, Ines. And there's probably someone else that they can't fit in the squad right now that I'm not paying attention, that I didn't see. But I think that is different because you have... I don't even... What even is Reed Alter? She like
she is a Draco.
Draco, yeah. Like
yeah.
Chen?
What?
No, maybe I don't know.
What?
She's a dragon, basically. I will refrain from making dragon jokes, but there's operators at Libery. There is a Spot who is...
I think he's
I don't even know what
hyena, but I don't...
Reba,
Arknights
I believe it's
classifies
called.
their hyena as weird, okay?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. You have Ines, who is a Caprine, I think.
Actually, Ines is undeclared, I think.
Technically.
Technically.
Then
Well,
you have the
hey, we
Paprika,
go
who is
based on
a
what's on
boss.
the operator info, not what can be inferred.
Yeah, and... Well...
Oh, hold on a
doesn't
second.
look like
Are we going to see have an operator die in 1 hit for max HP call?
Oh, I mean, maybe the Paprika can die from 1 hit. I'm actually not so sure about that. Paprika does have quite a bit of HP. Ines lives,
Ooh.
so I don't know about this.
Yeah.
She is a Centurion god.
This... Wait, is that a... That's not a mimic chest, right?
No, it is a spiky chest.
Okay. Because I was wondering if maybe the mimic chest could have killed someone, but I don't think so. Even on D15, the mimic chest doesn't really 1-hit KO, it just attacks you really quickly, huh?
Yeah, that thing is very noticed. It looks like they can't even deploy the Paprika because they didn't reveal any
no.
of the civilians, I don't think.
Oh no!
Which is kind of crazy.
Alas!
But,
I'm actually more impressed that they got through without revealing the civilians. Like, that is impressive.
Yeah, I think I don't think I've ever done that stage without revealing them, but that was a free Lumen. They just take the Reed Alter upgrade instead. Sad.
I don't think there was, and I don't think there was any pleasing everyone there. Like, the Lumen and the Reed Alter fans, they do go
Yeah.
hard.
Unfortunate, but it looks like the... What
Hold
team
on a
is
second.
this? What team is on? on the
21
top?
plus 15 is 36. All right, I feel like we're starting to get into that area where we could start trying to add and get up to 45. But again, doing math.
Yeah, obviously this will be pot gated a little bit, right? Which is unfortunate. Also with E2 as well. E2 does give upgraders plus 2 cost generally. So this will be a quick maths moment for our navigators, because obviously our expeditioners don't know that.
Well, hold on a
But-
second. There's no rule against having a calculator, right?
I mean, there isn't. But I feel like the simple addition could be something that you can do in your head. No shade if you can't, obviously, but if
I
it
mean,
is...
you say this, but during CC7, I spent like 6 actual pages of printer paper trying to calculate all my DP costs. So, like, you never know.
Yeah, I guess
The
so.
horror. This is why you
I
get
guess the-
P6 everything.
Yeah, you just don't have to do any math anymore. Just pot 6 all of your operators. Just get them all pot 6. It's fine.
Yeah, and then if you don't have enough P, then you know that you're gone. You're smoked. That's it.
Yeah, I love playing niches with no vanguards that generate DP. So, we're currently having a bit of an issue. Sorry, we're both having a little bit of an issue. So we're gonna quickly move over to a brief intermission while we fix this out, and hopefully we'll be
Yeah,
back.
it looks like we're getting some collapsal interference on our radio, so we're gonna have to go to an error screen really quickly while we get visual back on these expedition teams. Hopefully the collapsals won't have eaten them in the brief time that we're away, but just in case, get into your bunkers.
Yeah. The players will be continuing to play as we're on this error screen because we don't want to just stop them. We will update you on everything, but we will be right back with our little fixes.
Wait, you mean we're the last line of defense against the collapsals?
Oh, right.
No one told me I was signing up for this. Hey, since horses have larger mass, why don't you go in front?
I am a more massive person.
Yes, I am complimenting your bulk. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to read the Collapsal lore to see if they go for larger targets first. All right, it looks like we did get a bit of a tile update though. Red and blue are now tied at 3 tiles apiece, and they are still going. I wonder what they're doing over in the ice fields.
It's just... They're probably just freezing, honestly. It's just cold.
I'm actually curious, what's the coldest temperature you've ever been in?
The coldest temperature I've ever been... I mean, it would have been at least... Sorry, it would have been at minimum 0. I don't think I've been in sub-zero climate before. Yeah, I don't think I've been lower than 0, so that's kind of hard, but...
Celsius?
Yeah, Celsius. I don't use Fahrenheit around here. I have no idea how to use Fahrenheit. I know it's just like 30 something is 0, right? You're asking me to do
32
more math.
is 0.
I mean, both of these players, I don't know if you guys still can't see this, but they're both on the same stage. It is Altar of Craving, which has altars, except I believe it is the one of the teams, I don't know what the problem is, but one of the teams is on the emergency version of the stage, which has that altar all the way on the right, which is kind of annoying. We will see if we have all of our feeds updated. We apologize for all of the technical difficulties to do with colors.
Well, this is what happens when you set up an expedition base in the middle of nowhere with collapsals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these tiles right now, and it's currently 4-3, where the red team is in the lead with 4. They just picked up the defeat a distorted caster without triggering its movement boost, and I guess the simplest way to do that is to just always have an operator in its range, because it will only get the speed boost when there is nothing to hit, and it will just zoom really quickly until it has something in range. So that one's not terribly difficult.
Just spawn camp the heck out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do find it very annoying that those casters have like 2 and a little bit of range. It's like 2 point something, I think, or maybe it's like 1.
2.2 is my guess.
Yeah.
Well, what are they called again?
Distorted casters.
Distorted.
They have a tiny amount extra range, so if your operator has 2 tiles of range, they just can't hit them, which I guess is fine, you know.
Wait, it's 1.8.
It's 1.8, yeah. It's not a whole number, and that's why it's annoying. It's not a whole number, but it looks like we're back. We have all of our feeds back.
All right, yeah, it looks like we're pretty clear, and holy crap, that is a lot of Dominion on one stage. It looks like the Collapsals have been busy while we lost contact with our teams, but hey, it looks like we're seeing the first alt boss that we've seen all tournament, if I'm correct.
Yes, so I actually have no idea what determines whether or not you get one of these alt bosses. I think it's just random, honestly.
I think too, but I'm going to have to interrupt you for a moment because we might run into an interesting technicality on whether it's defeat floor boss or beat the stage. And I think that... Are both of the bosses down? So it looks like Boiling Sanity got their boss down first, but I don't know how the ruling is going to be on the declaration.
Yeah. It will come down to whoever calls it first, I believe, because it is the floor 3 boss itself that needs to die, not the entire stage. So whoever calls it is going to get it, basically.
Looks like literally overpowered got the tile declaration.
What? They killed the boss later, but they actually got the tile instead.
They filed their paperwork faster.
Wow. Ooh, that's a rough one. That is rough.
Let this be a lesson to all the teams who are tuning in but have yet to play. Declare your paperwork immediately.
Please declare your paperwork immediately, even if you don't think that it's right. don't do that. That's fraud. But you should be a bit more cognizant about that kind of stuff. Okay. It does look like both of the teams have just reset. They're like, nah, we don't want to do this anymore. Let's just go on, go all the way back to the beginning. And I wonder what the plan is now.
I'm wondering if you could make a starting squad whose DP costs up to 45. Which I think you could. You just have to be like really, really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon you could use just a very expensive operator in one of the slots. So, like your Mudrock, like Penance, or your Shelter, Chen Holiday. Those operators cost like 30 something. You only need maybe 1 to 2 more operators, especially if you have very cheap ones like your robots, for example, like 3 and below. So it is.
And we're getting some word in. It looks like, unfortunately, Team Boiling Sanity thought that they had to clear the stage to be eligible to declare.
Yes, I think it was just a... not necessarily miscommunication. There's another word for it. There is a misunderstanding, shall we say, of what exactly that tile meant. Of course, that is what the time at the beginning of the match is for. It is to clarify all of these things. So it is fair game if they don't claim it and the other team claims it a few seconds earlier, if it is on a technicality like that. So
tragic, but very, very legal.
Are you trying to say that filing your paperwork late is legal?
No, I'm saying that filing your paperwork early is late. You should just file your paperwork. Anyways, hold on a second. What's going on with W, Fang, and J? Are we seeing the add to 45 right there?
That might be. I think J costs 7. Fang is like 8. Actually, I'm actually kind of curious because while this might be a stun 3 enemies at the same time kind of deal, Fang actually has a very strange talent that reduces her cost by 1. Now, I'm not sure if this ruling will be the DP cost outside of the stage has to be, and then inside the stage it has to be the same, because the talent only takes effect when you actually go into the stage, obviously. So Fang usually costs 9, which costs 8 because of the talent. So I'm wondering if this will still count. It does look like they are trying to go for the W, stunning 3 or more enemies at the same time, though, because W, she loves stunning enemies. All of her skills stun, I think.
I love W.
Yes.
Anyways, it does look like the ruling for Fang is that because the DP talent takes effect in the stage and you must clear the stage, that it is valid and that you will be counting her as 8.
Mm-hmm. And I actually also just realized, have a merchant get retreated to Dyke of DP. And I am seeing a J. This could happen,
But
although I'm not sure how much you're going to do that when you have 99 DP.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough not DP to not have.
Yeah, especially when you have Fang as well. I don't think that's really helping that one too much.
Well, hey, listen, oh, interesting. It looks like the blue team claimed have an operator die in 1 hit for max HP.
Yeah, I think they sacrificed an operator to Gopnik. Gopnik is like the god that you must sacrifice things to. It's like a blood sacrifice. But +1 is +1. So good on them. Does look like... It does kind of look like to me that the blue team does have a little bit more going for them when it comes to the tiles that are left, you know. They do have the stun available to them. It's just about the opportunity. They do have a merchant. And their operator costs are going up. You have the W already, I don't even know how much W costs, like 27, I think, at E1 with no potential. So that's already quite a lot. And they did pick up the Gavial the Invincible, which I'm not quite sure how much. I think it's 23, sorry, for Gavial the Invincible at E1. So it could be, if you can do some quick maths. I guess we're going to see like how well our navigators can do maths, you know. I would be surprised if some of these guys couldn't, given the kind of content that they do.
Let's see, 22 plus 26 is 48. No, they're already over. So I think they're probably going to wait for like one more operator and then make the move there. But I don't know. I think at a certain point, adding up DP starts to become the least of your worries.
Yeah, I am a bit concerned about what's happening with the blue team right now. There is a J on the field, there is a Fang on the field, but you are never getting enough cost for that Gavio or that W. I'm kind of wondering what the problem is here, because it looks like they're just leaking everything at the moment.
And there's none of the DP eating like guys there either, huh? So,
yeah, I
yeah.
don't know where this is going.
Okay, well, no, actually, I think I might understand on a very basic level. What they might be trying to do is get enough DP from having Fang out to go around the horn and deploy Gavial, and in doing so, lose the DP and retreat J. So basically, like, get 27 or like 23 and then deploy J. But, oh man, that is so risky.
Yeah, it is Fang, and Fang's DP generation is awful. It is completely awful. It looks like the enemy is going to be
it
leaked.
looks like, oh, and they're resetting. Yeah, how would you even go about communicating? Have a merchant eat all your DP and then like get retreated by DP loss, like, because you can't say that outright. So how would you even begin to communicate that, I wonder?
Yeah, it's kind of rough. I guess it also plays into the fact that you have an operator actually generating you DP at the same time. It's just complicating matters, and if you have any DP down on a stage like that one that we just saw, it's like there's so many things that you have to juggle all at once as a navigator, and as the expeditioner, you're like, why did you just tell me to why did you just tell me to place J here forever when I can't deploy anything else, right? So maybe this tile is not necessarily difficult if you're playing for yourself, but this is why this tournament is being run this way, because these tiles are so much more difficult because there are two people playing, and the information cannot be very clearly, I guess, conveyed.
Yes,
but
I agree. Having that 1 degree of abstraction does add another layer of difficulty, but it does mean that when things do come together, they do so very beautifully. All right, what are we looking at here?
It looks like the Team Boiling Sanity is just kind of going back. They just pick up the W once again, looking for that stun tile, I guess. And there it is. Stun 3 more enemies at the same time. Prisoner's Night, very easy. There's so many enemies on this stage. And W loves it when there's tons of enemies in front of her, and she just blasts them all into oblivion. So it's a perfect time for her. But yeah, I mean, I still can't really see what literally overpowered is like attempting. They have two merchants, which, I mean, that is one way to do it, is just drain your DP so quickly that one of them has to inevitably get retreated, I guess. But you know, is that going to hurt them in the long run? Because merchants are kind of situational operators. They don't work all the time, and especially when you have Swire, who is at E1 if I'm not mistaken,
and who is a notorious DP guzzler.
Yeah, she's an expensive girlfriend.
Oh, would you know it, Aha?
No, I wouldn't actually.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Sounded like you might have had some personal experience there. I'm not judging.
I will refrain. I will refrain. Okay. But there is also the Yato on the side of literally overpowered, and I don't really know if that Yato is useful anymore, because they've already picked up that tile, which is defeating last enemy stage with a 2-star operator. I guess they're just kind of going. I don't really know where they're going. Do you see anything that they're trying to go for here other than like the merchant tile?
I'm trying to make sense of it, but at this point, like, I don't really I don't really see anything.
So clearing a stage with all DP adding to 45, the longer you go on, the more this tile starts to come into your mind, right? Because
I think we've got time.
You could. Oh, it's already time?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. See, look, they're pausing.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
It's currently 6. Quick maths? Maybe I'm the one that has to do quick
Wait,
maths
hold on.
now.
Okay, 1, 2,
This is
3, 4,
5,
5,
6.
6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it looks like it is 7-6 in favor of the. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to do I'm trying to math. Yeah, it is 7-6 in favor of literally overpowered lineup, RKND and Noelucc.
Yeah, I think they kind of just missed out on that last tile of the merchant, but I guess it doesn't matter when you've completed the floor 3 bus and you've gotten those 2 points. Once again, we're seeing that this 2-point tile is really just deciding like every game. Like this is such an important tile for everyone to go for, especially to call it, right? And especially knowing when you can call it. We're just kind of adding more things to this list of what this tile is, right? It costs 2 points. You have to actually be able to beat the boss very comfortably. You have to call it, and you have to call it at the right time as well. So it's just proving itself over and over and over. But hopefully we won't see many more of these. I'm pretty sure the contestants are allowed to watch the stream in advance. So
I think they are, as long as they're not in the match, right?
yes, as long as they're not in the match. But there shouldn't be any excuse for this anymore, right? It's happened like 3 times.
Clueless.
Right?
I mean, you know what they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, except in this case it would be no plan survives first contact with your panicking expeditioner.
Yeah, kind of weird because the expeditioner is fully aware of the panic sometimes. You can hear it in the voice. But congratulations to Noelucc and Arkan P. We will be getting them in for the we'll be getting the other guys in. We'll be getting I believe it was, help me out here. It was I know their icon,
Renbit
but I
and
forgot
PlusMinus?
their name. Yes, Renbit and PlusMinus. We'll be getting Renbit and PlusMinus in here for the interview very shortly. But did you see any tile on this board that was awful? Because really, I couldn't see that.
Let me go over the board again. I don't know. I mean, aside from enter 2 of the same node consecutively, which like just because of the wording of that, my brain would like immediately just zone it out and be like, "Nah, someone else can deal with that. That's not my problem." Like aside from that, I'd say that this was relatively straightforward. It's just that some of these are very, very hard to get in position to take, I think.
Yeah, that enter 2 of the same node consecutively. I don't think if you are excluding combats and encounters, I think that is forcing you to use a full dartle, isn't it? To convert something, because I don't think 2 nodes of the same type can just spawn right after another, like 2 lost and founds, or actually no, 2 rogue traders can actually appear.
Yeah,
Now
if
that I
you
think about
got
it,
to
if
the
you
rogue
go-
trader boss key.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough. So there is a chance there that you could do that without a full dartle, but I think both of them are just luck at that point. So
Yeah. We haven't really seen a lot of full dartle played today, but that's, I think, just because we're having 25-minute short matches. And I think as we move on deeper in the tournament and start getting to floor 4 and 5, we're going to start seeing more of that interplay with full dartles and needing to cast them.
yeah, I would assume that full dartles are probably going to become useful later on. But we do have PlusMinus and Renbit here. How are you guys feeling after your very close loss?
Well, it was certainly an experience.
An experience. Would you care to elaborate on that?
So basically, I thought we had kind of an advantage because we were close on the boss, but yeah,
Oh, the confusion.
yeah.
Yeah, what happened there?
I thought it was about clearing the whole stage instead of killing the boss. So yeah, I misunderstood the tile at the end, and that kind of cost our victory because that was like the 2 points that cost our game.
So because you thought you had to declare only at the end of the stage, that's what
Yeah,
tripped you up.
exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And we killed
That's
the boss
really
like very
unfortunate.
early on. Yeah.
That was a tough one. I managed to kill it really quickly, but
Yeah.
I was so focused on clearing the rest of the stage. Maybe I could have.
You know what? Maybe
Yes,
the
yes.
next time I'm just gonna keep spamming the word row 2 column 3. We did it until we actually did it. So they have to add it into the tile. That's gonna be
we
the
have been
next
talking
strategy.
about that. We have been talking about filing your paperwork early, which is
Yes.
We have to
absolutely
keep filing the
legal.
paperwork. So because every fucking
Yes,
second
exactly.
count, right? And there's no
Yes.
rule against that.
Yeah, so Renbit, I have noticed that you are actually back in IS Bingo. You were here last, I believe it was 2 Bingo lockouts ago. You were playing, and I think you managed to get to the first round. I think you were playing in the first round against Tobo, and I'm sure that the experience is different now at times because you have someone behind you the entire time talking and telling you what to do. How does that feel different to just playing by yourself?
So the first time it was my first experience with Bingo Lockout, and I really had no strategy going in. I was kind of just doing a regular IS run, and I was missing a lot of calls too, which I think I've noticed some of the navigators do as well. So this time, while I had calmed my nerves and I knew what to do, it was very interesting trying to decipher what my navigator Plus was trying to tell me. Like with the merchant one, for example, I had absolutely no idea what that tile was.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to put it.
Oh no.
It was that was like the other failure. I tried to like complete 2 different tiles in a go with like W trying to stun 3 enemies at the same time. And it just so happens that you can also recruit a specialist, so I thought, yeah, we can also take a merchant and maybe try to get like 2 tiles in the single combat. Yeah, which didn't work out as well as I wanted.
Yeah, I think it was a great strategy, but you can really feel the sort of broken telephone.
Yeah,
I can't
the
communicate.
communication just breaks the strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that in our commentary too. Like, how do you convey to the player to get a merchant retreated by like DP run out, aside from just telling you that, which is not legal?
I was like, okay, deploy this and that operator. Obviously, the merchant first. And once you get enough enough DP to deploy W or whoever you the lowest DP cost is, immediately just deploy them. It's kind of how I try to put it.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, just kind of the way of like step by step babysitting the player how to do it.
So backseat harder, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This plus some like random game rules that just changes everything pretty much.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I think playing Arknights while communicating is hard enough, but once you have to like start hitting specific benchmark destinations, that's when it gets really rough.
Yeah, and like this is like one of the things I think is like pretty unique in comparison to the other gacha games. Like Arknights is one of the only game where there's actually a pretty hardcore community of people who set like torturing rules that makes the game like 100 times harder. But on the other side, if you like watch those videos, you think like, holy shit, those people are fucking insane. This game can be like so complex, and I think it's just so fascinating.
All right. Well, I think we do have to start moving on to prep for our next match. But thank you so much, Renbit and PlusMinus, for coming by. I hope you enjoyed your time, and thank you again for your participation. All right. Okay. Interesting. Do we have any returners here? Well, let's see. Yeah. Oh. I'm looking at. Indeed, and I think here might be a really good place to add that Flamez is actually, I think, the only player in this. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay, here's a really interesting thing. I think Flamez is the only competitor, as in like expeditioner, who's been playing in both Bingo Lockout 1 and 2. I'm not 100% sure if Toboruo, who is a guide this time around, was participated in 1 and 2. I believe he did, but I think I need a refresher on that. Okay. Oh, right. Because I do remember he was in 1. Okay. Speaking of lore accurate, hey, I think we've got some more collapsal interference on the line. Uh-oh. Wait! What's going on? I'm alone? Eha's gone! The collapsals took him! I can still hear his voice! They're taunting me! I'm next! Oh. It's over. Wait, can they hear me or can they not hear Wait. One of us is gone and the other of us is a collapsal. Oh no. Oh no. You were a collapsal all along. Eha was sus all along. I can't believe it. This is how I go out. It's been nice, chat. Wait a second. If you can't hear Eha, then I can say things, and then I'll sound insane. Wait, I'm trying to make Eha sound insane, but you can't hear Eha, so... No, I think there's no way I come out ahead of this, like, with the W. I think Eha just wins this. This is how it ends. Well... Alright, well, I'm just gonna take off now, because there's a collapsal-shaped horse, or a horse-shaped collapsal that's chasing me, so, I gotta get going. Oh dear. Alright, well, chat, it looks like you're just stuck here with me, the bird. Do I have any interesting bird facts to tell you? Let's see. Well, my favorite bird is the pearl kite, which is actually the smallest raptor, and it lives primarily in South America. Also, did you know that puffins live on giant cliffs, and there are actually species of bird whose babies are designed to fall down cliffs and splat on the bottom so they can get to the water, and they are perfectly fine. Man, I feel like Eha would have been
my life.
I feel like Eha would have been better to, like, be stuck with you guys, because I think he would have more interesting horse facts, such as the fact that horses can't see shades of red, and that something velocity of a kick can cave in the human chest. Like, isn't that more interesting than birds? Wait, Eha, are you back?
I don't even know if I had many horse facts other than, like, horse.
Are you back?
Am I back?
Are you back?
I have no idea.
Stay back. I've got a bird knife, I'm warning you. If you're a collapsal, I'll skewer you.
It's okay. You can put me out of my misery. I'm already, like, being put out of my misery just by being here.
Thank God he's alive. No collapsal would ask me to stick a knife in them. Oh, hi. Man, the craziest thing just happened. Like a giant space horse just walked through here, and it had your face.
Hey, you weren't like saying anything like weird when I was, out or anything, right?
No, I totally didn't tell the chat about your Grani stash.
How do you even know about that? So the upcoming competitors that we have are Flamez and Kevin Godi and Noah and Tsunul. Those will be our matches. The first and last match for this half of the stream. We will have a brief intermission after this one, and then there'll be another 4 matches. But do we have team names? I'm not sure.
Do we have team names? Okay, it looks like. Hold up. All right, so for Flamez and Kevin Godi, they have made their name Team Hawky. Huh. I don't think you want to be edible on the ice fields, but on the other team we have Noah and Tsunul as in all caps, so you gotta like shout it.
I think if I shout that name every single time, you're actually just going to be here by yourself for the rest of the stream, I think.
Yeah, maybe I should shout.
It's not going to be any collapsal interference.
No, if I shout, it'll give our position away to the collapsals, so maybe that's a bad idea. Anyway, so now that we're saying the name at a reasonable volume, all right, let's see. Are we about to get started? Oh, did we get our board yet? We did get our... Ooh. Hey. I don't
think we have the board yet. We're setting things up still.
Alright. In that case, I shall go back to reconsidering your Grani collection.
Can we get the board quickly? They said it was like 3 minutes away. I can't sit here for like 3 minutes in like an interrogation. I'm like Mark Zuckerberg, just like everyone is just looking at me.
Okay, so about Grani. Why Grani in particular? Oh hey, would you look at that? There's a board.
We actually have a board this time, and oh no, I am seeing.
What do you mean? Oh no.
A particular tile that gave some people a lot of grief in the last bingo lockout, which is clear cannot stage.
Oh boy. Hey, I can see a tile that you would like, though. Actually, I think you might find the tile to be mid.
Oh no, I'm afraid.
What?
Oh yeah, I mean you can just use Sora, right?
Oh my god.
She's cheaper. You can use FABKnight. She's cheaper. You can use No, Iris can't do it. She only does 2. You can use like Who else can you use? You can use I'm just gonna put to sleep like. I'm afraid.
When did we get a Cyclops Sarkaz in our casting team?
Like 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I think they're on break now. All right. Okay, so apparently we jumped the board a little too early, but that's fine. We were just speculating on the nature of Aha's favorite horse and why that horse is named Grani and why Grani and horse both have 5 letters.
Yeah, did you guys know I only have 1 eye?
What? What's the other eye? Is that a collapsal?
I have 1.
Oh my god. Okay, well, you know what? Okay, there we go. And now the chat can see what I was talking about. Sleep 3 or more enemies at the same time. Hey, don't you think that sounds like a job for Blemishine?
No. Please no.
Say the funny.
Don't do it.
Anyway,
do it, okay?
I can't believe you forgot that Kafka exists.
Don't do it.
Kafka!
Yes, I hope that they bring Kafka. Okay? I hope that they do, because then they could also get this last tile at the bottom there, defeat an elite enemy with a Liberi operator, and it has to be the last hit. I'm sure that Kafka is strong enough to do that. Surely.
Yes,
Just
actually.
Clear 2 tiles at the same time. Okay, don't take
Exactly.
You can't. Okay?
He said it. He said it.
Don't take it.
What? How did Blemishine hurt you? Did she break your heart?
Implying that I have a heart in the first place. How uninclusive. Having at least 5 Vedatals of the same color at once is going to be a challenge, I think.
Well, they don't have to be of the same kind. They just have to be of the same color. So technically, you could have like 4 tops and 1 bottom. That there's no good way of saying that. Anyways, you only need 5 of the same color.
You only need 5 of the same color. You can buy them from shops, though. There is 1 Vedatal every time you go to the shop. You can, of course, refresh for another one. So maybe they do cost quite a lot sometimes. They can cost like 12 to 16, which is not really what you want most of the time when you're just getting through the stages. But it will mean that you cannot use them because you need them all at the same time. You need to have them in your hands.
And
you need to have like a sticker book full of them.
Speaking of cannot,
you know what? Yeah, okay, fine. It's fine. Just rub the man. You know, he's just out here trying to, selling his wares for reasonable prices. And you're like, no, I'm just gonna rob him immediately. Don't even give him a chance. You even refresh the shop. It's like, I don't like these. He gives you some extra options, and you're like, no, I'm just gonna. You're dead.
No,
Like,
you
what
see,
is
the Giga Brain move is you buy out the first shop and then you rob him, so you get 2 shops.
I mean, just let the man go. Just let him go, man. It's what did he do to deserve this, right?
Capitalism.
Yeah, capitalism. Although I will mention that the cannot stages in IS4 are quite a lot harder than in IS3. And there are 2 of them as well. So if you get it before floor 2, floor 3, if you get it on floor 1 and 2, you get a specific stage. I don't remember what it's called. I'll quickly look at that for you. But if you go onto floor 3 or beyond and you fight cannot, you actually get a different stage that's much harder. So
that was the case in IS3.
It is going to be
in IS3 too.
Yeah, so it hasn't changed, but they are much harder. Just generally speaking, the enemies are much more difficult. It's
I don't know.
People were already struggling before. I don't know if they're gonna be doing.
I don't know. I actually think that the floor 1 and 2 cannot stage in IS4 is easier, but I'm also crazy and a bird. I will agree that the floor 4 and 5 cannot stage though is, woo! I'm not taking that. You can't pay me enough to.
Yeah, I once tried to pick like every broken operator ever, and just to attempt trying to clear that stage. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That stage has so much stuff in it that's very difficult. So if they do want the clear cannot stage, they're probably going to have to do it in maybe floor 2, I guess. But floor 2 is not guaranteed to have a shop as well. So, it kind of depends. Are you taking the risk? Yeah, it does guarantee the shop on floor 1, but you are also weaker because you're on floor 1. So, bit of a trade-off there.
All right, I think we're about ready to begin.
Yes, it kind of looks like they are just getting ready. I'm actually very interested with this clearer stage with only supporters, by the way. Oh, never mind. It just is Ling.
Oh, wait.
So, yeah, I mean, leaking enemy which drains more than 1 HP, that might be a little bit difficult. It does depend on your game logs for that one. That's actually quite strange. I don't believe you can do that on floor 1 or floor 2.
I'm trying to think what even. Oh wait, no, I know one. The Mimic Chest. You can get that on floor 1, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You can. That does leak too. I'm also wondering if there is a particular boss key passage as well
Oh,
that
that is
makes
also
you lose
true.
more lives when you leave. You lose 2 instead of 1. So kind of wondering if that would count, because it's not technically the enemy that drains the HP. It's like the boss key passage, but that's what they have to ask the
Leaks
moderators.
an enemy
so-
which drains more. Yeah, I don't think the wording of that is precise enough to preclude the boss key possibility. But then again, that's like, how many possible boss keys are there? Like 6 to 8? So it'd
Yeah,
be a
there's a lot of them.
pretty dicey roll anyway.
Yeah, but it looks like we're in the game. We're going, and they both have Prisoner's Night again.
Again.
And yeah, again, it seems like this stage just keeps coming up over and over again. It is not that hard, to
Well, I
be fair,
mean,
and maybe
let's
that's
be
why
real.
they're picking it. So.
Reasonably, who takes Beast to the Slaughter as their first combat? You'd have to be a
Yeah.
special type of masochist to do that.
Yeah, or you have like Gabriel the Invincible. That works, I guess.
Oh, okay, okay. For the people who don't believe in non-fluffy tails, non-feathery tails, feathery tails, best tails.
Are you more of a thick tail person or a thin tail person? Zai?
I am neither. I am a delicate tail person. What about you, Eha?
Should I say it with the fear that I would incriminate myself?
You already raised the question. You've incriminated yourself already, sir.
Yeah, well, it looks like Brawlhalla has cleared the first tile, which is clearing a stage with all units facing the same direction. I think that was Reed, Orchid, and Cutter, I believe, all facing left on Prisoner's Night? Prisoner's Night?
Prisoner's Night? Yeah.
Prisoner's Night.
Already off to
Yes.
a very strong
Prisoner's
start, chat. Don't let Eha forget this. We're going to get the answer out of him someday. Anyways, so it'll be really interesting to see how these opening stages shake up. If anyone's going to try and go for that clear cannot stage right off the gate, or if perhaps they're going to try and save it for if they have to do a reset after floor 3. So who knows how that's going to go.
Yes, it does look like defeating an elite enemy with the Liberty Operator might be pretty easy for the red team here. When you have an Orchid and a Fire Whistle. Fire Whistle is actually pretty okay.
Yeah,
in
does
IS4.
that rock
I found
count
this
as an
one to be
elite?
pretty
I don't
fast.
know.
Yeah, so there is a very sharp definition of elite enemies. You can see them in the enemy info before the stage. That enemy, I actually have no idea either. Does
Well,
that count as an elite enemy? And
Either
did a Liberty
way,
Operator kill
Reed
them?
either way, I think Reed killed it, so it doesn't count.
But yeah, what's
Here's
going on?
another
Looks like
interesting
that.
thing. Clear a floor 2 stage with all operators in the squad sharing the same race. So I wonder if... Wait, who's on the right? Is that Brawlhalla?
On the right there, yes, that is.
Okay, I
Yes.
think it is Brawlhalla, right? Okay, so I wonder if Brawlhalla is going for a Liberty clear on the floor 2, anticipating that. And more importantly, what is going on with that volume? Are we seeing some higher form of communication that is yet unknown to us mortal minds?
Communicating using the volume on your phone. That
You know-
is-
On a scale of 1 through 10 on the copium chart, I give that a 69.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess it's fair game, I guess, if you don't mind like occasionally blowing out your ears. Especially because you're probably listening to the person at the same time as your navigator. But it could be, if it's legal, I guess. It's legal. I wonder if it's actually helping though.
Well, I mean, the man doesn't have a mouse, so like this is the closest he can get to like frantic swirly communicating. So you know what? Fair's fair.
Yeah, this is I mean, you gotta make do with what you have, I guess. And props to being resourceful. Props to being resourceful for I believe that is Noah. So we are going in, I don't believe either of the no, Brawlhalla has just reached the second floor. So they do have the, like you were talking about earlier, the clear floor 2 stage with all operators in the squad sharing the same race. It doesn't really look like they're going for that right now because I believe they picked the Ansel, which, I mean, Ansel is not a bird, right?
Yeah. Really?
Right? Come on. I think when it comes to
uh-huh.
the mistaken identity, a lot of people have no idea what Ansel is. So, at least for a little while. we'll
That's a
start playing the game.
countess! Oh my god.
Uh,
At any rate, yeah, honestly, if we were going for a Liberi only clear, I would not do it on Don't Turn Around Sluggies. Like, that's not a great map for us on even the best of days, so honestly, no complaints here with going full roster for that.
yeah, I am wondering if the deploy the same 1-star operator twice in single stage is for the Terror Research Commission that I think the Team Pocky picked up pretty early on. I wonder if that's going to be the attempts at deploying them twice in a single stage. 1-star operators have a very, very long cooldown. I believe it's 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's maybe a little bit less. No, it is 5 minutes with no modifiers. So you're going to have a long stage, or you're going to have to stall an enemy for a really, really long time. And when you have TakDes Alter in your squad, you kind of don't want to be doing that. Or, you know, how much time is it going to take, and how much time are you going to be wasting just kind of sitting around waiting for the Terror Research Commission to come back online?
Wait a second.
So-
No, you fool! You fool! Kiabe!
If they have Kiabe leveled up, then I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And also, that means Kiabe is a male operator, and they can take that tile with the Enter 4-3 with at least 4 male operators, although it doesn't look like either of them is doing that right now. I just saw a steward, I believe, on Brawlhalla. So it should be okay, maybe, but I would accept that they're probably not either not going for that, or they're going to do it later. They're just going to reset and pick all of your male operators. But this might be one of those account diffs. They just don't have them.
The match did just relatively start. Like, we've got plenty of time for fumbling around and reconsidering our life choices, don't we?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll find time in the day to reconsider their life choice. It's one of my favorite pastimes, just figuring out where it all went wrong. And I haven't succeeded yet, but you know.
You
that's
know
how it
what?
is.
Personally, I like a good afternoon laying in bed seized by the paroxysms.
Yes, it's kind of looking like Brawlhalla is eyeing that male operator's tile, because they do have the answer and they do have the steward. And I'm not really sure why you would take those operators, other than just like you just like them. I guess that's okay. No harm, no foul.
Hear me out.
But it could be.
Then they get Kiave and Castle, or Friston, or Thermex, and then they win.
That is true, because Brawlhalla is in the lead with 2-0 right now. So, I mean, Team Pocky, I'm sure that there's some kind of master plan that I'm not currently looking at right now. They don't have like a sleep, they don't have a 1-star operator, they don't have any supporters, they don't even have a Liberi operator, actually. There's a lot of things that they're missing, but I'm sure that there's some kind of master plan. Maybe they're just going for the floor 3 boss.
Was that a Kafka? That's a Kafka.
That is a
It
Kafka.
has begun.
Kafka is not male, though. So maybe they are giving up that tile.
I feel like they kind of have to, though, because as we've mentioned, going for too many tiles at once means, like, you have to choose at some point between whether you want to focus down one tile and get it for sure, or whether you want to go for multiple tiles and possibly risk throwing the run by having such an unstable squad composition.
That is true, especially when you have the Kafka at E1, which is the hardcore player's favorite, I guess. Kafka kind of notorious for being that operator that you leave at E1, even though it's not really necessary most of the time. Sorry, E0, yes, E0. Mainly just for the cost. Why don't people want to pay more for Kafka? Doesn't she deserve that?
As someone who has Kafka maxed and full modded, yes, I do pay my Kafka a living wage, and she also has dental and health insurance.
Nice.
Yes, I did find a use for Kafka skill too, recently.
Yes.
So
It does kind of look like they're struggling to find 3 enemies at the same time that can be slipped. There was.
they just need the
there's a
Naruto runners.
moment-
Trust. They just need the Naruto runners.
Yes. Yes. I think the Naruto runners on this stage are actually random. Sometimes they
They
don't
are.
appear.
Just get lucky.
Oh,
Just
there's
get lucky.
2. Oh, that's a. Oh, there were 3 of them there, but
Oh,
they actually
but will
missed
they
it.
declare? Will they declare? Oh, did they miss? I didn't
No, they
catch
actually
that.
got it earlier. Sorry,
Oh.
they actually got this earlier.
Oh,
Must have been a brief moment where I didn't see it, but they did get it. So
Alright.
E1 E0 Kafka has done the job.
Let's go. All right. And now, what are we looking at here? I think we're about to see something horrible. Wait a second. Team
my
Brawlhalla
gosh.
is already on the boss.
Yeah, how did they get that so quickly?
I think they
Wait.
drive it like they stole it.
We are not encouraging you to do anything illegal, by the way. But yeah, they must have just like taken like, oh, encounter, I'll take it. Encounter, oh, I'll take it. Oh, encounter, I'll take it. And you know, Team Pocky is only on floor 2. They're only on floor 2. Don't turn around sluggies. They still have like maybe 5 to 6 nodes maybe left before they get to the boss. But it will depend. Will Brawlhalla be able to clear this boss? They do have Posy. They do have Fire Whistle. They do have Raid
Posy and
Altar. I would
Reed.
not. I wouldn't be surprised. Look at
Yeah,
them
I
go.
would be more surprised if they failed this, honestly.
Yes, it is never too late to snatch defeat from the claws of victory, though. So I will not put it past them. But yeah, it looks like the boss is gone. But
you know what? I think I understand what's going on here. Clear a floor 2 stage with all operators sharing the same race. They have Cutter and Posy and... Wait, Posy's a Lupo. Cutter's a Vulpo. Stewart is a Vulpo. So, sorry, I'm mistaken. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there then. Never mind. I
just saw a possibly major mistake here from Team Pocky. They had a mimic chest, and they killed it instead of leaking it. With the Texas Altar at literally the last moment there.
Okay, but hear me out here. Hear me out. It may be possible that people just, if you've never leaked a mimic chest in your life, it might just be possible that they don't know it costs more.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a case of like, you're just too good at the game. You're just too good. All these mimic chests have to die, and you just don't have that knowledge, right? And you know, when you're down 3-1, you kind of wish that you sucked a little bit more. I said that a bit. You kind of wish that you were worse at IS4, I guess. You kind of wish that, but that is one point that's going to be still on the table.
Yeah, that may come back to bite them later on. In fact, it might just be biting them right now because this lead is only going to get larger. Did they declare? Yep, they did declare for defeating the floor 3 boss, so we are at 4-1.
Yes, and actually, surprisingly, it looks like Brawlhalla has opted to continue their run for now, instead of restarting after the 4-3 boss. I think it looked, from what's happening on the screen, I think they're looking for the Fuldatals having the same color, but
I agree.
When I'm looking at that inventory, it looks like a rainbow in there, honestly. There's just reds, there's blues, there's greens. It actually looks like Team Pocky is closer to it.
That is true. I wonder what else you could get on floor 4. Possibly... I wonder if their team is strong enough to defeat Cannot. There's also the possibility of encountering an enemy from Il Syracusano, because I feel like those might be more likely to show up on the higher floors.
Oh, no.
And then possibly leak an enemy which drains more than 1 HP. But that's all I can really think of.
Yeah. The Il Syracusano enemies can appear later on. They can.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're on floor 1 too.
But yeah, I think there's like a Gopnik stage, a special encounter Gopnik stage that has lots of Il Syracusano enemies in there.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. And then there's the civilian stage, which I believe has some Il Syracusano.
Yes. It's those mafia cleaners, I believe. If you ever see the mafia cleaners on those stage, I feel like you're doomed, honestly. That stage is very difficult sometimes.
I agree with that. Like, man, how do you even get the cleaners to show up? Something terrible would have had to happen if the cleaner shows up in that stage.
Exactly, and then also killing it inside the blue box as well. I believe it also spawns 2 of them, which is, you know, it's kind of pushing it a little bit.
Really?
Or maybe I'm just so bad. Maybe I'm just so bad that it spawns.
I have never run into that myself, but I also do not have a habit of letting civilians die in Arknights.
Yeah, it's okay. You can just tell me that I'm bad, Zai. You can just tell me I'm bad. So, It does look like Team Pocky did pick up the use 3 anti-interference index on a single floor. I believe that they were going into a Bosky, which does cost 1. They also probably took the passage into it as well, which is another 1. So that is giving them an extra point. They are in Cannot stage right now. But will they do it?
Will they rob Cannot? Oh, a golden chalice! I mean, I'd rob him for that.
Chalice. The golden chalice does give... it is actually a very good item to rob from Cannot, because when you don't have Cannot, you don't really have much to spend your ingots on, right? So
agreed.
You just kind of stack them up and you have a bunch of attack speed. Unfortunately, that does come with the cost of actually having to rob Cannot and probably losing your run because of it. So it is a little bit tough in that regard. But I wouldn't be surprised if I just cannot see them robbing Cannot. It's such a difficult stage.
You cannot see them robbing Cannot? Sorry.
Yeah. I can't see them doing it unless their run is really strong. And we have seen some stronger operators like the Posse is obviously a very strong operator. Texas Alta is very strong. There is also things like Kafka for like stalling can be very useful, especially with Texas Alta. You're just waiting that 18 seconds or something like that for her to keep coming up. So it is kind of looking like Brawlhalla is almost... Oh, yeah.
Oh?
They're dead. Goodbye.
07.
That test was very practical.
They went further than I thought they would, given that this is, again, just a first round run. And now I think they're in quite prime position to start going back and sweeping through some of the other things, because if I am not mistaken, clear a stage with only supporters is still an open slot, and I mean, the blue woman is out there.
Yeah, the blue woman is out there, and I think most stages on floor 1 can be cleared with only supporters. I think the only one is probably Beast Awaiting Slaughter. Like we say, it's always the worst stage on floor 1. But yeah, I can't imagine that there are many stages that Ling would actively fail on, and you don't have to clear it flawlessly as well. You can just clear it.
Yes, that's also
and
true.
Leak every enemy, So it does look like Team Pocky defeated an elite enemy with a Liberi operator. So that will be giving them 1 point. Brawlhalla hasn't actually gotten a point in quite a while, which is a little concerning.
Well, they did just go back to the beginning, and they did just try and make a foray into floor 4 unsuccessfully. So you know what? Maybe they're just regrouping.
Yes, I'm really wondering what the game plan is right now, because.
And how much time do we have left, I wonder? We're down to about the last 6.5 minutes. So, there's still time to make some plays. I think Brawlhalla might be going for the Ilsira Kusana one here.
Yes. There are Ilsira Kusana enemies on that stage, but with the 2-buy just kind of sitting in the middle there, I don't know how much blue box killing you're doing, especially when your other operators are Hibiscus and Orchid.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there.
And
but,
now
what happens to me?
And now I'm wondering, just how much micromanaging is the Navigator hypothetically doing in this situation? Because, in this case, you would basically have to stop the player from putting anything down and say, you have to put Chobai as the first guy as walking into the blue box, or however you can communicate that. So I wonder, how much of this is going to end up being the Expeditioner being overly reliant on the Navigator?
Yeah, it's kind of, it's just the topic that keeps coming up, right? What are they actually saying to the Expeditioner, right? How much are they saying as well is very important, because you can just say oh yeah, just do this, but I'm sure that if you were playing this yourself, you would probably want as much information as possible about what am I trying to do here? Why, is this, am I just deploying this operator here for the lulz or something? Or is this actually something that you want me to do for a tile that's very difficult? And I don't believe that the Expeditioners knew the types of tiles we had in this one. So it could be a lot worse than they might be thinking, I guess.
I think it.
And
Yeah, you're mentioning something that I hadn't really thought about until now, but I do agree. Like people who are experienced with what tiles traditionally show up in Bingo Lockout or what challenges we like get to throw at them, like those who are more familiar are definitely going to have an advantage, even if only mentally, just like knowing what to prepare for. And it looks like Team Pocky is leaking, but they do survive. Is there anything to claim there?
I don't believe so. They were attempting to go for that 1-star operator twice in a single stage. I saw them deploy the Terror Research Commission very early on, and unfortunately there were like 20 seconds left off of the cooldown
Yeah,
there.
the stall did not succeed there.
Yeah, I don't think you can do much stalling with Fang Texas Alta. I mean, I swear to God, if you don't take that operator that I'm looking at right on my screen.
Oh.
Oh, it's rough. Also, I don't think we mentioned that the boss itself actually leaks more than 1 HP, did we? It leaks 5. So that does count for that that tile at the very bottom there. And unfortunately, they just killed the boss. So a little bit unfortunate there. So it does look like they picked Ines.
Okay, and we seem to have broken the tie with have at least 5 full dartles of the same color coming from. Wait, is that Team Pocky coming back?
Yeah, Team Pocky. Yeah, I think they had 5 greens, or whatever you want to call that color. It is the green one that they saw.
Sure. Are we having the colorblind discussion again? Because I think that's great.
Yeah, I think I should just avoid like talking about colors like the entire time now. But it was 5 of those green ones that they got. So very good idea to just check every now and then. Do I have 5 of the same?
And very late in the game, Team Pocky coming back and now debating whether they want to go toe to toe with Tola. And it looks like they are.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Oh, I'm kind of wondering what the purpose of doing this is, because this stage is very difficult at times. There are just so many of those Knight's Mora enemies that do so much damage. It just swarms you with them. I'm kind of not sure what they are attempting here.
I don't know either.
They didn't do it.
Okay, so they just clicked way too quickly for us to see. They just bamboozled
probably a good
us.
Choice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I honestly would have asked to.
Yeah, so we're seeing some things happening on the side of Brawlhalla that could be pointing in a certain direction. I did see them pick up an Ansel. Maybe this 4-3 with at least 4 male operators is possible.
Let me see.
We'll just have to have a look at.
They're gonna have to hurry. Yeah, they're on floor 2. They're gonna have to hurry, and they're gonna have to get lucky because we're down to the last minute. We're down to 90 seconds, or I think less than that too. So.
Yeah, so it is currently. Oh no, it's Mats again. 5-4. It is currently 5-4 to the Team Pocky.
There's Lancet. Lancet got redeployed.
Amazing comeback.
It looks like they're trying to redeploy Lancet, deploy the same 1-star operator twice on the same stage. Or sorry, that is the Terror Research Commission and not Lancet. I see yellow. I go, yes, Lancet too.
Yeah, I actually didn't recognize the Terror Research Commission because of the skin. So
yeah, I do not have the skin.
Accept that.
I do not jam with it personally. I see yellow. I go, Lancet in a swimsuit.
Whose idea was that, by the way?
It is the best, unequivocally the best swimsuit skin that Arknights has ever made, and the only one it ever needs. Tell me I'm wrong.
You know what? I'm not one to kink shame, so I'm just gonna accept it, okay? But it does look like both of them have the 1-star operator, but it looks like the Terror Research Commission is going down a second time. I think that's the second time. It was on cooldown, so.
Are they going to declare first?
I should apologize. I should apologize first. I don't know what the Terror Research Commission's pronouns are, so I'm just going to call them it or they. Okay, so I apologize for that in advance. But yeah, I think that is a tile.
Oh, and it looks like we've hit time.
we will just
hey.
see if the last tile was claimed or not, because it was kind of the end. But it is 5-4 currently, and it kind of looks like, yeah.
It does look like Team Pocky pulled it out from behind. I think, yeah, that's it, isn't it?
That is it.
Wow.
That is it. A comeback,
That's
actually.
the first comeback we've seen all night, isn't it?
Yes, that is a comeback, and I'm very surprised that, you know, I think it was Team Brawlhalla that got the 4 points pretty quickly, and then for maybe the last like 10 minutes of the round, they just got nothing. Just absolutely.
Brawlhalla came out of the gate storming, but after that floor 3 boss, like they just couldn't regain a sense of direction, and unfortunately, did they make any points after taking the floor 3 boss?
I don't believe so. It might have been that they went to floor 4.
Yeah,
They kind of realized there's not really much to do here anymore.
Yeah.
Or there's no line they could go for, and then they reset, and maybe at that time it was too late. But
yeah, I
maybe
think
a
that
bit of a
time
misplay.
spent up needlessly on floor 4 might have actually been what cost them the run. Especially, you know, I'm very surprised that no one went for a Ling clear or even a Magellan clear.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you don't even have to use this operator. There are tons of other supporters that can probably
Yeah,
do
that are
that. Like I'm
capable
sure
of
that an
soloing on a floor
Angelina,
1. Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure that an Angelina could do like Prisoner's Night, for example, or there's probably a combination of some supporters if you get a little lucky. But yeah, it's not seeing Ling or the Magellan or any summoner
Or
at
even
all.
Scene, yeah.
Yeah, Scene.
I mean,
Maya,
there is a
I'm sure
reason
Maya
there's an
would-
emote called Use This Better.
Yeah, and I mean, Scene is a free operator, so kind of, you know, you should have her at least if you've been playing for any amount of time. So maybe there was a bit of a misplay in kind of figuring out which tiles are the priorities here, because we saw entering floor 3 of at least 4 male operators. There were some male operators in there, and I do believe that Team Brawlhalla was trying to go for that when time ran out, because I think they got the they had like a Gnosis, they had a Steward, they had and they had an Insider, I think it was, but time runs out, so you can't really get that. Leaking an enemy which drains more than 1 HP as well, like we saw that completely missed by, I think it was Team Pocky that missed that. They were in the lead anyway, but maybe that's something that you should be aware of if a tile like that is available.
Yeah, we're
Might be
starting
an
to
intuitive.
see time and time again that having a comprehensive knowledge of the enemies that you might encounter in the ice fields and the specific nature of them is going to pay out very much in terms of like tiles and just like, I guess in a larger sense, less stress when you have to figure out navigating between these tiles and what to prioritize.
Yeah, and the more that I look at this board, the more that I'm thinking that it really is like information that kind of decided this, because, you know, leaking the enemy which drains more than 1 HP, yeah, that's one of them, but also defeating an enemy from Ilsida Kuzuno, maybe not being cognizant of these enemies coming from that event. Like, you can get those as early as floor 1, right?
Yeah,
And we saw a few times where they just didn't do it, and maybe that's because they didn't know that those enemies are from Ilsida Kuzuno. That's
Or
an extra
maybe
point that you could
again,
run.
like perhaps it was just the player like putting down that first and only ground unit too early, so the navigator couldn't respond in time. But then again, you have to be proactive in communicating that. So it could be a little bit of both there. But would you say, Aha, that this is actually the most? Oh, I think we've got the interviewees in the chat with us actually. Hold on a second.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, can you hear
Yes.
us?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear.
Hello. So, how do you
Hello.
feel?
Good. It was pretty close. It was pretty close. If we just had a stage or a bit more time to redeploy Justice Knight, or if we just cleared that stage to then get into floor 3, we would have been able to tie it up. And then from there, I was thinking either redeploying Justice Knight or going into floor 3 if we had the Justice Knight tile. That would have won the tiebreaker. We just needed to smidge more time.
we were talking about how you guys went up to floor 4 and fought there, and then seemed to reconsider. Like, what was going through your mind then when you made the active decision to try and pursue floor 4? Were you looking for anything, or just what were you
2
hoping
game
for?
plans. It was deploy all in a row in 2 rows. That was one, and then the other was gain full trails of the same color.
Yeah, that one just didn't shake out for you.
Yeah.
It was really sad because we got a bad collapsal, and I really didn't want to do practical tests. At that stage, I was panicking.
Understandable.
And I'm looking at the board. Could have killed an elite enemy with Sylaberry. Would have been easy, and maybe killing a corpse without it moving was pretty easy too. But it
Any
happens.
reason you didn't go for a supporter solo on floor 1?
I asked them, I was like, are you confident with a supporter solo? They said no. I'm like, okay, we forget it.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, the comms are the volume sliders and the notification.
Yeah, we were trying to decipher what was going on with the volume sliders, and we determined we were trying to communicate
The right moment,
together.
though.
It is fair game, of course. It is fair game. But I did want to ask you about the time, because these matches are only 25 minutes, and if I'm not mistaken, at the very end there, I did see you guys try and go for that tile of having 4 male operators.
Yeah.
But you just kind of ran out of time. Is the time like something that you kind of wish that you would have managed a little bit better, or is it just not really a factor?
No, I think everything was done well for the sake of time. When I saw floor 3 boss was 2 points, I said immediately just speed run towards the floor 3 boss, because that's just a lot. And then from there, I think practical test is really what killed it, because it was a waste of time in retrospect, but going towards it was to fulfill 2 other tiles. That just unfortunately didn't pan out because practical test just kind of slapped us. So everything, I think, was optimized well for time.
So in your case, you would say that, like, so you had the momentum, but in that case, you couldn't carry it through because of practical tests getting in your way and just not getting the right RNG?
Yeah, that kind of was a thing. I think resetting definitely would have been a much safer choice as opposed to going for the full trails.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely, because that cut off a stage or 2 we had. Like, that cut off the time of a stage or 2 for our overall run.
Yeah, I will say you guys came out with one of the strongest starts that we've seen from any team so far, and yet that's, I think, what made the seeing you stall like so painful to watch. But it was a very, very strong attempt either way, and like, congrats on like I think being the fastest team to make it to the floor 3 boss so far.
Oh yeah, thank you. No one
All right.
absolutely cooked.
And I think now is when we go to the break. Yeah.
No, wait, please. I gotta say, please ban Reed next qualifiers. Please ban Reed. Please ban Reed. Please.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much to Tsunul and Noah for their input about that. But we will be going to a break shortly.
But we do have a surprise when we come back from the break. And I promise it is not birds. Or horses.
What
do you mean, Eha? Wait, are you saying that the surprise is secretly a horse and you've been lying to me this whole time?
I did not have any input in what characters appeared on this screen that we're about to show you. I think.
Highly suspect. All right. So, let's take a look at the bracket now, shall we? Now that we've gone through half of our day 1 matches.
Yes. So there will be I believe it's a 15-minute break just as we recollect ourselves, and we will have another 4 matches after this. It's going to be exactly the same format. It's not going to be the same people, obviously. It's going to be the rest of our contestants, but yeah, we're going to be looking at the thing here. So yeah, don't go anywhere. I mean, I can't stop you from doing that, but just we'll be back. Essentially, we'll be back. See you around.
We will be back. All right. I'm going to go and book a flight to clobber Eha now. See ya! What is in the pasta?
I don't know. No idea. But like, it's Are we back?
What do you? No, I think we've never been not back. So they've just been. I think we're gone on YouTube, but not on Twitch. So I think they've just been hearing you lunch ASMR. All right. Testing.
Testing.
I am a bird.
Is being a bird and having two hands like mutually exclusive?
I don't know. I would have to ask all the birds in the world, and I don't really have the time to do that.
I mean, I think we're back.
Are we back? I
Right.
think we're back. Let's go! All right. Welcome to Xairathan versus Aoao, the pay-per-view fight. In the 15 minutes that we were away, I bought a plane ticket,
You
and
had
I'm
to
now
pay
on my
for
way
it?
to kick his ass. Wait, sorry, what?
Wow. I didn't know they had to pay for this. Why am I not getting like any kickback from that then?
No. You see, the pay-per-view is to fund the emergency hospital bill of whoever loses.
That's fair enough. I'm sure that my healthcare will deal with it a little bit. Does my healthcare cover getting beaten up by a bird?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm
but-
gonna have to check that actually.
Anyway, while we were fighting the collapsals and, like, you know, coping, I think Aoao found something on the floor.
Yeah, it's like a rare drop basically. And I was like, wow, that's on the floor. And it was like, 5-second rule. You got to go for it. And suddenly, here we are, guys. Here's a little a gift from. I don't. It's not necessarily from me because I just found it somewhere, but it is a gift for you guys. Please get in here as quickly as you can, because there's a limited amount of them. And I'm pretty sure that's not a horse. I don't think Typhon's a horse or a bird, actually. Right?
Typhon is a sarcas.
Yeah, and she's very short. Did you know that Typhon's actually very short?
I would believe it.
She's 5'1", or 155 for people that don't know how feet works. So yeah, she's like. It's Please keep in mind that this is from FABKnights themselves. They have very kindly sponsored this for us, and they said, hey, we'll give you some codes. So if you want your 2 sanity boosters, I think, I don't remember what they're called. They're potions. They give you sanity. You just drink them. Not all at once, right? You shouldn't you shouldn't overdose on this kind of stuff. But just grab that, and you also get some XP cards for free.
Hey,
So
Aha,
decent
since
in
you're,
there. So yeah.
I think you need one of those sanity boosters. Get over here.
I need to be
Hold on a second.
hydrated.
Hold on a second. So, speaking of... Wait a second. Oh, okay. So, speaking of randomly knowing everyone's operator heights, there actually is a content creator who does know most of the Arknight's operator heights off the top of his head. But unfortunately, he is going to be in round 6. So, let's talk about the upcoming matches we're going to be seeing starting from round 5, shall we?
Yeah, so what do we got next? We have Wayhazel and FABKnight versus Lostrian and Inabas. Definitely some recognizable names, especially Wayhazel, I think. So I think Wayhazel won last time, didn't they? Or the previous time before that or something?
Wayhazel did win. I believe it was the first bingo lockout. And true to form, Wayhazel and FABKnight have decided to name their team the winners. Inabas and Lostrian did not volunteer a team name. And I would like to note that Lostrian is a new challenger. So we have someone new to the format going up against a one-time champion. It'll be a very interesting match.
Yes, Inabas themselves has been in the Arknights community for a very, very long time. I was looking at them. They've been doing stuff for like 4 years at this point, which is, at this point, you're basically an OG.
One of the
if you've
OGs,
been doing it for, like, 3 years at this point. But on the other side, right, you have FABKnight, who hasn't even been doing this for like, a couple of months at this point. It's only been maybe like 3 to 4 months maybe since their first entrance of the scene. But we noticed them, and we were like, hey, we want to have you on. So hopefully we'll see some cool things. We're not really sure how well these guys are how good they are at IS4 though. So
yeah, we have one veteran and one new person on each team, so it'll be very interesting to see how that dynamic shakes out and perhaps manifests itself in the runs that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, if anything we've seen from like the previous matches that we've had, it's really like just as much the Navigator as it is the Expeditioner, right? Being able to trust in each other, I guess, to give information and be able to play stages correctly.
Yes, and of course to interpret all that information on the fly, because it's one thing to be told instructions, it's another to be able to execute them in basically a situation where you have to get it on the first try, and you're being given so much information by both the Navigator and like the actual stage that you're playing, so it is that very delicate balance. And then it looks like after match 5, we can look forward to Larfic and RapidPotential versus Hawky and Lamsun. Vienanmeri and Toboruo versus... I'm sorry, I'm going to mangle this. Aoao and Roriipupper. And then we'll be capping off the night with AdventofShorty and Yasei Tomare versus Bait and Asadekai. And yes, the guy's name is Bait.
Yeah, so that will be 4 matches for you guys. It'll be exactly the same format as we've seen in the past couple of hours. It'll be 25 minutes, 4x4 board. Exactly the same thing, except maybe you'll see more things that will have you screaming at your monitor to make people call out their tiles or something. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, we've definitely seen some people that have come back to IS Bingo. And it's just going to be the same thing. Are they going to claim the tiles? Do they have a good communication line? Do they have any communication line is maybe the better way to say it. So...
all right, and it looks like... are we getting the board now? All right, let's go to the board. Do you think we're going to see any insanely sadistic tiles that haven't shown their ugly mugs yet in this competition?
Oh, I'm not sure. I would definitely love to see more tiles that encourage you to go to those later floors, right? Because like we've seen, everyone so far, at least all of our winners, have just gone to 4-3 and said, I'm out. Goodbye.
Well, to be fair, this is the first round of playoffs, and we do have to get through 16 different teams, 8 different matches, so I can understand the need for limitations on the runs. But hey, you know what I just thought of? Given that we've seen sleep 3 enemies, bind 3 enemies, stun 3 enemies, what about levitate 3 enemies? Oh ho ho ho!
Well, I mean, levitate is a type of CC that has been very promoted in IS4. There's many relics that help you levitate enemies, whether they take more damage after you've levitated them, or whether it just makes it easier by reducing the weight of enemies, right? It seems like when they were making IS4, it's like, yeah, just make these guys fly. Just make them fly. Use Irene, please. Use your Kenny Palette. It's
Use Mohaya.
Yeah, use I have no idea how to pronounce that operator's name, by the way. I'm just gonna leave it to you to do that one. But yeah, you can use that operator as well. But especially in the second ending, really wants you to levitate things. So
It really does.
even though we're not going that far, maybe there'll be more levitate stuff. I don't think that levitating 3 or more enemies is gonna be like that bad, I guess. I mean, Irene can do that basically at E1.
I mean, you say this, but it took them like how long to get Kafka down last time?
That is true, yes, and I'm pretty sure that if Irene kills them in one shot, it doesn't count. So you can't use it on
it
like
depends,
a slug or
because if you do skill 3, it levitates before it applies the first burst. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to check my order of operations on that. I haven't really been bothered by it, but hey, here's something that's been bothering me. What's a tainted carcass?
A tainted carcass. I believe that is the normal collapsal enemy. That guy that runs really fast. Tainted carcass. I will quickly check that because I realized that saying runs really fast doesn't really narrow things down.
Yeah,
because they all run
there's
really
a lot of
fast.
things that run really fast in IS4.
Yeah, I will just check that for you right now. The tainted carcass.
Technically
It's just a
speaking.
normal enemy that speaks really fast.
Okay. Huh. But now that we're technically speaking, I wonder if the Shattered Champion is the fastest thing that, like, runs in IS4. Because those things are fast, man!
Yeah, they are just unconditionally fast. They just speed. There's no like, oh, you have to hit me first, or I have to not be hitting you. It's like, no, I'm going, bro. You can't stop me.
Man
And,
hit
yeah,
the
those
ground
things have so
running
much.
and was out with, like, he's like that anime girl with a piece of toast in her mouth running to class. Tell me
Well,
I'm
and-
wrong.
and I'm about to isekai him. Don't worry. He's running
You
so
should.
fast, it's inevitable.
You should.
Yes.
Alright, let's see how we're doing. Are we about to get started?
I'm not sure, but I can see a tile here, which is clear stage with only 3 stars, and there's actually a very easy way to do this, which is if you have Prisoner's Knight on floor 1 and you take Lava, she can actually basically solo that stage by herself. If you have maybe one other operator, like a Cruise for example, it is simple, and I wonder if they're going to kind of forego taking the 5 stars and the 6 stars early on just to get that kind of stuff out of the way. But maybe if you've never played with those bad operators, you wouldn't know something like that, where Lava, actually not a bad operator in certain context, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you mean like Lava, the 3-star caster, can handle Prisoner's Knight?
Yeah, basically by herself.
Huh,
Especially on
today
low
I learned.
difficulty. Yeah, especially on low difficulty, enemies do not have that much HP. She can just smack them really hard. Well,
No,
not
you
hard,
actually
but
make a really
fast.
good point. I'm so used to playing on difficulty 15 that it just never really occurred to me that that was a viable option.
Yes, I have been forced to take Lava many a time on my runs because I have no good casters leveled up. To be completely honest with you, I don't have many good casters, so Lava is kind of the.
Not even like a 4-star? A 5-star? No one?
Well, I trust Lava, and she's free. She's also cool.
Oh
She's
my
free,
god. Oh,
so,
okay. Okay,
I'm
Not
stingy.
Steward? Not Steward.
I actually don't have steward level at all. Okay, well, there is converting a combat node into a rogue trader, right? Which seems like it would just, if it happens, it happens. But if it doesn't,
happens, it
then
happens.
you just, yeah, it's like, what are you going to do about that? If your opponent gets that node, you're like, okay, just get lucky, I guess. There's not much you can do, really.
I mean, is that not literally all the full Dartle tiles? Just get lucky?
Yes, but I guess this one is a little bit more lucky. because you need specifically a rogue trader, and you need another Feldatal that can target a combat node in the first place, because not all of them can. So
That's true. I'm gonna be real. Some of these Foldartal casts, they grade against me like the sensation of nails on a chalkboard. What do you mean? You want me to put a green cast with a red target? That's not a Concord. It doesn't match. You need to match the colors.
this is elementary stuff, although I'm not sure I have any business saying that with how many times I've gotten the colors wrong today. But I can see there are actually quite a few tiles here that have a certain type of operator, a certain race of operator, might you say, that is required to get this tile. You can
Hold on a
see
second.
leak all Sarkaz enemies in the stage, defeat a Sarkaz enemy inside a blue box, defeat 3 boss with a Sarkaz operator. It has to be the last hit. Having a Sarkaz operator be defeated by a collapsible enemy, it's like they kind of want you to use
Hold
the
on.
Sarkaz node.
Hey, do any of these players in match 5 play FABKnights, or do I sense a little bias here?
Let's have a look.
I don't
at
think
that.
any of them do. That's the weird thing. Like, did we just surprise a Sarkaz?
Well, I mean, I can say that it is a little bit fair because, of course, the free operator for IS4 is Velakman.
A
And
Sarkaz.
Velakman is
That
a
is true.
Sarkaz, yes. So,
That is true.
you know, if you've been playing IS4, which I think it's fair to assume that some of these people at least have been playing IS4. I'm not going to claim all of them, but some of them at least have been playing IS4, which means that they will have a Velakman. Whether or not they be at level 1 is another issue entirely, but they do have them. So it's not like you are. It's not like you have no Sarkaz operators, basically.
That's fair.
It's a bit of a pain though, if she's only level 1, but that's life.
Well, hold on a moment now, here's what I'm thinking. So, we've seen some Liberi favoritism. We've seen some Sarkaz favoritism. Do you think we're going to see some Karanta later in the night?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Because then it's just going to be like, oh, can you pick Muna?
Oh my god.
And then, I mean...
Okay, but...
Although, to be very fair, right? I have not seen a single Muna today.
That is true.
I'm not sure if I'm like... I'm not sure if I'm super excited about it. I think the only horse I've seen today is Fang, actually. Now that I think about it. I haven't seen a Null, I haven't seen a Whistash, I haven't seen
Well,
a Meteor.
to be fair, Wiener can't block for 42 seconds.
That is true. That is true. Wiener can't block, and blocking is a right. You cannot force people to block. They will block when they want to, and you cannot get rid of those rights because they are enshrined.
Not to
in
mention,
some
Wiener's
constitutions.
auto attack damage is atrocious. It's
Yeah,
so
I know,
bad
it's
it
like-
almost be non-existent.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't know why people keep saying that Wiener is like so broken, because like you just place him down, he does absolutely nothing. Like, every time, because I play a lot of horse, right? And
Yeah.
whenever someone says like, "Oh, Wiener's so broken," it's like, man, like, have you used this operator before? Have you
Yeah, like-
placed him down before?
The first 15 seconds that he's on the field, he's utterly useless. And we've started! Let's go!
Yes, and I do want to point out that there is this tile in the top right here, which is clearing a stage, and all operators' initial DP must add up to exactly 69. I don't
Nice.
know.
Nice.
I'm like a disappointed father.
Hey,
Not that I have
listen,
children, but
listen.
you know.
It's been 50, and then it's been 45, and now it's been 69. So for all you know, horse knights, they're just randomly selecting between 40 and 70, and you're being biased.
Yeah, I mean, I will. That is very true. I should retract my statement. Maybe I will give them the benefit of the doubt that they were just rolling a dice because we can't get enough of that apparently, and they just happened to land on 69. Okay, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but it looks like we are in here. We have a Typhon and a whole bunch of
Prisoner's
3
Night
stars.
again. It's
Look at
Prisoner's-
that, and it Prisoner's Night. Prisoner's Night.
Classic.
It is a classic at this point, and it looks like the 3 stars for Inabas and Lostrian. No lava, but I think the Spot, Steward, and is that Steward? Spot, Cruz, and whoever that is. I think that is Steward. People are gonna
I think
kill
that
me
is
for
Stewart.
saying that if it's wrong, but you know, I'm sure that fuck that, super easy. But will they call it? That's the important thing.
Yes, that's what I was
do.
wondering. I wonder if Inabas and Lostrian will immediately back out after taking that, but it looks like they are going to be sticking in it. They did get the tile, and it looks like they're sticking with the run.
Yeah, and they pick up the Paprika, which I'm a bit confused about. I'll just be frank with you. She's not a Sarkaz. She's not particularly strong either.
Is there a
I'm
tile for
wondering
that?
I don't think. I mean, clearing an emergency with no 6 stars, I guess. But do you have to take a Paprika for that? You can take like a 5-star or something. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah,
what
I'm
the-
not
what the point of this is.
seeing anything there. Maybe they're saving hope for something. Who knows?
Yes, I mean there is clear a stage with exactly 1 of each rarity in the bottom left there, and you know, getting each rarity 6 stars costs 7. Keep in mind, by the way, we are playing on difficulty 4 at the minimum, so you do have the +1 cost for all of your operators. So a 6-star will cost 7, for example. So you know, maybe saving the hope there is fine. They're just waiting for a better operator. I think they got like, I mean, they had a guard. I mean, aren't guards good? This is making less and less sense as I'm trying to justify it.
Yeah, are you okay? Did something happen to you when we were out on break? Like, did you run into a collapsal?
If I did run into a collapsal, I wouldn't tell you.
This is true.
I would not tell you about that.
I'm
But we are looking
concerned
on the
now.
side. If we're looking on the side of the winners, you can see that there is a Typhon.
There is a
Yato,
Typhon.
There's a J, and there's a Project Red. And guess what? All of those operators are different rarity. You have a 6-star, you have a 5-star, a 4-star, and a 2-star. So really, you're looking for the 1 and the 3.
Yeah, yeah.
Math, yeah, you're looking for the 1 and the 3 here.
And it looks like we've got a double box, we've got a double tile claim from FABKnight and Wayhazel, leaking all the Sarkaz enemies in a stage, which, wow, that's so hard, there were only 2. And stunning 4 more enemies at the same time with Project Red.
That is true, yeah. Project Red does have a stun on the skill. What? 1, 2? It's on one of them. I
It's
don't know.
It's 2.
It's 2. Yeah, it's 2.
All right, and meanwhile,
Plus
it
redeploy
looks
expert
like
here.
Inabas and Lostrian have finished the stage while having 4 operators facing in the same direction. And I see a hand of pulverization, which I am going to steal for my Fiam meta. Hello there.
Yes, it looks like they're considering the Reed Altar, but they'll take the Lancet instead. It's confirmed that Lancet is better than Reed Altar.
True,
Looking at
true.
the shop, looking at all this shop stuff, and they had the skin for it as well. There's a hand of flowing water in there. Broken One training. This shop really looks not great, and I will mention that Inabas and Lostrian don't have enough ingots invested. They don't have the last shop slots
Oh, no.
open, which is a
Hold
little
on
bit
a
unfortunate,
second.
you know.
Hold on a second. I don't have the last shop slot open either. What are you saying about me, huh?
I'm just saying that in a professional tournament setting, you kind of want to give yourself like the best chances, right? And not having that one shop slot could mean the difference when you're getting something good and
Do
not
you
good.
have it unlocked?
I do actually.
What the hell?
So what now?
Well, I've beaten D15 with my niche, and you haven't, so I guess we're at an impasse here, sir.
Yes, I definitely did not restart stage 1 like 50 times in a row. No one does that. That's like illegal. You can't do that. But you know, it's that's just how it goes, I guess.
All right.
It does look
Are
like
we?
we are going.
Yeah. Oh,
We're
look,
going
another
to-
Typhon. Hey, wait a second.
Wow.
What is there? Oh, right. There's a Sarkaz. There's Sarkaz tiles. I was like, why are we all picking Sarkaz all of a sudden?
Yeah, Typhon, you know, is a Sarkaz. The newest Sarkaz recently, if I'm not mistaken, I think. Yeah.
Technically, it's Valarkvin.
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay, I could refute that, but I mean, yeah, okay. Well,
Okay.
is the newest one, but Typhon is the newest 6-star, obviously, and Typhon is very strong in IS4.
Solid.
There are so many tiles where she is just absolutely fantastic. The massive range that she has, the very high damage as well.
And she
both her
counters
skill 2
most,
and
if
skill
not
3 is
all, of the
great.
floor 3 bosses. Oh,
That is true,
wait
yeah.
a second. Hey, okay, you know, I was skimming the tiles earlier, but, you know, I thought last map tile set was a pretty harsh one, but this one, who added the sarcasm caveat to the floor 3 boss? It's almost as if this is biased or something.
Maybe you
It's
should
almost
take
as if one of our
Typhon.
tournament operators really likes sarcasm.
I don't know. It's kind of. This seems like match fixing. This seems like some sort of bias.
It's match fixing, but the only people who win are the sarcasm.
I mean, they've had a tough time for so long. They just deserve it at this point, honestly. Not that you should just give it to them for free. They'll work for it.
Yeah, make them work for it.
Yes, but it looks like we have Leaky Tainted Carcass while its movement boost is active, going over to the winners,
Indeed.
who are currently winning with 3-2.
But will they continue to win? Because we do still have, it looks like, about 17, 18 minutes left. So we're not even halfway done with this matchup. Anything could happen.
Yeah, it's... I would just assume that the Typhon is there because...
The boss.
Of the 4-3 boss, and you know, like we were talking about earlier, over and over again, that is still worth 2 points. And of course, players that get that are going to be in the lead, at least because they don't have to... There's not as much effort, basically. It's double value, essentially. It's value. Just like
It's free
Marvel,
points.
She's valuable.
Might as well.
Yeah, it's free. So, taking Typhon, though, does kind of lock you out of having a Sarkaz operator defeated by a Collapsal, because Typhon is a ranged operator. It's a little bit harder for them to die because you can only die to ranged enemies. And I kind of think there are many ranged Collapsals other than those like drones, I think. or the
Excuse
caster,
you. The caster.
Oh, it's a bird, isn't it?
The caster,
Oh, no.
you fool! The caster!
Yeah, there is the caster. But are you really going to sacrifice your Typhon?
Yes.
Is that really what we're doing here? Are we just like trolling?
Yes.
They who shall not be named.
Yes.
The Collapsal caster requires a blood sacrifice, and it shall be a Sarkaz.
And it shall be a sarcasm.
It looks like Inabas and Lostrian have picked up Enter 4-3 with less than 7 ingots. Probably just spending everything at the shop, not picking everything else
And
up.
not picking anything up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder
They do have the
if...
E2 Typhon.
I wonder if Inabas, after every combat, is just, don't touch that, don't touch the ingot, don't touch the ingot! Because every single time I do my progression on IS and I try to unlock the ingot thing, let me tell you, guess what I do every single time? I pick up the freaking ingot.
Yes. There was that challenge in IS3, right? Where to unlock one of the collectibles, you had to finish the 3rd floor with no ingots, and I always pick up the ingot from the boss.
I also always
and
pick up the ingot.
I still don't have that collectible unlocked because I just keep forgetting. I was like, I'm just done with this.
I think I did it once, and then like I did it once just to get it over with, but it took me like 5 tries, which tells you how well that went.
Yeah, exactly. But we did have a
alright.
Sarkaz operator getting defeated by a Collapsal on the side of the winners. I didn't actually see that. I hope it wasn't the Typhon.
No, it was Midnight.
It was Midnight, yes. Midnight is a Sarkaz.
Midnight
Pretty
is a
star as well.
sarcasm.
So it's very easy for him to die, I guess.
That is so
Yeah, it looks
callous,
It's a little bit easier for him to die because he's a 3-star and he has less HP and he has less defense. It's nothing to do with the fact that he is a Sarkaz, at least not in this scenario. I apologize. But
Alright.
it looks like both of us, both of the teams are on floor 3. Just kind of trying to race to that 4-3 boss.
How are we doing with clear a stage with one of each rarity? How's that shaking up for everyone? I think it looks like the winners are still missing a 1-star. And it does look like Inabas is in good position because there's one of each rarity. Just need to kill those last few enemies.
Yes, although I will say that they have to be very careful with this because it is clear a stage with exactly one of each rarity. And you can see it on their screen right now that there is a Spot and there is a Cruise. And both of those operators are 3-stars. And if the wording on the tile is correct, it has to be exactly. So I think if they call this, it's not going to count, right? Very important technical detail there. It kind of looks like they're going for it anyway, but maybe once their claim has been refuted, that they'll realize, oh, it's actually exactly. So maybe they'll have another chance here.
And they're still in better position to claim it than the winners, because if I am correct, the winners are still missing a 1-star.
Yes, they are missing a 1-star. That's a Typhon 6. There is a Project Red 5. There is a 4 for J. 3 is your Steward or your Midnight, and your 2 is your Yato. So they might actually have the same problem here, because they have the Reed Altar and the Typhon. So they're going to have to clear a stage without one of them. And I believe the ruling is that you have to go into the stage with one of each. You can't just clear it and have the other operators in your
Makes
squad.
sense.
So
Makes sense.
It does look like Inabas' team has
They're redoing it.
But it is Shady Frozen Sea. I mean, do you have anything to say about Shady Frozen Sea, Zai?
Yeah. Why is this map a thing? And can I go home? I don't know. How do you think it's easy or hard, Aha?
It's, I mean, on high difficulty. I actually have no idea on high difficulty because I have avoided it every single time.
Really?
On
See,
low
for
difficulty,
me,
you know.
For me, the difficulty of this map is determined solely by the question, hey, has Vienanmeri joined my squad yet?
Does Vienanmeri actually make this much easier?
I don't know, I just really like using her here. Passenger's also fine. Gnosis is a little bit cope.
Yes.
Elliger's way too cope.
So, it kind of looks like the winners are in the boss stage, though. And still no 1-star operator, if I'm looking correctly. Yep, still no 1-star operator, but they do have to kill this boss with the Typhon. Or the Midnight. Midnight counts as well, don't worry. Basically,
Midnight's a funnier option.
Don't let Reed take it, essentially, is the kind of the aim of the game here.
Easier said than done.
Yes, Reed does a lot of damage. Reed definitely does a lot of damage. And when you have something like Project Red and J in the mix as well, which you're probably using to stall things, it could be a little bit dicey. This will come down to the execution of the Expeditioner, because if you're the Navigator, you're just like, have Typhon kill this, and good luck. Just good luck.
Take a look at where that Reed is and where Typhon is standing. This is a very, very abnormal setup for if you were trying to get Typhon to perform the kill, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Typhon does have a lot of range, so she still can hit it, and that is actually a Reed E2 with skill 3, which is a lot of damage.
All right, here we go. Let's watch.
Yeah, and I also believe that Typhon is on skill 2, if I'm not mistaken, which is a bit of a questionable choice when you're trying to kill a boss with
Oh, they're stalling.
We'll just see.
And here's Typhon coming up.
Yes.
Here we go. They're retreating Reed, and it's just the 2 Sarkaz hitting. That looks good.
We see a little wiggle of the cursor. I think we're gonna have to do an instant replay on that eventually of if it was Midnight that actually killed the boss there, because I really want to know if Midnight is actually the real carry. And it looks, oh, are they just gonna quit out? They're just gonna quit out immediately. I have gotten the boss. Goodbye.
That is, like, they only have to kill the boss, so now they can, let's see, I wonder what they could do. Defeat a Sarkaz enemy inside a blue box can be done with one of the floor 1 stages. Oh, and it looks like Inabas team got the 69 DP tile, so really, who's coming out ahead here? Really, who's coming out ahead here?
How did they get that? Wait, it's genius. What? There's a Typhon,
so
a
funny.
Spot, a blue poison, J, Durin, and Lancet? I think it was Lancet too. That actually adds up to 69 exactly.
I'm not even mad. That's beautiful.
Yeah, good on them. +1. +1. And it looks like Typhon just completely obliterated that boss as well. The Typhon skill 3 has massive single target damage, as long as the target is isolated.
Which the Emperor's Blade was. And let's be real, this stage is, I feel like the stage is actually easier than the standard Emperor's Blade, because he does, or Demon's Blade, because he doesn't even get near you. He just goes on a nice walk and you jump the old man and steal his money.
He's like a cannot cosplay. Just get robbed.
Collapsal cannot?
Maybe he is a collapsal, you never know. You don't know what's behind that mask.
All right, and I think the winners also claimed have an operator die in 1 hit for max HP using Lancet 2 to bait the alternate Demon Blades hit inside Dominion. So they'll be taking that as well. I'm sorry, did I say the winners? I meant
Yes,
Inabas.
it was Inabas and Lostrian. And I mean, the Demon's Blade does do massively increased physical damage to enemies that are standing inside the Dominion, which is that black fart cloud, basically.
It's
you guys
Lancet too.
are all very familiar with, and Lancet has no health, essentially.
Yeah, she's not going to be
So-
winning any fights against the Demon's Blade anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, she's there in spirit, basically, but that
All
is
right.
+1.
Now let's see what everyone's up to. The winners, I don't really see anything that they can get with this. Hold on, I'm actually curious. How much time do we have left? It looks like we still have 8 minutes and we only have 5 tiles left. This is actually one of our more prolific boards, I think.
Yeah, it's currently 6-6, which I don't think any team currently has gotten beyond. I know, I think we got a 7 once.
We got a
if
7
I'm not
once.
mistaken. We got a 7. So maybe this is going to come down to a wire, but yeah, like
They're gonna
looking
be
at the
fighting this.
operators that the winners have, I am wondering if they are trying to go for this clear an emergency stage with no 6 stars, because starting off with the Orchid, the Hibiscus Altar, and the Spectre kind of screams to me like, I'm not taking 6 stars anymore because I don't have Typhoon, right? So
Yes.
maybe that's going on. And you can do it on floor 1 as well. So that'll be
But-
pretty easy.
On a purely from a purely compositional standpoint, the Fate of Sark as enemy inside a blue box could theoretically be done at any time by either team. Clear an emergency
Yes.
with no 6-star operators. The winners have the advantage on that. Let 3 ranged operators die on the stage. I think Inabas team might actually be going for this right now with the collapsal drones. And
The
clear a stage with
sacrifice.
passive only. I feel like either of them could be in a better stage, but I think the winners are.
Yeah,
And
it's
Durin
kind of
just refuses
crazy.
to die, by the way. Durin refuses to go
50% odds
down.
dodge.
Oh, and it looks
Oh,
like
no.
there might be some trouble going on over there with. Yes, blue poison
Yeah,
is now
and-
being healed, and Durin refuses to just bite
Yeah.
the dust. This might not
Has
be going
this
as well as
been-
planned.
It's been a crucial mistake. This is pretty rough.
All right,
Although,
the
we
winners
will
are
mention
Ghost of the
that-
Resort, and they do have a Sarkaz.
Yeah, there are 2 Sagas. I believe that's also an emergency as well, because there is the Sagas World Ender, which is that ranged guy up in the top
That is
there.
true.
So this stage it can be pretty difficult, right? It can be pretty difficult, especially with the team that they have right
Oh,
now.
look,
and
the
Orchid is
man's
going
running.
to do both of them.
Uh,
That's
Hmm.
might be difficult to do.
Yeah.
We'll
Oh.
see if the pause deploy.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, okay. And so all they have
Okay.
to do is beat it in the blue box. They don't have to clear the stage. They just have to win. But it looks
Yes,
like they might be
and-
trying to win
oh.
anyway.
It looks like Inabas and Lostrian lost that stage, and I don't believe that. Oh no, they did. They did
They
have
did
the
get
3
the
range
3 operators
die.
dying. But
Oh,
right as the
bit of a
winners
scare.
defeated a Sarkaz enemy, we're down to 3!
There are only 3 left. Clearing an emergency stage with no 6 stars. I mean, this could be the tile, because both of them have to reset now because they both failed their
Okay.
stages. So getting to that emergency quickly with a squad that can actually clear that stage is going to be very key. And it looks like the winners pick up the life prioritizing squad, which gives you 3 for Dartles at the very beginning of the map.
Very interesting.
Maybe this is to convert the combat node into a road trader. I don't
Yes,
think
yes,
they got
that's
a road
what
trader
I'm
though.
thinking. I don't know if you can get that on your starting hand, can you?
I'm not
Okay.
sure. I don't have too much experience with that one.
Hear me
so-
out. Here's how we can clear an emergency stage with no 6-star operators. So first you get the E2 guard start, then you get La Pluma, and then anyways.
Yes. So, I mean, the Pluma on Prisoner's Night, this is not an emergency, so nothing there. But La Pluma is a very strong operator early on. Basically, all Reapers are essentially. Even Heimdall can be really good. And this is just a race, basically. Can you get to the emergency fast enough? Because there is very little time on the clock here. It
We
is
have just
counting
under
down.
4 minutes left, and it looks like the winners have an emergency node available next to them, but Inabas team does not. So it might all just come down to if the team that the winners have assembled is capable of winning that emergency stage. Meanwhile, La Pluma is trying her best.
Yes, I'm trying to think of which emergency is like the worst for this team right now. I'm kind of thinking that emergency goes to the resort, which is that the
I
one
would
with the
say
Southwest.
no,
Maybe
I would
it's
say
Ominous.
Beast to the Slaughter, because all those clumps
Yeah.
of sheep.
Yeah. Oh, Ghost of the Resort. It is Ghost of the
Ooh,
Resort for
that
the winners.
looks
So
good.
yeah, I mean, these enemies, you have a Hibiscus Altar, a Spectre, and an Orchid.
Oh,
And you have
the
6
Beast awaiting
lives.
slaughter on Inabas team. It begins.
It begins.
The winners do have the advantage of being in the stage first.
Yes, and Beast Awaiting Slaughter is not a particularly quick stage because there's a lot of these enemies that just kind of sit around
Meander,
and
yeah.
wait for you. Yeah, they're just very slow, and I guess it's kind of like an introduction to a lot of the mechanics, right?
Here's on the contrary, though. The winners have already deployed all their units, obviously, as they need to set up. But those Sarkaz walk really slowly. So
yes,
but they do leave earlier though. That is the advantage. They do leave for work earlier in the morning.
Yeah, I mean the Spectre Altar could have the stun, and she is completely invincible during her skill, so maybe they could just clear this without even
Firstly,
reading
you said
anything.
Spectre Altar, but secondly, here we go. Does she have the... No, she's down. But Hibiscus Altar,
Hibiscus Altar
clears it, and it is 1 point in the winner's favor, 8-7, and they're going to be taking that tile. Is there anything they can do to pull back from this?
If I think the way that they come back from this is that Inabas and Lostrian invent time travel, which I mean is not like unreasonable. I think I have faith in them, but if they manage to go back in time long enough and just grab Texas Altar, then
Yeah. Well, there is about 1.5 minutes left. So if you could hypothetically, like, who even has the passive skill needed?
I'm not sure, but we will quickly mention that the stream timer is a little bit ahead, so don't trust that. I'm not saying you should trust us either. But it means that they will be basically playing, and the timer is irrelevant to this point. But I mean, passive skills, all of your fast rated players have passive skills.
Wait! What is that?
Wait. No, it's a lost and found?
No, it was not. That was not convert a combat into a rogue trader. That is unfortunate.
Oh,
They're
no.
just trying to race through as quickly as possible, it looks like. No, I don't think that was it.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like the winners are going for a Texas Altar here, and Texas Altar does have a passive skill. All those skills count.
Yes,
so...
the winners are going to seal their victory by doing a Texas solo.
I didn't know that Texas Altar could solo this stage. Wow, that's so surprising.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know that Executor Specialists were so good on floor 1. And that's time, but I think they were going to run away with it anyway. There we go. That's it. In favor of Wayhazel and FABKnight by 1 point.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's the closest match. No, by far the closest match we've had all night.
Yeah, by far. I mean, the winners didn't even get the 2-point tile. Did they? They did get the 2-point tile, yes.
They did.
That's like, it's just like tiny margins. Tiny little margins here. And even after all of that, they still have, they're still very clear-headed and say, all right, restart the run, grab the Texas Altar so we can confirm that this is like a win, right? Still very calm and collected. I don't think I can really say that Inabas and Lostrian played that poorly, right? Like,
No, it was pretty much back and forth the entire time. Like, ultimately, it really did just come down to like getting that boss tile and having solid enough RNG to like get the tiles earlier than your opponent could. Like, it was very well fought from both sides.
yeah, I'm wondering if that Durin dodging had anything to do with it, just kind of wasting your time and causing undue stress, maybe, and maybe forcing you to restart the run as well. Because I believe the way that they completed that stage was that they just retreated Kaltzit, who was their only line of defense at the end there, and they just managed to lose.
Yeah.
So
And then they did
maybe a
get
bit of
those 3
miscalculation.
kills. That I still think that if it did ultimately come down to Durin, that is in terms of ways to lose an IS bingo, that is a way to go out.
Yeah, that is the way. I lost to Durin dodging too many times. That's a story that you can tell your children when you're old. But yeah, I mean, what a close match. What a close match. And like, I mean, I have to give credit to the winners here of, like we're saying, just being very calm about this. Also taking the Foldato squad as well. Like, such a good idea to just, give yourself the extra chance of like just getting this randomly. Like, I have to say, well played to them. Well played.
Yeah,
Actually thinking ahead.
Very almost prescient levels of just having multiple avenues in which they could get another tile, even at the very end. And speaking of which, I think... Alright, we now have Inabas and Lostrian here with us. Can you guys, there you are.
Hello.
So, that was a very close match. I mean, literally down to the last few minutes or even seconds. How, like, were you guys panicking a lot, or how did it feel going through all of that?
Catch up, because we were behind at that point, so I was trying to catch up with that. And then seeing that taken, I got really desperate. So yeah, it was a lot of panicking.
Yeah, and then we lost the emergency one without a 6-star, like right after.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty bad. Ugh.
And like Lostrian still struggled, like tried to struggle till the end, trying to go for the shop, trying to get like a trying to get the Fortitals at the end. Like we just couldn't make it, or else like there was the potential for a tile. Then we could have went on, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was rooting for sudden death all the way to the end because it would have just been so clutch.
Yeah, it was definitely fun though. Like, it did feel like it was really intense.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I decided to join the tournament. So.
Yeah, so I mean, I have to give supreme props to you guys, by the way, because you got the most important tile on the board, which is clearing your stage with your initial DP, adding to exactly 69. Congratulations on your very quick maths in that situation.
that was the tile I spotted immediately when we saw the tiles. I was like, nice, I gotta get that.
Nice.
And yeah, it just so happened that we would clear both tiles where the one rarity of each, and then 69 all at the same time. I was like, that was just God, man. It was so good.
You may have lost the match, but really, you won that. So who came out ahead, honestly?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like Lostrian tried really hard. It's just that I was panicking too hard, so my orders I feel like was a bit delayed, where I should have been giving out orders earlier. So I think that part is really on me. And like you actually saw him clicking back a lot and then going back in because I was actually asking him to restart, but then I was like, oh wait, there was another tile we could go for, which is the having 3 range operators died. I asked him to click back in. That also wasted time. So like
No,
it was a lot of panicking.
I should have gotten that on boss. I knew you were trying to go for that on which one? The shadows facing. The 421, and then I totally forgot about it once we hit the boss. I should have just thrown all my ranged offs.
No, I forgot a lot of stuff as well. Like okay, like we're new to this kind of like competition, and like to be fair, it's also me just not seeing the tiles a lot of the times. I feel like when you're just watching, you don't really think, well, see, it's so obvious they can just claim that tile. Like that was me when we were watching the previous runs by the other competitors. That was just me. And I was like, I heard you guys saying like, oh, see, don't make that mistake again. I was like, I would never make that mistake. But when I'm actually the one playing, I was like, wait, what am I doing? So yeah, I did feel that.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment and the stress and needing to communicate your orders quickly to your expeditioner, like, things rapidly fall apart. But hey, Lostrian, how does it feel like knowing Wayhazel, person who won the first bingo lockout, you put up a pretty solid fight, like, down to the wire?
Honestly, I just feel sad that I wasn't able to upset Vienanmeri's bracket again, and now he has one correct prediction out of 5.
What do you mean again? What do you mean again? Hold up. What's going on here?
So someone made a prediction of how the games would come out, and for the first 4 games that was played out, he was wrong on all of them, and he predicted us to lose. So we were trying to say, like, see, this prediction is just cursed. He's just making everyone he predicts to win to just lose the game, even though, like, technically speaking, they might have the better chance. But yeah, it was a funny meme in the chat there.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell us that there's some like illegal gambling going on in the background here?
I would not suggest so ever, but
Okay.
Really suspect.
I'll trust you then. Okay. But yeah, I actually wanted to know you guys' thoughts on the randomness of integrated strategies and how that plays into the boards that you're trying to complete. Because one of the nodes that nobody got was converting a combat node into a rogue trader. Now,
yeah,
of course, that's
what we were
pretty
trying
random,
to go
right?
for the last as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just like, unless you get the Fortitude, there was just no way of getting it. So I kind of put it in the back of my mind as like a final option, but I never really tried to get it in the start. I don't think we got the Fortitudes anyway.
No.
I don't think
so.
anyone ever saw that full Dartle.
So yeah, so that's just how it is, I guess. It is really luck based.
I mean, I was going at the end trying to get lost and founds to switch out full articles, but that didn't work either. I think I had another doubt in the first run, but the chances are just so small of ever seeing it. So
it is a pretty rare full Dartle, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
But it is also really powerful if you can get it, like, let's say if we're like D15 players, then getting that is such a strong buff to us.
Well, see, here's the thing about D15 though. Like in D15, more likely than not, you're going into Bosky just for the extra resources, which you can't really do in a speed bingo competition. So that's just less chances to run into the full Dartle, and that might be ultimately why no one's seen it.
Let me tell you, he had to go through a Bosky, and I had to ask him to not take it. That hurt my soul, telling him not to take it.
Oh, I feel that.
Like, as a D15 player, like, it never happens. You always take the Bosky for your development, and it's just...
Yeah.
It feels weird.
Yeah.
It is the law of the land that when you see a Bosky, you must go into it. It doesn't matter if
you
it could
see a
possibly screw
Bosky, you fill it. Wait, what?
We are not
I
going
did
back
not say
into
that.
this whole joke
what
side.
was it about the whole thing? What was
Hey,
that?
Elha's the one who likes the holes, not me. I just go here.
Ah, is that so? I see.
True.
Understood.
We can wrap up interview if you guys want.
Yeah,
All right. Oh, is there anything else that either Lostrian or Inabas, either of you wanted to say?
I just wanted to say thanks for my friends for watching, even though they understand nothing about Arknights. So if you're still watching the post-interview, I appreciate it. And I guess thanks for Lungmen Dragons for running this, because it definitely was really fun to be a part of it.
Yeah, same with me. Like, it's really thanks to you guys for having us, and like, really, Lostrian, thank you for your great job. Sorry I disappointed, and that's about it.
Wait, why are you apologizing? Why is everyone apologizing in the interview? Hold on a
This
second.
is like a recurring theme here of just like
What is this?
depression.
Couples
Like,
therapy?
I mean, to be fair, right? He went through all the like time, like the speed run to just finally get in, and then lose to the same, like lose on the same round. It's kind of hurts, man. Kind of hurts.
Okay.
Especially like knowing how many hours they have to put into the grind to finally get there, and then there's like gone. Yeah, it does make you feel bad, to be honest.
That's a fair
Yes,
perspective.
well, there will be many more disappointments to come, but thank you so much for participating in Inabas and Lostrian. We are going to be moving on to the next match very soon. We are setting things up in the background, but like, I'm excited, Sai. We finally
also
got a
excited.
very, very close game, right? We got a very close game right down to the wire. I'm hoping that more of the games are like this.
I'm hoping that sets the tone for the following match, the following 3 matches that we have left, because we've got some very interesting, like, navigators and expeditioners that are going to be coming up. In our next match, RapidPotential and Larfic versus Hawky and Lamsun. Lamsun I've seen around in the ArcKnights community, like, for multiple years at this point. Hawky I am not so familiar with. But what I'm very interested in is Larfic, who has been a pretty consistent member of ArcKnight's Twitch stream for some time, and RapidPotential, one of the OG Twitch streamers who went on a bit of a hiatus just because, you know, life growing up and all that, and now he's back and driving it like he stole it with a viewer. So I wonder how that dynamic's going to go.
Yeah, it's kind of like this OG battle in a sense. It is important to note, though, that kind of the decider there is Hawky, who is completely new, as far as I'm concerned, to All Bingo Lockout. I don't believe I've seen them in many other like community tournaments, for example. So Hawky is a very new face around here, so hopefully they're going to be doing well. But on the other side, you do have Larfic, who in the last Bingo Lockout came second. So it's a little bit of a different story there for Larfic. They do have at least a little bit of experience in this format as well. So I'm kind of wondering if RapidPotential is going to be a hindrance to Larfic or not, or whether or not.
And who knows? Because again, Lostrian was completely new to this as well, but still put up one hell of a fight. So who knows? Maybe we could even see an upset, especially if the RNG runs specifically one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that many people are looking for these like upsets in a sense with how much illegal gambling is going on in the background. But
Hey, what?
you know, it's I mean, with how much people are invested in the tournament, shall we say? Emotionally invested, I should say, emotionally invested. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird scenario where does it really matter, right? Because this tournament is so different from the last one. Does it really matter that you have the experience there? Maybe it's just the nerves, right? It might not be actually playing the game. It's just, oh yeah, I've been here before. I'm just doing it again. It's okay. So that is going to be a point of contention here. But we will be getting the board pretty soon.
Oh.
But the last board's eye was
Yes.
kind of a like a sarcasm themed board. Do you think we're going to have another one of these kinds of boards that's a bit more focused on a different thing?
Like Carranza?
Well, I'm not saying that specifically, but I mean anything else that you might be looking at, for example.
Hey, why can I see the board, and why does it say post a picture of Grani that Aoao would like as one of the tiles?
I mean, that's really easy because I like every picture.
All right, well, let me just commission an artist really quickly.
Honestly,
I don't know.
if anyone has Granny leveled up, then I mean, I think that's all I need from you. You don't even have to pick her. You don't have to deploy her. You don't have to do anything. It doesn't even have to be related to the squad or the tiles that you're going for. Just if you just have her, then I think that's enough for me. Although honestly, there are some other horses out there that would kind of be a bit weirder to take than Granny. I think a lot of people might have Granny just because she's such a long-time operator, right? She was out in like
That's fair.
year one, just like the first operator.
And she's been
first
given
free
back.
operator, I guess.
And she's like, they gave her her op rec, or like not the op rec, you know, the thing that gives us welfares, that thing.
The record restore, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So everyone should have Granny. You have no excuse anymore. That's basically it. That's all from me about the horses.
And speaking of horses, there is a significant lack of horses here. Holy crap, what's going on?
Yeah, it's just...
What is this?
Just bias.
This is...
I think this is...
Rarity Knights?
Yeah, this is low rarity stuff going on here. What is this?
Has anyone seen I Love Amiya in a while? I think he might have escaped containment and made this board.
But yeah, I mean, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 stars, these are operators that can work in IS4 early on when you're on very low difficulty. They can obviously work, but it's gonna take some major finessing here sometimes, like having 5 1 or 2 star operators. Keep in mind, reserve operators are 3 stars. They count as 3 stars. So you cannot take them and have this tile be satisfied. You need those 1 stars or 2 stars. So with the amount of like combat experience, well, not combat experience, combat capabilities that those kinds of operators have, this could be pretty rough, especially early on when you don't have anything good to go with them.
It might also be worth noting here that I think this board is one of the top boards, if not the board that most asks the expeditioner themselves to express their own personal skill rather than the collaboration between the expeditioner and the navigator. Because let's take the last board as an example. While it's true that there needs to be a certain degree of communication and getting Typhon to land the final blow, like, it's Typhon. That's not really too difficult. But here, even if the navigator just comes out and directly says, you must do this with a low star operator, it's ultimately up to the expeditioner to execute that, and at that point, the navigator can only watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see more of the skill expression, as you said, in the from the expeditioner. I'm not sure how many of them would have practiced this kind of stuff to like, oh, I'm just gonna do floor 1 with only 3, 2, and 1 stars, right? I can't say that I've ever.
I don't think anyone reasonably does that, except for like maybe I Love Amiya and anyone else who plays low star knights, and then also masochists.
That's not true, because I fulfilled that last one and I haven't tried this. So, you know,
okay.
The amount of experience going on here is maybe a bit of a problem, especially because if the navigator just says, oh yeah, just clear the stage with, like, you know, with all your operators that are only 2 and 1 stars, I can imagine that as an expeditioner, you might be like, are you serious? Like, what do you mean? Like, you really want me to clear this on Justice Night or something? Like, I can accept that there might be a bit of confusion there, right? But let's see. There is gaining more than 8 ingots from a single node, which
simply kill a chest.
Yeah, you can kill a chest, of course. There is also the Foldato that gives you exactly 8. So if you get any natural drops from ingots from that stage, that is more than 8, right? It's not like
True.
8, not more than 8 in one go, but it is more than 8. So maybe that could be possible. Also,
and then of
I
course
guess...
there's the relics you could get from the shops, from the Wish Fulfilled, and you could just get lucky from gambling on those giant golems.
Yeah, I think I've gambled on that like once because I wasn't bothered to just click for like 5 minutes as I'm like watching the. I was like, oh, I can just get on with the run right now, can't I? Even though it's like just a little bit better.
And speaking
but it looks like we're in.
Yes, speaking of getting on with the run, it does look like we've begun.
And it looks like, what are we starting on the side of? On the side of? I don't remember which side is which.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I need to write myself a new post-it. All right. So it does look like. Do we have any team names? It looks like Rapid and Larfic's team name is Blemzinga. That's a beautiful name. And they're going to be on Team Blue. And then for Hawky and Lamsun, we have No Brain We Ball for Team Red.
And it looks like Blimzinger has picked up a Mudrock. I don't think Mudrock is a 3-star. I could be wrong about that though, because I don't use her myself. But it does look like No Brain We Ball is having a little bit of an indecision about what they want to do.
Well,
but
there
they are
is
into the
no
stage.
brain and only a ball, so it is on form.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Going into this stage with only Mudrock, nothing else, I am trying to look at which thing they're trying to do here. Which I can't see. Oh, clear a stage with either only defenders or only vanguards. And Mudrock, while she may not be a 3-star, is in fact a defender. Clearing floor to
I
emergency with
think
no
we
leaks. That's-
might be having a bit of a connection issue somewhere. Can you clean out the window and make sure there's not a collapsal gnawing on our antenna again?
Window? What?
Yeah.
Aren't you also in the basement?
I thought we were in a field observation shack.
This is... I don't think this is, like, correct.
Maybe the room we're in is the
Well,
Foldartal.
we
Sorry,
are
not
the
collapsal.
Foldartal, yeah.
We are. Maybe the
Actually-
true Foldartals was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. Actually, you know, this actually begs a very good question, right? This begs a very good question.
Hold on. I just want to make a comment that Larfic is like, I don't know if it's a touchscreen, but his cursors are just like swaying back and forth like they're dancing, and you can't see it right. Oh my god.
Sorry, guys, we are having a bit of technical difficulties. I mean, you guys know what the deal is nowadays. We have technical difficulties. The players are playing in the background. I'll give you a commentary that they are picking a reserve caster. Congrats. All right.
Congrats.
I've been asked to clarify who is they, and that's all the information you're going to get. So we have the other side, which is doing some alien communication while they're looking at a bunch of casters, and they will suddenly pick the steward? Amy? Steward?
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 No, reserve caster.
Reserve caster.
Reserve caster, unfortunately. Damn it. But yeah, I mean, still the Mudrock is just kind of soloing every stage on the side of
You know,
No Brain
honestly,
Revolt, I believe that is.
that may be the way to go. Like, hear me out. You just get Mudrock to solo everything, and then when you get to a place you need to use a low star, then you just use the low star. They might be onto something here.
Yeah, I am just kind of wondering why they aren't taking any other operators with them, because it's probably kind of okay to just take them along. You know, it's just like a school excursion or something, school trip. Just taking them along, they don't have to do anything. They can just be in the squad. So a little bit confusing, but I mean, we have, I believe this is No Brain We Ball in a Prisoner's Night again. Did we start with Prisoner's Night? I don't think we did this time, actually.
How
I
many
think we
maps are there
started
for
on-
floor 1 again? There's like 4, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
there's
5?
floor.
Floor? There's floor maps.
there-
Yeah, I agree. The
there's
maps
floor.
are on a floor.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I concur.
Yes. But we are breaking the street here with no Prisoner's Night. It does look like these guys are just going. They're just kind of
They do be
chilling.
going.
No tiles have been claimed yet, though, so you haven't missed anything.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Look. That's Pith.
It is
Oh
Pith,
no. It is Pith.
and they do not
We're
take
so
her.
sorry. They don't take. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad.
You really can't be mad about not taking Pith, honestly. Unfortunately, Pith, not a great operator. I'm not gonna say she's bad,
No,
but
you can
she's
say
not
it.
great.
You can say it.
I'll be nice.
I'll
She's
say
trying
it.
her best.
It's bad. I'm sorry.
I did not
Alright.
say it, okay? I was not the one that said it.
It looks like we've got some confirmation that Rapid's team has taken 1 point by clearing a stage with only defenders or vanguards.
I love how this is like, we're just watching this so that nobody else can see it. And it's just like, oh, it's like having 0 index. You just cannot see anything, and you're like just praying that something happens, you know?
So what you're saying is that the Collapsals ate our indexes and we had to go get them back to restore our connection?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the Collapsals ate my homework. I can't get it back.
Honestly, if I was a teacher who heard that, I'd excuse the first person who said that just because it's funny. Just the first person, though. Not anyone else, just the first one.
You get an exemption for being funny.
Exactly.
Making me blow hot air out of my nose.
Exactly. See, you understand. Alright,
okay.
we should be back now, though, are we?
Yes, we are so back. You guys can actually see it now.
And it looks like we have done a little quick color swap-a-roo in the interim. Rapid Team Blemzinga is Team Red, and No Brain We Ball is Team Blue.
Yeah, it's currently 2-0. Have 3 different reserve operators deployed at the same time, which I don't think it's that hard, right? You have a Vanguard, a Caster, and a Defender, really? Or a Sniper. There's plenty of them.
It's just that easy.
Yeah, it's just that easy.
Real quick notification for our YouTube side. If you are currently seeing Rapid is blue, please note that you may be under the subject of some collapsal interference. Rapid is supposed to be red, and hopefully we'll be getting that fixed really quickly.
And yeah, I mean, we just saw, right, that No Brain We Ball had to restart their run, essentially. I think it was them. Was it them? No, sorry.
Yes, No, they did. That was No Brain We Ball who restarted.
Yes.
Yes.
So they had to restart the run. Maybe this is just because there's a free insider somehow. I don't know how useful that is. But they are going for the Justice Knight. Wait.
Free insider?
What could you possibly be doing?
Maybe they're going to defeat the first enemy of a stage with Justice Knight!
Good luck. Is all I can say. Just
don't
good luck.
believe in her, Eha? You, the fan of the Casimir's Knights? You don't believe in Justice Knight?
I will admit to you that the only time I've ever seen Justice Knight used is to block fireballs in the Tallulah stage. And she did a good job. So, you know, that's okay. But I don't think that's how you're normally meant to be using Justice Knight. I don't know how you're meant to be normally using Justice Knight. You just kind of place her down. She costs 3. So, I don't know. It's probably okay.
It looks like Team Blemzinga has taken a second one, having the 3 reserve operators deployed for their lead at 2-0. Not sure what No Brain We Ball is doing. Balling, presumably.
Maybe not yet, but maybe the goal is to start balling eventually.
Did you mention a free insider?
I did mention a free insider. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they took it or not.
Did they? I don't see it, but maybe I'm missing something.
I am not sure, but I am quite surprised that many of these players have not really even attempted to do this low rarity stuff, right? There's a lot of Mudrock, Bagpipe, there's Reed Alta coming in, there's a Cicero. You can kind of start to see it now where I think you can see there's a Lancet and a Justice Knight on one side. I don't really know how much that's doing, especially when you're already on floor 2. Those robots become a lot worse at killing enemies the further you go because they're just, you know, so much more tanky, they do so much more damage. So
Yes, but do note that there is a bounty on the floor 3 boss for killing it with a 1 or 2 star operator. So maybe that's the plan. Just use busted 6 stars to get up there and then whammy them with a 1 star and hope it works.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think is the easiest boss to kill with a 1 or 2 star operator?
Who's got the lowest defense? Wait, hear me out.
I don't know.
The Nature's Wrath, because it gets fragile on the heat sink thing.
That is true, yeah. I mean, I think if I had to do this, I would probably be using... I'd probably be using Durin, actually. because Durun probably does the most amount of damage. Or you could use Yato as well, because Yato can block enemies.
Yo.
Right. Yo. So like, it's like reasonable, I think, to do that, but of course, it does come down to the execution. Can you beat a boss like that, especially when you have to time it even better with the heat pumps? Sorry. Is a one-star operator ever going to be able to do that?
Hold on. I want to actually point something out. We are now 10 minutes into our 25-minute match. We have 15 minutes remaining, and we only have 2 points on the board in total. This is such a devastating board.
Yes, and is that a free Swire, the Elegant Wit coming on?
Uh-oh.
It is, and they actually pick it.
Uh-oh.
Which, I mean, I don't know what that's doing, but when you get offered this wire, I guess it's
her best.
Just take it. Yeah, just take her, but what I am looking at here is this enter floor 3 with no E2 operators. And I don't think that that's possible for our teams right now, because I think both of them already have an E2, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe No Brain We Ball doesn't have one, but I know definitely that Blemzinga has an E2 operator. It's pretty rough because that is 1 point, and when you're going up 2-0, I mean, you kind of need every point that you can get at this point.
Wait, where is Blemzinga's E2? I'm not seeing it.
It's in my imagination, Zai.
Okay. Okay.
It's in my imagination. Oh, but there is. I think they are very aware of it because they did pass up the bagpipe upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because they got offered a counter belay. Yeah, so maybe they are aware of this, and they just have to get to floor 3. So I believe this should be the last combat before floor 3. Maybe there's another one if they're a bit unlucky, but that could be 1 extra point.
I'm looking for
really
tiles that could be taken right now, but like so many of these feel like they can't be done in the beginning. Like, well, I mean, there's defeat the first enemy of a stage with a 1-star operator. That hasn't been taken yet, surprisingly. And I think they're both past the time where it would be safe to take it, so maybe we'll see that make a reappearance. But travel vertically twice in a single floor, leak an enemy which drains more than 1 HP. Like, so many of these I don't see as reasonably doable on floor 1, and maybe even floor 2.
Yeah, and I actually think that No Brain We Ball might have missed something, which was defeating an elite enemy as the last enemy of a stage with a 3-star. They did have the reserve operator hitting that Saka's Blade Weaver, but I don't think it actually killed it because there was a read altar right behind him. So that might have been a missed opportunity there for an extra point, and they're going to need every point that they can get at this point.
Yeah, like at this point, just like getting points on the board is what you should be trying to do. Like, not even going for specific things, just like get something.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of like random things that can happen here, right? Like having at least 4 Fadazos of the same color at once. You might have to go a little bit further for that, but that is something that could just happen, right? There is also leaking an enemy which drains more than 1 HP, like we said before, that chest.
That's purely
the
luck.
Mimic chest. Yeah, that's just purely luck as well, but it could happen. It could happen, right? Traveling vertically twice on a single floor. Also, these passages are also very random, but you can get 2 of them. It's actually pretty likely, honestly, that you get 2 of them. It's just whether or not you have enough index at that point, and whether or not you understand that that is a possibility for you. It does
Related,
look like
but
on the side. Yeah.
just in some funny, like quirky contestant things, we are seeing the volume bar communication again from Hawky, so it does look like, yes, this is a viable alternative if you can't wiggle a cursor.
Yeah, it kind of looks like... I mean, I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what is going on right now. It doesn't look like any of them are going for something specifically.
I feel like at this point, neither team is in control. The board is in control, and everyone else, including the commentators and the viewers, are just like holding on for the ride. Like, the board is driving.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the struggle of having it so expeditioner side, right? Because we were talking about the expeditioner probably needing to have a little bit more of a skill expression in this on this board. Maybe that's actually significantly harder than we think, because it's hard for a navigator to just say, oh yeah, can you like deploy Justice Knight first and like nothing else? They'd be like, what are you doing? what are you trying to get me to do here? Like, I can understand that. So
you're right that there's several degrees
purposeful
of communication that are going on here. Like, if you wanted to kill something with Justice Knight, you have to first understand, like, as the navigator, how to translate that, and then you have to tell it to your expeditioner, and then the expeditioner has to execute. Like, what a tall order.
Yeah, and I can't really imagine that many people have Justice Knight actually leveled, and you know, even though she can only get to like level 30 or something, every little bit of attack will count in this moment, and it could be the difference between not being able to kill an enemy and getting that tile. So maybe that's also playing into it a little bit.
And I would certainly hope that our contestants have finished their meta progression, given that, you know, they've been running speedrun bingo attempts for forever and ever. But can you imagine if you didn't finish out your attack meta progression and had to try and kill something with Lance or with Justice Knight? Like, oh man.
Yeah, and we're actually getting a little bit of an interesting factoid while we're on the topic of our communication, right? That by complete chance, Lamsun and Hawky can actually speak the same language, and it isn't English. It's actually, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, Bahasa, which I think is Indonesian. It is from the Indonesian region. So, just kind of by complete accident, they can both speak the same language, and we are getting confirmation that they are actually communicating in that language, which is pretty cool. So I kind of wonder how different it is to speak in a different language when it comes to like Arcanite specific stuff, right? It must be at least a little different.
I wonder if you like, does each I wonder if each language would have like words for how you do things in Arcanites, or if they just say the English thing like deploy or operator or robot. Well, I mean, they should have a word for robot, but like, I wonder how much of it just like bounces back and forth, because that's always been interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, as someone that does not speak a second language, I am completely out of the loop with this kind of stuff. So hopefully it's going well for them. They are currently down 0-2 though, so you know, maybe even though it is a help to have someone that can just understand what you're saying in a different perspective, they are going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. They are going to have to pick it up, because we have only about, like, what, 7 minutes left, is it? Yeah, we only have about 7 minutes left, and it's still only 2 points.
I am genuinely convinced that whoever, like, someone is going to find their win, like, their groove, and then whoever just runs away with it is, like, basically whoever can figure out what they need to do on floor 3 first is going to run away with it, because I don't think there's anything happening on floor 1 and 2. Nothing is happening. There's just the board tiles are just too demanding.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also that like the other way to think about it. Like, if you're using those 1 stars and 2 stars, isn't floor 1 like exactly the time where you want to be using them, when enemies are the weakest that they can possibly be, right? It kind of seems like both of the teams just are forgoing then, like, okay, we need to do something at this point, and it kind of does look like Blemzinga is just kind of trekking along. You know, they have, I think they're already on floor 3. Yeah, that's Shady Frozen Sea right there, the greatest stage in all of Arknights, and they do have the E2 Texas Altar, so maybe they're trying to do something weird with the floor 3 boss. They're already there, you know. There's like defeating a distorted caster without triggering its movement boost. You know, those enemies only really start to come in like floor 2, floor 3, floor 4, right? That kind of stuff. So maybe those are still on the table. Wearing a floor 2 emergency with no leaks also may be possible, but I mean, all of these tiles look pretty good for Blemzinga, not so good for their opponents.
This is interesting. It looks like We have lost communication with one of our expeditioners. Hawky appears to be having some technical difficulties. So we will be putting on a no signal until we can figure out what's going on with that. Hopefully Hawky can get back to us quickly before he gets devoured by collapsals.
Yeah, we're in the Infi ice fields. It's probably just that their equipment got frozen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. It happens, if you're not prepared with some like heat packs, or maybe you're just not a very warm kind of person. It can happen.
Maybe he got like sidetracked by a pretty sarcasm girl. I heard that happens occasionally. You know what I mean?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, we will be putting up our signal lost, and this time it really is a signal lost. Because we have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what's going on with Hawky. Hopefully they can have a word with their ISP or something about that.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be getting him back soon, but oh boy.
Yeah, it's not a situation you want to be in when you're already down 2 points, or when the enemy has 2 points. So.
All right.
Cleansing up has a boss key, and I mean,
the funniest thing that could possibly happen right now is taking it. Hey, wait a second. Maybe that's where Hawky went. Maybe he fell into a boss key passage that no one else saw.
He fell. Yeah, that's why we can't see him anymore, because he lost his index and we lost the connection. Hawky just fell into a boss key passage.
Oh no.
Oh no. Hopefully he can find his way out of there. I hope he got the shop one though.
I mean, how many different types of boss key are there? What are the odds that he got a combat one?
Yeah, hopefully he's not having to deal with enemies that don't take as much damage, unless they're far away, because that one's pretty rough. But it looks like... Are we back? Did he escape?
Did he escape? Is he back in boss key
I think
land?
he escaped. I think he escaped.
Let's go! He's out! We made it! Let's go!
Oh no. Okay. We're back from the boss key passage.
back.
Remember, guys, you have to respect the decision to get in the boss key passage every single time you see it. So, we are back. Oh no, are we not back? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, what is going on?
What's going on now? Rapid?
Oh, wait. Are we... Wait.
Okay.
We're good, I think?
We're good.
Oh.
Okay. The collapsals have been contained. The expedition is fine.
Oh.
We've got our anti-interference indexes back. We're all good.
It's fine.
We're good.
It's fine, it's fine.
Oh. Alright.
Remember, guys, please, if you're doing anything dangerous, remember, you need a good guide. You need someone that knows the area. You need someone that knows where things are safe. It's very important when you're traveling, okay? Don't just go blind. Don't just go blind. But there isn't that much time left. And despite all the technical difficulties, these players still have been going. And, I mean, we keep saying it. There's been 2 tiles taken. What happened between last match and this match? Right? We were going straight to the edge for last time.
To be fair, look at this board! I wouldn't even know what to do with it besides maybe, like, cry!
Yeah, I mean, I can't claim that I would do any better on this board. Especially with the kind of communication hassle it can be sometimes. But, if this ends in a 2-0... I don't think we've ever had. Oh no, it's not 2-0. It's not 2-0.
Have we gotten a point?
We have another point. We have increased the amount of points gained by 50%. Enter 4-3 with no E2 operators going to the side of no brain we ball. It is.
All right, it's not going to be
on
an
the
utter
board.
shutout.
They are on the board.
I think we are approaching time, however. Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear.
I think, yes, we are out of time. Unfortunately, through the difficulties we have completed the board with only 3 tiles taken 3 points. Not even a 2-pointer. But a win is a win. A win is a win. So congratulations. Congratulations to Rapid and Larfic, Team Blimzinga, for getting 50% more points. Well, actually, no, it's actually 100% more points than the other team.
Yes.
Right, yeah. Wow. Incredible.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think was like the hardest
boards
thing
of
with it?
all time.
Like, because when I look at this board, right, I'm not really seeing many things like, you know, that are like super difficult, right? Obviously, the enter floor 3 with no E2s, it's pretty okay. You know, clearing a floor 2 emergency with no leaks, I kind of feel like that would just happen occasionally. Traveling vertically twice in a single floor, that can also just happen on floor 1, floor 2. And there's a lot of stuff that
floor 1 it can. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of these things that might have been missed and might be a case of like tunnel vision, I guess, on the side of our contestants. They're just so focused on these really hard tiles that maybe it's like they're just kind of blind to these tiles.
Maybe they got psyched out.
Yeah, absolutely. Does
that mean the board did psychic damage?
The board is doing psychic damage to our.
The board is a collapsal.
The board is collapsal. I mean, yeah, it's. I can't help it. There was some missed opportunity here, but it is. I will admit that there were lots of like really difficult tiles as well. Like having lots of low rarity operators does not really put people in a comfortable place, and especially when you're an expeditioner and your navigator just tells you, hey, can you pick a bunch of low star operators? And you're like, I don't know if I can really get to the next floor or something. I don't know if I can do this combat. And you're just kind of like wiggling your mouse or your volume meter or something. And you're like, no, this is not doable. And I'm sure that some of the navigators at least are like not gonna push it too hard. Maybe they should. Maybe they should be whipping them a little bit. But
yo. Hey, hold on a second. Where are you going with this, buddy?
I'm trying to say that like the expeditioner, maybe it is a bit of a skill issue, maybe where you're not as confident in yourself and being able to complete these stages. But it's also kind of the fault of the navigator as well to expect a lot of those people, or maybe not communicating it in quite the right way, I guess, is also the other way. Because look at this. But congratulations to who won? It was Rapid
and Larfic on Team Blimzinga.
Yes.
And here we have with us Lamsun and Hawky. Hello.
Hello.
I'm so sorry.
So, how do you feel? I think that board was a thing.
Sorry. We're just not getting lucky about the first card magic. Right. Since this RNG not really with us. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. So.
Well, I want to cry. Just kidding.
Sorry.
So we're actually we were getting a little bit of
Yeah, this bingo sounds very hard for us.
Yeah.
We're still missing some operator, and we didn't get any mimic test. Yeah, it all depends on RNG. A lot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
So it was a combination
I wish I
of.
could do more stuff. I wish I could do more stuff, but I did some mistake too. I did some mistake again. Alright. Sorry. Those my songs. I can hear you guys.
Wait, hold on. We've got another apology from a navigator on stream. Oh my god. Guys, please have a little more faith in yourself.
Yeah, you don't have to take it too hard.
My network connection is
something like yeah, like right now your time was like I'm done for. Then we have so many problems like internet connection or something like that.
when we were like training, it was just fine. But when
Then
we were in the
mic-
Eckogen tournament,
My mic also rap. Okay. So
Yeah.
player can hear me clearly. Since I didn't really raise my voice. So
yeah,
that
that is
was
one-
very my fault. Okay.
yeah.
Not my fault. Mostly maybe.
No, it's mostly my fault. Not gonna lie, that's mostly my fault.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is what it is.
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 What it is.
I hate myself.
no.
I would want
Don't
to ask
take it too
more,
hard.
but I feel like we've all, to some extent, just taken so much emotional damage from that board, and you guys specifically, because you guys had to play it. Like when you first saw the board, how did you feel?
I don't know. I did not say anything.
I was alive first. At first I was alive until I can do it and roll 3, call 1, and roll 3. Roll through, call 4. I think we can do it at first, and then the red team already taken, and I was okay. Maybe we can try the other calls. But some of them really hard to take it.
Yeah, all the easy ones did get
Yeah.
snatched up first.
Yeah. Super. I mean, just still I can do, but I really can comment him to pick any operator. I was too early, too fast. All right, maybe. Yeah, that's all for me. Maybe I have ready for another question.
Not really, unless there's
I'm-
anything you or Hawky would like to say to everyone else.
I am so sorry for my poor internet connection.
Oh, okay, now we've got an expeditioner apologizing! Guys, please! It's okay.
We got Advent.
We're all just here to have
Organizers
fun.
sponsoring this.
I don't know. My internet connection just
You don't
Bro,
have to apologize for your internet
Yeah,
connection. It is not
Yeah.
your fault. That is okay. But yes,
Yeah.
we
Well,
well,
good game though.
yes, good job on the
Yeah.
game. Fortunately, you will be out, but congratulations anyway for getting the one tile that you did and dealing with all of the technical difficulties. But we're going to be moving on to the next match, the penultimate match of the day, I believe, which is
Indeed, and one I've been looking forward to.
Yes, it's Vienanmeri and Toboruo versus Aoao and Roriipupper.
Now, if
So-
you've spent any significant amount of time on the Twitch Arknights community, you would have seen both of these.
Ooh.
Toboruo is both a streamer and a viewer, and Roriipupper, I believe, is more active primarily on YouTube, but sometimes hangs around as a viewer, and I believe has streamed recently in the past few months. So both of them, very visible presences, and it'll be really interesting to see how they steer their expeditioners in their matches.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of being in a practice run when Tobo was navigating, and it does seem like the kind of communication that he tends to lean towards is his voice can sound a little bit frantic at times, I guess.
I have 2 hands.
I don't think I can say the same thing for myself, honestly. I don't
Ye-
think so.
Well, of course you don't have 2 hands, you have 4 hooves.
5, actually.
What?
It was a birth defect.
Oh, I thought you were like holding Grani's hoof
Well-
right now. I was about to be like, oh, well, okay.
Well, I mean, you can think about it that way if it makes you feel a little bit better.
If it makes me feel a little bit better, wait, hold on a second.
I mean, I know the truth. It's just you that's like denying this. But I do want to talk about the other two players that we have, because Roriipupper is being paired up with Aoao, and Toboruo is being paired up with Vienanmeri, who we have seen before in Bingo Lockout. We saw both of them last tournament in Bingo Lockout 2, and they both reached the top 32. Unfortunately, they both reached the top 32, and Vienanmeri got to the top 16, I should say. So there is a little bit of that experience, and of course, Tobo himself has also played in Bingo Lockout 1 as just a single person. And they did get past the first round, if I'm not mistaken about that. They did get past the first.
I think he. No wait, what was he, top? Oh geez, now I don't remember myself. I think he got past one round and then lost his exhibition match.
Yes.
So that would have put him in what, top 32?
Yeah, so it's has the experience there, definitely, and I believe he also tried to qualify for iOS Bingo Lockout 2, but didn't get in. So definitely has a bit of experience both on the actual gameplay side and, of course, the speedrunning side, because the qualifiers was a speedrun in both last time and this time as well, also a speedrun. So maybe that's going to play a little bit into how Tobo manages Vienanmeri, taking better certain types of operators. I know that Tobo can be pretty biased he can be very biased for certain operators that I will not name. I'm wondering if Vienanmeri will kind of nip that in the bud a little bit and say like, hey, this is not a good idea right now to take this operator. So
all right, we're going to be getting the board soon. Now, what I'm really interested in is if this board favors high ground, I think Tobo will have an inherent advantage in just how he likes his playstyle. He does play caster knights, so he's more comfortable with operators that don't really block. So it'll be interesting to see if this board will give him the advantage or if he might actually be up against something he's not that great with. Oh, are we getting the board?
We are getting the board very soon, I believe. And yeah, I do agree with you that Tobo might be more competent as a navigator if many of the tiles will prefer those high ground tiles, right? So whether or not Vienanmeri will be very proficient with those kinds of operators is another issue entirely. But at least there will be some sort of, something to work off of there, essentially.
And it looks like we're getting our first look at the board, and this is...
Oh, okay.
Hey, does anyone see Zafang? Because I think he designed this.
Yeah, looks like we have quite a few tiles that are wanting you to maybe push some enemies, maybe pull some enemies as well. And I wonder what kind of operators are really good at doing that kind of stuff. Do you have any idea, perhaps?
I don't know. I don't think any units like that really exist in the Arknights meta as of now, but hypothetically speaking, if there was a unit that could shift and maybe they were called, I don't know, like a hook master or a push stroker, whatever the heck that is, then maybe hypothetically they would be able to do this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously your specialists are not the only operators that can push or pull enemies. There are quite a few, well, I mean, wouldn't say quite a few, but there are some other operators that can push and pull enemies that aren't of the specialist variety, and some of them are
very few, if I recall.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, I think earlier in the tournament, right, we saw someone try and pull things into a hole with Gabriel the Invincible.
Altar, yes.
Right.
Can you think of the one I'm thinking of? It's a high ground unit.
I mean, I can only think of
I'm
Mint.
thinking of two now, actually. Yes, Mint is one. Ash Skill 3 is the other.
That is very true. Yes, the Ash Skill 3. And maybe this will be an account diff if you haven't pulled for Ash or if you don't have it from 2 years ago.
Yeah, but, right?
At least Mint, I believe Mint was a free operator once.
Mint was a free operator. Might there be anyone else? I'm trying to think. Supporters.
You know what I just kind of realized?
Yes?
didn't Mint come with like in the Surtur event?
I believe
Is that
so.
correct? Is that like a mint? Is that kind of like a mint ice cream joke that I just haven't seen? for, like,
Haha,
2
very
years?
funny. Speaking of ice cream, now I want green tea ice cream. This is your fault.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
But it does look like, a lot of these, not all of these tiles will need pushers or pullers. Convert any node into a scout node. Entering floor 3 with 1 HP. Maybe specialists are just that bad that you can't even use them and you just end up with 1 HP anyway. Could happen.
And I just want to convey. I just want to convey something to our viewers right now. You can't see our players because they're currently gearing up for the match, but they're in the specialist tab going over their rosters.
Yes, they definitely are. And I will say that it could be a little bit scary if your players have the specialist module, the puller module, because the puller module actually does deal damage when the enemy is moving as they are being pulled. And that could possibly screw something if you are not careful with that. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But I am, like we said, you can't see this, but I'm seeing a lot of leveled specialists there. I'm seeing a lot of like E2, very high level specialists. Maybe this is going to be a little bit more difficult if they're not careful with this.
Possibly. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Okay, so clearly the answer for the floor 3 boss is you hit it with Weedy and let it walk to its death, right? Like, it's classic.
Yes. I would assume you're probably thinking about like Gladia as well. I'm sure that those enemies are really like thick, right? They're really heavy. They can't be pushed or pulled, right? Surely.
How dare you? How dare you think that I would think of Gladia?
Yeah, I mean, I will put faith in the Weedy because the Weedy, yeah, there is that new tribe boss that runs at the speed of sound. If you just manage to get the Weedy skill 3 on it, it will just run to its death basically, which is really fun way to kill that boss. So
Okay, hear me out. Here is how you can win with Weedy. Silence Throne, Weedy, Crown of Thorns, or whatever it's called, Ring of Thorns, Supercharged Weedy skill 3, instant win.
Yes, but do they have Weedy? That's a real question.
Who
And are they
doesn't have
using the
Weedy?
skin? That is the most important part because I want to see.
That's fair. The
that
Nutcracker do be
little
quite nice.
Nutcracker. But yeah, I'm looking at this tile, which is finish a stage with 5 operators deployed in a plus shape. Now, I don't know if this is like a 1x1 plus, like 1 to the side, I guess, or if it's 2x2. I would assume it's 1x1 because 2x2 is kind of awkward to do, I guess. So it is operators though. It is operators. So you can't use like Ling summons, for example. And Zai,
yes,
I just want to mention very, very quickly here
yes,
that I saw the most fantastic operator that I've ever seen on that side, on the side of Tobo and Vienanmeri. I'm sure that Tobo is a man after my own heart here.
Yes, I
Because
can
they
hear
did
it.
take the horse. They did take
Wild
probably one of the
name!
only operators that can actually push somebody that isn't a specialist.
Oh, okay.
So-
I'm sorry. I need to talk about Wildmane if we're talking about Wildmane. I just want everyone to know that during Contingency Contract 7, a Japanese player named Banana Ore did a Risk 32 max risk clear of the CC7 map, and he did so by using Wildmane and Elysium skill 2 slow to push the Wisps back until they were all aligned perfectly, and then met with another Wisp of the opposite color coming from the other way to blow all 4 up at the same time. Wildmane!
It's wonderful. Banana Ore, if you're out there, we love you. We love you
Banana
here on the
Ore,
gaming side of things.
if you're out
We
there,
love you.
Dalao bow at your greatness.
But yes, it looks like Firewatch fans also has the rope, so they will be able to pull some things into some holes. Wayskins of the Heavy Kind have a Gnosis and a Melantha and that operate Ansel. I'm kind of wondering what this Gnosis is for. I wonder if this is just like a comfort thing. I guess there's freeze 3 enemies in a single stage. Gnosis is, he's pretty pretty known for being able to freeze enemies, but 3 in a single stage might be a bit difficult to get early on because the enemies will just die.
All right. And, oh, did we? All right, let's see if we get any tile declarations out of this.
Oh. Yes, we currently have 3 tiles claimed, 2 on the side of Toboruo and Vienanmeri, and 1 on the side of the Waste Kings of the Heavenly Kind. We have push 5 enemies into holes. Oh, sorry, pull 5 enemies into holes. That was achieved with the rope. We have push or pull an enemy without using a specialist. You don't have to push them into a hole. They just have to be pushed. And then, of course, you have the levitate or freeze 3 enemies in a single stage from the Gnosis. Gnosis doing what he does best, which is have a very uninterruptible thought process.
Sorry, what'd you say? You disrupted my thought process.
What I said is
Oh, hey,
that
look,
the
Ring of
Blessings of
Thorns.
Heavenly Time have a bosky passage. Oh, the Ring of Thorns. It's the prophecy is coming true. Where is the weedy?
Hey, I was joking. I was joking. Oh, they didn't get it.
Where is the weedy?
Alas.
Looks like we're just going. Clearing floor 2 plus stage whilst no operator can share the same race. It's kind of interesting. It's just a
Easy.
stage, not an emergency. Might have to be very aware that that tile exists in the first place. Unfortunately, there is an emergency unwell in front of the Firewatch fans, which might be more rough.
It's just emergency unwell. Surely it'll be fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they just decide to skip it, I guess.
Okay, this is a
Pretty
very interesting setup over on, it looks like, Waste King's side. What is happening there? They do have a ground unit. Durnar's just coming out late.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be leaking all of those enemies on the bottom. Is it? What are they trying to do here?
I can't tell. Oh, wait. Huh. Well, they need a 5th operator to make it into the plus shape formation, so not sure what's going on there. Oh, wait a second. I think I know. Clear a floor 2 plus stage. No operator can face the same direction as another.
Right, so they just got each other's backs.
That
That's
they
like
do.
the idea, right?
I think so.
Looks like they will be able to clear it. It's, 5 enemies left and you have 6 lives. You could just kind of go, and it's probably okay. Maybe there is something to be said about entering floor 3 with 1 HP, though, because that could just be something really easy to pick up, especially if you don't really consider, if you think your squad is just strong enough, for example, which it does kind of look like it is getting strong on the side of Tobo and Vienanmeri. They have the Amir guard, sorry. So, Amir guard, no slouch. Definitely looks like they're trying to do this stage. And look at that Wildmane. I love Wildmane. She just stalls things for so long. It doesn't even matter that she can't block anything. It's fine. It's gonna be a bit of a interesting choice about what they're gonna go for next here, right? Because there's like clearing a floor 2 stage where no operator can face the same direction as another has not been claimed by you, mind you. That has not been claimed at all. So maybe it wasn't being done.
Oh, no. Yep,
Oh,
now
no,
they've
there
done
you
it.
go.
Now they've done
There
it.
you go. Remember to claim your tiles. Remember to claim your tiles. Remember to claim your tiles, basically. But that is actually no. That was actually claimed by Tobo and Vienanmeri. That was actually claimed by Firewatch fans instead. And yeah, it actually doesn't have to be that the operators have to be next to each other. They can just be anywhere, and they just have to face a different direction. So that is 3-1. Maybe Waste Kings are kind of looking, kind of not looking in the right places when it comes to their tiles and the things that they might accidentally be completing. Kind of thought it would look like that with the Denard facing the other way. So,
Well, we
a little
do
bit
have
cognizant
19
about that.
minutes. We do have 19 minutes remaining. There's still plenty of time for the Waste Kings to pull something back. But now that everyone's on floor 2, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more attempts on those floor 2 nodes.
Yeah, so clearing a stage with tainted carcass, clear a stage with the tainted carcass without triggering a movement boost. That is probably going to be a bit more difficult if you don't have very many melee operators to just stop them from moving. or if you don't have any like very strong stuns or binds or a freeze, mind you. But it is going to be a little bit difficult to do that, and the players will have to actively try to do that and actively communicate that to their expeditioner. Having exactly 15 hope, I kind of feel like this is just gonna something that will it would be a happy accident basically. It'll be a happy accident. But what I am very surprised about is that on the side of the Waste Kings, they have opted to not take any specialists so far. They have not taken any operators that can push or pull things. They just said, we're sending it. We're going to go towards, I guess, we're just going to keep going and hope that we get something good. But no specialists, no pullers, no pushers. It might put them at a disadvantage here because there are so many of these tiles that require those kinds of operators. And even though some of them have been taken already, pushing 5 enemies into holes, defeating 4-3 boss with a push or a puller, especially because that one is worth 2 points.
I hate to interrupt, but if we look over on our right, the Firewatch fans are currently trying to wrangle 5 enemies into a hole.
That is true, but they already have that tile, I think. They need to push them into the tile, into the holes, which I don't think you can really reasonably expect. Your only pusher at the moment, Wildmane, I can't really think you can expect her to do that all by herself. Maybe if you have the Snowsense emergency crane, which I can see in that infantry right now, yeah, maybe you could do that, I guess.
There's not really a good angle for it either.
Yeah, I think their squad is honestly kind of struggling to clear the stage. It's really scary right now. There's so many enemies coming at them. So maybe their squad is just not good enough.
The Wildmane.
To clear them.
Okay, what? All right, now Wildmane is down.
Just to hit some enemies, I guess.
All right.
But it does look like Waste Kings.
They're still going to make this through leakless. But wait, hold on. Look at the Waste Kings. They're already on the boss stage.
Yeah, but I mean, this is exactly the problem, right? They don't have a pusher or a puller, so they can't even get this tile, even though they got to the boss so much faster, right?
What is the plan here, I wonder?
And it kind of looks like the strategy is falling apart a little bit. I believe Waste Kings just picked up a 2 collapse or paradigms just before they went into this. I think I saw an injury trigger, and I think I saw a barometric disorder, which are both really bad.
I wonder what the play there was.
Generation. So, yeah, I mean, they fail, and they just have to get out of there. No points from that as well. So,
but now they can start picking their specialists, and maybe they can try and take some of those tiles that the Firewatch fans have been passing up on.
Yeah, and what do you know? You see it immediately. There's the feeder. Gonna be pushing those enemies into the holes.
I'm surprised they went with feeder.
Yeah, I mean, you could possibly. I think it's like a choice, right? You want to push enemies into holes. You don't really want them to do that much damage, but you also want them to do quite a bit of damage because they need to kill the 4-3 boss, right? I think it's a bit of a trade-off here. Also, it's cheaper, right? With Vita, only costs 4. You can take the blue poison. They also have a Vigna. How do they have this many operators? I think they must have taken a random recruitment, actually. I don't think there's any way you could have done that other than a random recruitment. Which is kind of lucky that they got a specialist in the first place. But, yeah, I mean, Tobo and Vienanmeri, the Reed Altar. Tobo has been a Advent supporter of the Reed Altar for a very, very long time.
Indeed.
And, you know, glad to see that the Reed Altar is still here, just saying, hey, this operator is really good. You should just take it.
I mean, I think when he was talking about things he was excited for in this Bingo Lockout tournament, he was very excited about Reed Altar representing, so there you go.
Yeah, I am still a bit concerned for Team Firewatch fans, because, like, yeah, you have a puller, and you're getting close to the 4-3 boss, but it's Rope. Rope is not amazing when it comes to her combat capabilities, unless you want to just, you know, dodge every attack, then, I mean, that's fine, I guess. It's a really high
I
chance,
mean,
I guess. It's like 40%
You
or something.
say that, but as we've been having this discussion, Vienanmeri actually pulled off a really solid save by timing a rope and a read alter skill to prevent enemies from getting away. So, I mean, even if the roster seems a little underdeveloped, it is possible that, given that this is D4, Vienanmeri might be able to pull through it on skill alone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to doubt our players and how good they are, but I will have to see it for myself because I've used rope a lot. I don't trust rope. I'll just be frank with you. Actually, did you guys know it was Rope's birthday like 2 days ago?
I did not.
Happy birthday, Rope.
Happy birthday, Rope.
Yeah, it was. It seems to be trekking along still. It looks like it is 4-3 right now because we just got another tile on the side of the Firewatch fans. Clear a floor 2+ stage while no operator sharing the same race, which is absolutely correct. You have Reed Alter, you have Rope, you have Wildwayne, and you have Gummy. None of them are the same. There is a Bosky passage in front of them. See if they take.
Are they? Wait, hold on a second. What was that? Hand of diffusion.
There's a hand of diffusion. Oh no!
I can hear Tobo screaming right now. And there's a caster, but they don't have the hope for it. I can hear him hollering right now.
You can hear Tobo's voice in your head right now. He saw that hand of diffusion and he just started like salivating. I can see it right now.
I can hear him going, hand of diffusion, but no, why? No! That's him right now.
Yeah, it's sometimes you have to quieten those demons inside of you that come out at the worst moments, right? And you know, Tobo, I believe in you. You can control it.
It is temptation, brother. Look away. Avert your eyes.
Okay, but it is currently 4-1.
Oh, look, another hand of diffusion. What is with this? The game is taunting them. I say.
Awful. No.
Tobo, if you watch the VOD, I am so sorry.
And I am not. I am not sorry. Oh goodness.
Oh man.
But yeah, I mean, there are some tiles that are still up for grabs, right? Having exactly 15 hope, still up for grabs. Finishing the stage in a plus shape, also not that bad.
Yeah, no.
And
it looks like the Firewatch fans got a very optimal map for what they want to do, because it is the longer alternate Emperor's or Demon's Blade map, which means that they will have a long approach for their shifters to try and attack down.
Yeah, I am a little bit scared about this squad. It doesn't look great, and I'm actually kind of wondering, does Vienanmeri have a Wildmane with skill level 5 at E2? Did I see that correctly? I think. I will stop being biased. That's a lie. But this stage could be a little bit difficult because, like we said, Rope, not a great operator, and especially because this stage, the difference between this stage and the normal Demon's Blade is that this stage has the Demon's Blade's massive clouds appearing much further away from him, which is very dangerous when you're using someone like Rope, for example, where you can't really put Rope outside of the Emperor's, outside of the Demon's Blade's range, because the tiles are just everywhere, right? You can see it moved like, what, 4 tiles? Half the map is already under the Dominion effect. So
true, but the one saving grace of the stage is the rocks that the Demon's Blade gets caught on. Now on difficulty 15, they're not going to slow him down at all, but on lower difficulties, they can at least buy you enough time to get some damage in, and I think that's what the Firewatch fans are going to be hinging on here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that the Reed Alter is doing a ton of damage, and Reed Alter, a fantastic operator with the skill 2, because the skill 2 is not affected by attack speed in the Dominion. So that's a really great way of just getting a ton of damage. You can see like 80% or something of the boss's health is just gone from a single Reed Alter skill.
I do want to call your attention to the Waste Kings claiming clear a stage with Tainted Carcass without triggering their movement boost, but they're still going to have to do a lot of catch-up, especially if the Firewatch fans manage to get this 2-point tile.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing something very interesting here that could be a technicality, which the Wildmane is killing the boss, no rove. Does it actually count as being a pusher when you have Wildmane skill 2 on? Because it did, she did kill the boss when the skill was on, and it actually looks like it does count to defeat the 4-3 boss with a pusher or a puller, because it does not specify that it has to be a specialist.
And now they are out of here. They are quickly retreating and going to start a new run.
Yeah, I mean, for a first run, the Firewatch fans have just kind of pulled ahead so far. This is like, what, 7 points already from a single run, and then they're restarting?
And we have just under 8 minutes remaining, I believe. So if the Waste Kings want to catch up, they're going to have to work very, very hard.
Yeah, and given that that tile that was just claimed by the Firewatch fans was a 2-pointer, it's going to be even more of an uphill battle for Roriipupper and Aoao, who kind of have to start relying on some of these RNG nodes, for example, the converting any node into a scout node. You cannot guarantee that ever, right? It's just, if it happens, it happens. Having exactly 15 hope is kind of pseudoly random as well if you're not really good at looking far into the future with your hope management. And having 15 just lying around is not something that you usually do.
Wait, you mean that you don't memorize all your hope intervals that you gain when you level up from combat?
I do. It's just, if I have 15 hope in the bank, I'm like, I'm probably doing something a little bit wrong. Why do I have this much? Like, I don't, I'm not used to being rich, you know? There's so much hopium everywhere.
Speak for yourself.
I'm more of a copa, you know?
15 hope is Fia Meta's, well, firstly, that's her onboarding pay, and then that's her healthcare. So, you know, gotta pay for Fia Meta. You know what I'm really surprised about, though, is that no one has finished a stage with 5 operators deployed in a plus shape. Hey, hold on. If it says finish, does that mean you can, like, finish by failing? Because it didn't say clear, it just says finish. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, finish a stage with 5 operators deployed in a plus shape. I actually wonder if the operators have to be in that formation when the stage ends, especially if you're failing.
No, I think they do.
Are all the operators going to be?
I think they have to be in that formation when the stage ends, but they never said you had to clear it. You could also fail it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we see something like that, because it doesn't look like anyone has really attempted to go for that. No one has had like 5 operators yet, except for on the side of Firewatch fans who just didn't go for it when they had the chance. So we are looking at a Dorothy, though. I am wondering, oh no, it's fill all the deployable tiles in 2 rows of a stage with allied units, and they have the Dorothy, but the most unfortunate thing is that there is a chest on this map that they cannot get rid of.
Unit. Oh, that's so funny.
That is unfortunate, and also I believe it also wouldn't count because there is no way for you to deploy on all of the tile. Oh, it is filled deployable tiles. Sorry, so it would count if the chest wasn't there. Unfortunately, maybe a bit of a different cruise placement would have worked with that or thing. But a little bit of a missed opportunity. But they still have the Dorothy, so I mean,
yeah, like
it can still work.
Yeah, I mean Dorothy's pretty W, honestly.
Yeah, I was surprised at how good Dorothy was, even in IS3. And Dorothy is just incredible. It's pretty strange, I guess. It's a strange playstyle when you're using Dorothy, because there's not really many other operators that are the same thing as Dorothy, where you're just like spamming mines everywhere, then you're just placing Legos all over the floor, basically.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of Magdalene.
Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I will admit that when I first thought of like, oh, you know, summoners are kind of like that, my mind immediately went to Ling, and Ling is nothing like that, so...
Fair enough.
Maybe I have Ling brain rot, so...
Here, you know what I'm really surprised by? Is that no one's done push 5 enemies into a hole yet. Like, come on, guys. There's holes everywhere, and you've got a feeder. What's going on?
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit harder to push enemies into holes, because some of the holes that you see are not really positioned in a great place for a pusher. And given what we've seen with the types of upgrades that people are taking, especially on the side of Firewatch fans who did have both a pusher and a puller, it's kind of a weird thing where, you know, maybe they just didn't see the opportunity to do it. Maybe Tobo just forgot that that tile existed. Maybe it is. But
And
pushing
just a little
5
bit
enemies
of
into holes, yeah.
just a little bit of a funny thing. We did hear from one of our observers that Toboruo did try very, very hard to find a caster whose initial DP cost would be divisible by 3.
Yeah.
Technically, P1 passenger, if I'm correct, is 33.
That 33 is divisible by 3. Yeah, I think you would also have something like a max pot indigo as well would be 21, I think, which is also, I think that's divisible by 3. Yeah, it is.
The Waste Kings have gotten another point. They have defeated an elite enemy with a 4-star operator. They have, if I am correct, just under 3 minutes to get 3 points. Oh man, like, I don't know. Do you think they could do it? They're on the boss stage.
I mean, we've seen comebacks. We've seen comebacks before, and they do have a shifter. They do have a shifter, but there's no holes.
But they do not have a hole.
There's no holes. So, yeah, I'm not sure about
Okay,
this one.
here's how they can still win. They finish a stage with 5 deployed operators in a plus shape at the top left corner. Somehow, they level up and gain exactly 15 hope, and then declare it. And then they pick a full dartle that allows them to turn something on the next floor into a scout node. And then they tie. And then that's all I've got.
I mean, keeping the dream alive. I mean, when you put your Emiya there, I don't really think that's gonna do much. Feeder dodge. Feeder didn't dodge. And she didn't dodge. Unfortunate, but it kind of. Yeah, I don't know. It looks pretty rough for Waste Kings right now. I think they're just a little bit too far behind, and with it being, how much is it? 5-4? Sorry, 7-4. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it is 7-4 right now.
Yeah, with it being just 7-4, and with so many of these tiles kind of being a little bit mutually exclusive in a sense. Yeah, with like a minute left, I don't think there's any chance for them to clear this and get all of those points back.
And unfortunately, I do not think we are going to see the Waste Kings attempting to finish a stage with operators in A+ formation while failing. As funny as that would have been. And there we go. Can we get an 07 in the chat for that boss fight?
It is gone. Goodbye.
It is gone.
Surprised that they couldn't beat that when they had the Typhon, though. That is kind of strange.
It might have just been a very bad misplacement, to be honest.
Possibly, yeah.
What?
We've been notified that they just did something illegal, but it's okay because they're out and they're just waiting. They're just there's 20. I'm not sure if Waste Kings can wait out, you know, more than 40 seconds in 20 seconds, but
yeah.
I mean, if time travel could possibly exist, so maybe they'll come back from the brink here. But it does look like Firewatch fans have got it in the bag. Yes, and the time is up. It is 7-4 for the Firewatch fans. Bit of a close match, honestly. I will admit this was a bit of a close match. Although I do think that there might have been a kind of misprioritization on the side of Waste Kings, you know, not going for a lot of those pushing and pulling enemies and like those specialist tiles when there are like 4 of them is pretty rough. Like you saw Tobo and Vienanmeri, they started with the rope and the wild main, they went all the way to 4-3 and that got them 4 points. That got them the whole 4 points. Just having those 2 operators. So maybe there's a little bit to be said about playing harder into exactly what the board is trying to get you to do. If you saw last match, that board was awful with the 1, 2, and 3 stars, and we only got 3 tiles claimed. So maybe there is something to it, where if the game wants you to play that way, then you should.
possibly. Although I will say, like, I think there may have been some sort of like cost-benefit analysis going on there. Like, potentially Rory could have thought that obviously Tobo and Vienanmeri would go for the pusher nodes. So rather than contest those, possibly go for something else. But obviously that didn't play out like they were hoping, and the Firewatch fans did get the win. So unfortunately, if that was the risk they were taking, it didn't pay out. But if there are teams who are possibly considering going counter to the flow of the board, this may be a good time to consider if that is what you really want to do.
Yeah, and we are once again seeing the we're once again seeing the perils of not playing how the board wants you to. Because while this was I think it was actually 8-4, sorry, because I believe that Firewatch fans got the last tile in the top right there, fill all deployable tiles in 2 rows with a stage with allied units. I believe they got that at the very last moment there, so it is an 8-4 instead. But yeah, I mean, because it's 8-4, the difference at the end was 4 points, and Tobo and Vienanmeri managed to get those 4 points pretty early on because of their initial squad picking. Even though those operators might be a bit questionable in most runs, like taking Wildmane and Rope as your first operators, I don't think many people would have done that ever. So
Fortunately,
maybe,
Tobo does know how to use Wildmane.
yes, fortunately, he can at least direct it, because I believe Tobo has played a little bit of Kazi in the past before he realized it was a garbage niche. But you know, it's
Oh.
I can say that because I played. Okay,
Yes,
it's warranted.
you can. You can. I'm sorry. My condolences. My condolences for
yes.
your niche being washed.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, finishing a stage with like 5 operators deployed to plus. Surprised we didn't see that earlier, actually, because that seems like really easy.
I mean, you say this, but each map has a different array of like high and low ground tiles and where the ideal point to hold the map is. And so theoretically speaking, you can't really say, oh yes, I will need 3 melee and 2 high ground and I shall put them right here. So I think maybe it was just safer for the expeditioners to play around the choke points that they know how to handle, as opposed to taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, I guess that comes back to that point of the skill expression, right? It's kind of being put out of your comfort zone and taking operators you probably normally wouldn't be taking, and then saying, hey, I need to do this stage with operators that I've basically never used before. And of course, IS4's inherent randomness on top of that. Maybe like I'm just not confident, right? I just can't do this stage, even if you had some experience, maybe you would be able to. Maybe you'd be able to calculate far in advance, like, oh, I can clear this stage, I just lose all my lives, right? And you know, maybe finishing a stage does count for losing it. Maybe it does. But I guess we'll never know unless that tile.
Yeah, you know, that, like, I really do wish we could have seen that, because that would have been really funny if we had to get a technicality ruling on that. But alas, sometimes you just gotta win instead of being really funny.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so we do have our unfortunate losers of the match, Aoao and Roriipupper here. We will just check the audio if it's good.
Hello?
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 We're here.
Hello?
Are we good?
Can you hear me? Guess not.
We can hear you, I think.
Oh, they can hear us?
Oh,
Yes,
they
we
can
hear you, but we're just wondering
Yeah,
if
we can
everyone
hear
else
you.
can.
Hello?
Oh, no, yeah, yeah. I get it.
Yes, it does look like we're good. So, I mean, I think the first question that I have to ask both of you. Well, first of all, great job. We know that this is hard. If the matches that we've seen so far are anything to go off of, we know this is hard for you guys. So, congratulations nonetheless, even if you did lose this match. But I do want to start us off.
Oh, we lost. Damn. I think we lost. I think we lost.
Oh, we lost?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, we did? Oh, damn, I didn't know. I thought we were still balling. I thought this was like an intermission for the next one. Oh, damn, I didn't know.
Well, I apologize for rubbing it in a little bit, shall we say, but something that we were just talking about with the board was that the board was very thematic about pushing and pulling enemies, as I'm sure that you saw, Rory.
I kind of figured that out. That was not good.
Wait a minute. Can I ask something?
Of course.
Are the bingo tiles curated for like the people in the specific stage, or are they like random?
They are not curated for any particular person.
Okay, they're not curated. Oh.
They just have themes, basically.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I do remember during like the mock bingo, I yelled a lot of like, pull them into the hole. God, please just push them to the hole. I don't care if you fucking die, just put them in the hole. So I was like, wait a minute. There's lots of pushing and pulling. Was this? I was like schizo. It's like, wait a minute. Is this deliberate? But yeah, I guess since it's not, it's like, okay, I'm just schizo.
I mean, you say this, but then you didn't even pick a single specialist on your first run. Like, can you tell us a bit more about why?
I gotta pick Gnosis, man. I mean, I gotta pick the bird for like the bird host. Can I not?
This is pandering.
No, I'm just stating facts. Am I wrong, or am I right?
I will say, I thought I was
there is
taking a
bird
puller.
shifter.
I thought I was taking a puller, and then like 10 seconds before we go in, he's like, Gnosis. I'm like, okay, we go Gnosis, let's go. And then we just went for it. But
also, we had to be nerfed
really
by
funny.
we had to be nerfed because we had codes. And then when I tried to pull back a bit, I had to be nerfed more. So we had certain words for certain stuff, but I guess it was too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is something that you can think about in advance. It's just up to the moderators, I guess. So we're sorry that your little preparation there was.
No, it's fine.
A little
But-
bit
I think that was our best shot. It was really fun to play.
Yeah, it's
so-
fine. There's gotta be the fuckers who had to limit test, right? There had to be like at least one person. Oh, and by the way, unlike the other competitors, we're not fucking sorry. In fact, we're happy. So
Thank
all
you.
the motherfuckers said sorry. Fuck you. We're not sorry. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry. Please.
Well, I can appreciate that you guys are just full in there and just like, yep, we just did
Oh,
our best.
like
That's
high energy.
fantastic.
It was really fun. Even when
Yeah. I'll
I
be down
died
to
to
the
the
next
boss,
one
I
if-
cried.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice
this-
I had the health debuff on the third boss, and that just screwed up all my plans.
Dude, I was laughing at the end because we were like, okay, we have 40 seconds left. We're gonna freaking ball. We're gonna push 5 people, and he went to the monthly, and we're locked out. Okay, I guess we're done.
Yeah, I have to admit, that
we
was
were
actually pretty
losing it.
funny.
Dude, we were losing it. Oh my god, because I was like, let's go, and we can't. Okay, I guess we're done.
It wasn't
Honestly, in terms of the way you could have gone out, like, at least you went out with style, because it was funny.
Yeah.
So we take it. We take
Dude,
it.
I was full erect, and then blue balls. All right, now we're out. But yeah, this was fun. I'm not sure if I'll be invited to the next one, but I'll be down.
Yeah, it's really fun. I appreciate your putting this together. I really enjoy it. I'll be watching the matches and see who wins. It's exciting.
Well, we're
Yes.
glad you guys had fun. Thank you for participating, and I think you guys had a very wild ride. So I hope you guys enjoyed your time as well.
Yeah, I mean,
All
I
right.
think after like an interview like that, maybe we don't need our own bingo board of like things that people are going to say in the interview, right? Because I was starting to imagine like, you know, maybe we need something to just check like a checklist of like, yep, okay, this person like apologized. Yes, okay, we got an apology from the expeditioner. Yeah, we got this. But it kind of felt like that. But this interview has really opened my mind that it is about that like positive mindset, you know. It's like, yeah, we did our best, made mistakes, but I'm gonna own that, you know. It is quite admirable to still be kicking.
All
So-
right. One more match for the night.
Yes. We have
I
one more
happen-
match.
I happen to also have been looking forward to this. In fact, I feel like the entire bracket was designed so that all the matches that I wanted to see were at the end, so I'd have to stick around as if I'm not a commentator. But yes. So, up next and last but not least, we have Yasei, Tomare, and AdventofShorty forming Team Woodbusters. And we have Bait. Yes, it's just Bait. And Asadekai forming Team Is There a Character Limit? There's no T, it's just Is There a Character Limit?
I believe that there is a character limit, but not with a name like Is There a Character Limit? I believe you can fit the entire thing. But, you know, it's a valiant effort, shall we say.
All
But
right.
yeah, I mean, when it comes to Bait and Asadekai, streamer, I'm sure that some of you guys know him at least. Probably single-handedly responsible for like every single piece of fire whistle art that you've ever seen on the internet. Because I don't know how many commissions he's made. It's ridiculous, but he's a streamer. Bait, I think Bait has been seen in Bingo Lockout before. I think it was the last tournament, Bingo Lockout 2, where they got to the top 32. So there is a little bit of experience there. And I was sitting in when they were testing and trying to figure out how to like communicate and stuff like that. And it seems like they've got something really good going on. It's a lot like calmer, I guess. Asadekai is a very calm kind of navigator where it's like, oh yeah, you just do this. It's very easygoing, and I'm sure that speaks volumes to an expeditioner that's a little bit antsy sometimes.
Hold on, I actually want to call some attention to something. You said that Asadekai is the sole progenitor of most, if not all, of the fire whistle art coming on the like global side of the fandom, but he plays Minos Knights. Is fire whistle from
That is
Minos?
true, yeah. I mean, I think you would know where she's from, if anything, right?
No, she doesn't have a tail, so not really. Also, I'm pretty sure she's from Renbit, but she doesn't have a tail, so like, you know. All
Just like
birds
a-
are equal, but some birds have better tails.
Just like a T2 tail. Is it like tier 3?
Listen, I have two hands. One is for Estesia, and one is for Asgen, and we fluff tail.
I'm going to hope you guys
Yeah.
can hear me.
Did you guys know that Asgen is actually pronounced Asgeny?
Okay,
The more you know.
no. Okay, listen. I made an Asgen
It's in the
plush,
English
and
dub.
As the first person outside of the Chinese server who got an Asgen, I get to name her. I don't care if it's a plush. I get to name her, and it's Asgen.
She will forever be Asgeny in my heart. No
Anyways, I have to go and club Eha over the head now. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I think I have like multiple clubbings kind of like lined up, and I
Or
don't know if I'm
Zero
gonna
Girls?
get them like in a row or if it's like multiple days, you know, because I don't know which one I would really prefer.
No, you're just
But we
gonna
are
get
going to-
concussed. All right, here we go. Our final board of the night. Can we see that? I think we can.
Can we see that? We
Mm-hmm.
can. And what is this? So,
Lose cannot fight.
Oh.
Hello there.
oh, losing cannot fight is basically just, hey, do you want to restart the run now?
Okay, no, hear me out. End of times in the first job. Enter cannot buy it. Enter cannot fight. Lose it.
I mean, yeah, if you get the end of times, you're very lucky, I guess. And I will say that losing cannot fight is probably a lot easier than winning it. I can't speak from experience though, because obviously
with
I've never
this.
lost the fight. So, you
And
know,
I
losing
think-
cannot fight. Yeah.
I think whoever makes the boards has been eavesdropping us on us all night, because take a look at row 1, column 3, have an operator be at 1 HP. We say the last one's the one that matters, but how are you going to actually make this happen in the field?
Yeah, I mean,
wait,
there
actually,
are
I know the answer.
some. Yeah, there are some operators that can be
Yeah.
exactly 1 HP. I think there's 3 I can think of, right? There's Spectre, there's other
Spectre,
Spectre, and so-
Spectre, Alter, anyone under Silence Alter's protection.
hmm Yeah, or you could just get lucky. I mean, that's also correct, right? You could just have an operator be at 1 HP.
Trying to think if there's anyone else who has a conditional immortality skill. I feel like there's at least one more.
Maybe. I don't think that would be particularly difficult, having an operator be at 1 HP, but having them at 1 HP, Spectre and Spectre the Unchained do have to be actually getting hit. They have to be taking damage. They don't just reduce their HP to 1.
This is true.
I guess a Fia Meta does that as well, right?
Oh yeah, Fia.
Yeah.
Well,
How did you forget that?
No, Fia Meta does it too. It's just that she never really gets down to 1 HP because her HP loss is percentage based. So like once you get down to the last few hundred HP, it takes like forever to get her to actually go down to 1. So for the intents and purposes, like, yeah.
Yeah, basically not. But it could be a way to do it if they don't want to use Spectre or the Silence Altar, for example, or the Surtur. Even though those operators are available to do that at E1, I don't even know if Fia Meta loses health at E1, doesn't she?
I think so.
I think so. I think she gets the Vigor effect at E2.
Yeah, like I know her talents. I just don't know what order in which you get them because I instantly E2 all of my birds.
Yeah, but while we're on the topic of this, have an operator be at 1 HP, there isn't the tile at the very bottom right there, which is having an operator die in 1 hit from max HP, which is kind of a mutually exclusive thing. You can't do that with the same operator, although you can do it in the same stage. But it is going to be important to be aware that you have to have different kinds of operators for those kinds of tiles. You're going to have a very low health operator, and you need one of those specific ones. Is there actually a way to get one-shot like really early that's not Gopnik, actually? Because we've seen this tile quite a few times. I can't think of one.
Hypothetically, wait, hold on. I feel like there might be, but
Maybe not. I would kind of. It would kind of be a little bit questionable to have operators die in 1 hit on floor 1. But
I'm trying to think if Thermex counts, and I don't think he does because it's a force free.
I don't think Thermex doesn't die in 1 hit.
He retreats.
He just retreats. He's reborn beautifully in like 5 minutes, but you know, it's technicalities, obviously. But yeah, there's some other tiles here that I'm looking at, which is clearing a stage by deploying only on ranged tiles with no leak. And that can be very difficult in IS-4 because there are lots of enemies that are very fast. Now, of course, there are some ranged operators that can deploy things on melee tiles. So, you know, you have things like your... well, actually, I don't even know if that would count, actually. Does something like Resmontis 3 count for deploying on a non-ranged tile? Or does something like Beeswax, for example, Beeswax 2, does that count as deploying on a tile? They're going to have to ask the moderators about that.
Let me see what the exact wording is. By deploying only on ranged tiles, no leaks. Yeah, that's kind of ambiguous, not gonna lie. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I think you would mainly be wanting to be using your like slow supporters, or even your chaincasters, for example, that can slow on hit, just to make sure that these enemies don't leak. Or you could just take a stage that doesn't have many, like, you know, it's not any problem most of the time. Like, I think I can think of like Prisoner's Night would be pretty easy with this if you have like 2 ranged operators, like a Lava, for example. Wouldn't be that hard to do it with no leaks. So
possibly, but it depends on if the players like actually have the knowledge and awareness of how to set that up and actually execute it.
That is going to come down to the specific operator, I think, and how well it is set up by the navigator in taking certain operators. Because the expeditioner might just be like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna,
hey,
you know.
hate to grab your attention, but look, it's a Fia meta.
Wow, it's Fia meta. It's like, you know.
Wow, it's Fia meta.
Maybe arguably the worst option for that kind of stuff, but I mean, go ahead, and it actually looks like I think this is Woodbusters has Silence and Astasia on their team.
And
I wonder what that is for.
What is going on here? Hey, hold on a second. Willie. Huh? What's happening? Wait, is there like a have for? Oh, wait, no. Is there like a have the same race operator thing like going on and no one told me?
Yes, have 4 operators of the same class. Oh, no, that's the same class. What do you mean?
What's
What do you
happening?
mean?
What's happening?
Maybe they just really like birds. Maybe that's just the
Wait,
because like look, they're taking. It's got the orchid as well. They have the Elysium. I mean, it could just be some bias.
Another Bird Knights player? But wait, but I don't understand. Yasei's supposed to be the one steering, and I don't think Yasei plays Bird, right? I think I'm taking mental damage from this. What's happening?
Oh, they're a man. They're a man after your heart. That's what it is.
Hey.
But maybe they just managed to confuse everyone.
Just an FYI, I don't determine who wins. I'm just the commentator. You can't bribe me. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to looking at Astesia's tail, but like, I have no control over this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they didn't think about this before, right? Like, if there's anyone that you need to bribe, it's not the host, right? You need to be bribing, like, there's like the moderators, and then there's like the tournament organizers. Like, there's so many people before the hosts that you should bribe. I kind of feel like it's a misplay, right? It's kind of a misplay on the side of Woodbusters to go like straight for the throat here.
Unless
But,
they're like
I mean, there's
trying to play a niche Knights, race Knights thing and just like utterly flex while still having a roster that's diverse enough for a bingo run. Who knows?
Yes, and it looks like we have gotten some tiles cleared out. We actually have 4 tiles already cleared by Is There a Character Limit? As opposed to the 1 from Woodbusters. We have League 3 of the same enemy consecutively, which I believe was done in this stage that you're looking at right now, which is Hands of Moss, if I'm not mistaken. You have an operator at 1 HP, which is the Fear meta. You have clear a stage by deploying only on rage tiles. That was a Fear meta on Prisoner's Night, like we were talking about earlier. And defeating the 10th enemy of the stage with a 3-star. Congratulations, Asa. You can actually count. Good job. We have on the other side clear a stage with only arts damage. I believe that was the sorry, I almost called it Astesia, and it was the Astesia and the Silence. I'm afraid to speak because
ignoring Eha's egregious crime. Let's go for a score check. It looks like Team Is There a Character Limit has 4 points to Team Woodbusters 1, unless I am misinterpreting this.
You are not misinterpreting it, unless I too am misinterpreting it.
I think we are not misinterpreting it.
We'll just roll with it. We'll roll with it.
We'll roll with it. Okay. Oh, hey, if you look over there, Team Woodbusters has picked up a rope. Rope is not a bird, and therefore I am safe.
You are never safe from rope.
What?
Least of all your wallet.
Good thing I don't have any money in it.
I am kind of wondering what the rope is for, though. Specialists?
Could it not be... Oh, wait, no, it's 4 operators of the same class. No, I have no idea then. More importantly, who's going to fight Cannot and lose? Oh, free Evan holes!
Even holes.
Wait, none of them are... Not...
They did not choose to lose to
Wait,
the
long-term
Cannot
trial?
fight.
Long-term trial, that is the Cannot fight. It looks like
no,
that
it is,
is... It looks like that is there a character limit going for the... I can hear Asa right now. Okay, so what you're gonna do is I need you to take the Cannot fight, and I need you to not do anything. There's my Asa impression.
It's kind of weird how like on that intonation you had was there. I can imagine them saying that. And I can also imagine Asa saying, all right, good job, because there's another point on the board for them. It's currently 5-1. Losing the Cannot fight. It doesn't mean that they will have to restart, unfortunately. But they do pick up the Gavial, the Invincible, so they're probably going to have a pretty safe run until maybe 4-3, because that operator is just good enough to do that. So
Okay, you know what? No, here's how you win. Wait, no. Now I'm doubting myself. Wait, you get.
I want to hear this.
Wait,
I want to hear
you
how
get
to
you
win.
get you get 4 hope from the first level up, right?
Yes.
So clearly, what they should do is just like start with 6 hope, and then level up 1 to have exactly 10
Yeah.
available hope. Easy clap.
Exactly 10. That is very true.
That is true, unless I can't add, in which case, ow.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already know that Asa can add. So Asadekai is capable of doing math, so
And
maybe they
we-
won't go for
and-
the exactly 10 hope.
And we know that. Well, actually, no. Do we know that he can do math, or do we just know that he can count?
It's confirmed. It's confirmed that Asadekai can count, but addition may be a little bit more difficult. But what is addition but just adding 1 over and over again? That's exactly.
I mean, I don't think even we can add, so.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, but I don't think we're anything to go off of though. No offense.
Anyways, something I want to call attention to is after a very long series of floor 3 boss gimmick point tiles, we finally have a regular defeat floor 3 boss for 2 points. So it'll be interesting to see if the Woodbusters make a sprint for that and try and get there ahead of, is there a character limit, or what might happen there possibly.
Yeah, and we did see, like, is there a character limit? Did have to restart because they got the cannot fight. Is that 1 point worth, assumedly, worth losing the 2 points for the 4-3 boss? Because you are going to be slower with the, intention that the other team didn't actually take the cannot fight. But is that going to be worth it? I'm not sure. We've seen many of we've seen many of the matches today be decided by that 2 point tile. So even though it is currently 5-1, 2 points is a big deal for the blue team. It's a really big deal to get them back in the game, and they are currently on the track to doing that, especially because they have the Abenholes, one of the greatest one-shot operators in the game. And if you're one-shotting bosses, then I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess.
This is
Maybe
true,
not the easiest way, though.
but again, the lead is currently a 4-point deficit. So even if Woodbusters takes the floor 3 boss, they're still going to have to work a little harder to catch up all the rest of the way, and let alone take the lead. So at a certain point, you have to wonder if having the pure numerical advantage is in fact worth that reset just for the buffer that it provides.
Yeah, and it's a bit rough for me. Like I'm a bit conflicted about this because we've seen before that getting to 4-3 is great. Most people just restart the run like immediately when we beat the 4-3 boss. All right, we're going back. Doesn't matter. And it does look like a lot of these tiles do want you to have that. Do want you to be earlier on in the run. Like having exactly 10 hope is kind of a bit easier when you're early on. Having something like entering and clearing an emergency with 3 or less HP is pretty easy to do. On like floor 2, for example, you can set that up very, very easily. So when it comes to like resetting runs over and over and over again, maybe the team that is going to reset more often and not even go for that 4-3 boss is the one that's going to come on top. And it kind of looks like, is there a character limit? He's kind of doing that already. They are on the Connaught again, and how on earth do you have 782 ingots invested? What have you been doing? There is a hand of diffusion in there as well.
Hi, hand of diffusion.
Hello.
I don't know. I feel like Asa... Oh, wait, no, this isn't Asa's account. This is Bait. Yeah, I don't know what Bait's been doing. Going, probably.
Did I just see a Folonic? What?
What?
Did I just see a Folonic?
Why are you judging?
What are you doing with a Folonic? What are you doing with a Folonic? What are you? I'm sure that there's some sort of big brain thing here. I need to have a look at this. Okay.
Okay,
Is
I'm
there
listening.
something incredible here? Okay, mate. Okay. Hear me out with this, right? There is this tile in the bottom left here, which is defeat an elite enemy, and every allied unit can only hit it once. Now the thing is that if I am reading this tile correctly, every allied unit must be hitting once. So maybe maybe this is like the idea that they're going for. It's like, oh, I need a medic. Maybe I need to take Falling so that she can actually hit it. But hitting it only once is pretty difficult as well. And when you look on the side, when you're looking on the side of Woodbusters, they did pick up the Aimant Holes, who is a notorious operator for one-shotting enemies immediately. I am interested to know though, because there is a very strange thing with Aimant Holes, where I believe if he has his whole burst on, he doesn't actually hit the enemy once. I think it's multiple times because it's charged attack.
I'm currently looking that up right now as well because I believe that is true.
I have no idea. I definitely know that sometimes you can see that there's like multiple red numbers that come up. I don't know if that counts as multiple hits though. So
if it's multiple red numbers, then yes, it is multiple hits, I think. Okay, see, attacks deal arts damage. When unable to find a target, attacks can be stored up and fired all at once up to 3 charges times equal 3. So technically it is multiple interval attacks. So it is more than one hit, yes.
Unfortunately, we will have to just see, because maybe the players don't even go for it, right? Maybe they're just like, oh, I mean, I have Aimant Holes, but it was a free Aimant Holes, so maybe they don't even know that in the first place, which is perfectly reasonable, right? You can't know everything in the game. But when I'm looking at this, you also kind of have to know what is an elite enemy, or what counts as an elite enemy, because I believe on this stage that Woodbusters is on, I'm not sure. I think only those little red weebs count as elite enemies. I don't think anything else does.
I think you are correct.
So,
well,
a little bit of knowledge required here.
There are those, like, tanky little paratroopers with, like, extra armor that land, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But let me see if I can get the info on those really quickly. Those are Guerrilla Siege Breakers, and they are an elite. The Guerrilla Siege Breaker is an elite.
Right, so
but I wouldn't know that off the top of my head. Who would?
Exactly.
They don't seem elite-like.
Yeah, and while you were searching that up, we did get 2 tiles claimed, 1 on each team. We have exactly 10 available hope on the side of is there a character limit. Pretty easy, you just have 10 hope. I don't know what else I have to explain. But you also have, after receiving a full data from my vision, immediately use it on the other side. And it looks like they actually failed that stage with the free Aimant Holes, which is unfortunate.
Yes, Woodbusters is going to be resetting. I wonder if there's anything that they can go for instantly right out of the gate. Technically, defeat an elite enemy, every allied unit can only hit it once on floor 1. There are some viable options for that. Have an operator die in 1 hit if they get lucky. Other than that, I don't know.
Yes, and I'm actually wondering if defeat an elite enemy will count if you pull it into a hole. Because you technically only hit it once. So I'm wondering if that is a weird kind of gray area technicality there.
Wait, hold on. I may have to look up something because it depends on how the game engages with it.
Oh no. But it does look like the teams are still going on. It looks like we lost a tile though. And that is correct. I believe that Woodbusters did have a tile accidentally claimed. It was not their fault. It was someone at the back end. Don't worry, we're professionals here. Don't worry about it. But they didn't have the tile, unfortunately. So it is currently 6 to 1.
6 to 1.
Yes.
Okay, so about your inquiry regarding pulling an enemy into a hole, I think it should be valid as long as the puller does not have a module equipped.
Right, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Statements uttered by the utterly deranged.
Yeah, because the puller module does cause enemies to take arts damage proportional to how far they have been pulled, and that should not count because it is extra damage.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
It is. So hopefully that will not happen on like floor 1. You know, you would have to have an E2 operator at that point, but it does look like we have an Irene, a Hibiscus, and an Orchid on the side of Woodbusters. Not really sure what they're doing with those operators. But I'm
Why
sure
is that the traditional bird night start minus that's not silence?
And they pick up the castle 3? What?
I want to know what this player is thinking.
They're cooking. And there is a Bosky passage.
Ooh, a
and
Bosky.
They will take it? No, they don't take the Bosky passage.
This is bingo, not Bosky, Eha.
I mean, I don't even have anything to say to that. It's just like you're right. Like what more do you want me to say?
Well, you can tell me about why you like Ronnie so much. You never answered that.
Oh, but it looks like the other team has a Bosky passage coming on in their 4-2 as well. I wonder if they're going to go for it. It looks like they're activating the Fidato that changes. They actually managed to change a tile into a Rogue Trader, mind you, which was something that everyone else was struggling to do. But they finally have it, even though
Also,
it's not a
isn't
tile.
That's on 4-2, isn't it?
Yeah, that's on 4-2.
They just got lucky with it. Amazing.
Yeah. It's just unlucky that that is not a tile in this on this board.
Oh no! Wait, but then why were they waggling it back and forth? Wait, were they? Did they think that was a tile? Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! No, it's enter 2 of the same node consecutively.
Oh, is there a Rogue Trader directly up? Oh my goodness!
They turned it into a trader and went to the trader. But will they call it?
You get it from floor 1, and then you convert the first node into a trader.
Yeah,
That's very
but
intelligent.
will they call it?
Will they
Do
call
they
it?
understand what they've done? They understand the brilliance of their own madness? I don't think they do!
I don't think so. They're going into the stage.
No! We were this close to greatness.
I was gonna give them the benefit.
We were this close to greatness. Why?
That is the most genius play that just
No.
accidentally happened. I've never seen.
I don't even know how to react to this. I'm in shambles.
Oh my goodness. Hand in your paperwork. What are you doing?
You should turn your paperwork in now. Oh my god.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate at this point because is there a character limit? Is starting to go further and further and further in the lead. They just got another 2 tiles when we were talking, which was after receiving a Fidato from Revision, immediately use it, and then having 4 operators of the same class deployed, which I believe was the medic, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there's the Lancet, Ansel, Folinic, and Reed.
That's funny.
It works. It works. I
And
would not
here's-
have gone for medic for that tile.
And here's the funny thing: with 5 minutes left in the game, no one's beaten the floor 3 boss, which is hilarious. Are we going to actually see a bingo round that finishes without having the boss tile? Truly?
We are, I think. Yeah, I think we are, because is there a character limit? Just reset the run. And like, we're not going any further. We don't need these 2
Yeah,
points.
I don't think so either.
Maybe some confidence coming out in their half is that, we're very far ahead. We can just kind of deal with this. They only need, I believe, 1 point to win the board.
Yeah,
because
to just win
it
by
is a
sheer
majority rule, obviously.
sheer numbers.
Yeah, and there is a free paprika on that side of Woodbusters, if I was not mistaken. Yes, see, there's the free paprika.
Don't tell Undus. They're gonna yell Paprika at us.
It's already too late, Zai. It's already too late.
I heard their shout spiritually from across the land.
Incredible stuff.
Uh,
But yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good for is there a character limit? You can see the starting with the Ines and the Erato special, which is probably an operator you're only going to see from Asadekai as our resident Minos player. Erato is his only sniper. Well, actually, if I said that she was the only anti-air, I would be wrong, because you also have conviction, I think, which can hit things in the air with the skill too, which is a little bit unfortunate.
You know,
But yeah.
That I actually never realized that Conviction Skill 2 could hit air, mostly because I've never tested that.
It's you know, I mean, I don't think many people would have much of an exorbitant amount of knowledge about conviction. But if there is one person that I can count on for all my conviction facts that
It
I'm
is
never going to use,
Asadekai.
it is Asadekai, exactly.
It
So,
is.
I'm not telling you guys to go like ask him about conviction. Don't do that. But
You should.
I mean,
You
I
should
can't
torment
stop you.
Asa.
But... oh no.
Oh. I'm
But yes, it's,
still in shambles from the double store that did not get claimed. Like, I think something in my spirit died at the missed paperwork.
It was an incredible play. It's only a shame that they didn't realize that they were making.
I know, right? Oh man.
Yes, and actually, I'm seeing a Chen on the side, normal Chen by the way, God Chen, on the side of Asadekai and Bait. And Chen is an operator that can one-shot operators, one-shot enemies, one-shot enemies very quickly with the skill 2. So I'm kind of wondering if this is the plan of trying to kill an elite enemy. Maybe that's the last tile that they're going for, because...
With every well, okay, hold on. What skill is that? Point of order. What skill is that?
I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that it is skill 2.
Skill 2 is a double hit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is true. It does a bit of Fizz and Arts, I think?
It's split damage.
Half?
It's split damage.
Yeah. That's a bit unfortunate.
Alas. Clearly the answer
Well, I mean-
is Chen skill 3 and you just hit it once.
Yeah, you just hit it once, right? It's fine. Maybe not the best idea to go for that node if you're taking an archetype that is called Dual Strike, but I mean, it's... I mean, Irene doesn't do that with skill 2, I guess. Does she? Does she? I'm second guessing
hold on.
myself. I don't think she does.
I don't...
Final answer, no. We do have 1 minute left on the clock, guys. It kind of looks like, you know... I
have the
believe in the
feeling
Woodbusters.
that is there a character limit might win, just like tiny feeling.
Tiny feeling?
Yeah.
I mean, I always kind of... I always like to root for the underdogs, but even then, this is looking pretty grim for Woodbusters. They do have Ulysses and 2 medics, so that's a combo if I've ever seen one. I would recommend this combo to many of you if you're trying to play IS-4. You take Ulysses, you take 2 medics, and you a bucket to cry in. But it does look like it's going to be like 8-1, basically. 8-1. Oh no.
Oh no. I think this match takes the cake for match that looks most like a total shutout.
Yeah, unfortunately, but
Unfortunately.
you do have to give a lot of props to both of the teams here, because like even though only 1 point is going to the side of Woodbusters, they are getting another point here. They are getting another point. Yeah, 2.
Had
That is
an
2
operator
points.
time, 1 hit for max HP. They did it.
Exactly. That is another one. So, I mean, it's 8-2.
And I
can you
think
really
that
blame
is time, if I'm correct.
Yes, that is time. So, yeah, I mean, like, if there's any one word to say what happened, yeah, it's probably blowout. I can't say that this board was particularly difficult, though. You know, looking at...
No, I think it was relatively tame, which is surprising given everything else we saw.
Yes, I would mention that, like, Asa definitely had a plan in mind when they went in. They were like, all right, I'm going to lose the first Connaught fight, and we're just going to keep restarting, right? You saw they restarted. I don't even care about the floor play boss. We're not going all the way there. We're just going back home. It's too cold. We're coming back, right? And
Yeah, by the way, isn't this the only match that we've seen in this set of 8 that we didn't get a boss tile called?
yes, I believe so. Every single other match has had a boss tile. And a lot of those have been really close, mind you. A lot of them have been very close matches, and then this match, no floor, no boss tile. And I mean, look where it ended up. Maybe this is the more correct way to play this.
I think it really depends on how your opponent is doing, because like hypothetically, if Yasei and Advent had made it all the way to floor 3 and taken the boss, that would have given them a way to claw back some of that deficit. So it really just depends on like if you think your opponent is also going for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's something we haven't really discussed too much, right? Is I believe that how this is working is that all of the contestants are in the same like room where they can't all hear each other, but they can hear the moderators, which will be calling tiles, right?
Yes.
And kind of the psychological pressure of hearing your opponent claim tiles that you were thinking about or you were looking at is a big deal. It is a big deal to hear that and say, oh, I was going for that. What do I do now? That little bit of panic can kind of set in, and maybe that's a big part of it. But it does look like we're setting up the interview here. Is there anything in particular that you look at this like, and you're like, what is this? Because a lot of the matches were pretty close, but it does look like we have Yasei and AdventofShorty. Are you guys here?
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, I
Can
call dibs on the
everybody hear
first
you?
question. All right, hold on. Yasei and Advent, I have to know, who was behind the Bird Knights plays?
It was actually our strategy, but however, like a typical EN player, I cannot read properly because I was aiming for have 4 operators of the same class, but I read it as have 4 operators of the same race. So I instructed Advent to make a Bird Knights because usually we had a strategy about the Bird Knights. We talk about that in our TED to TED talk. Damn, I'm running out of English again. So yeah, that's the story about the Bird Knights.
You actually confused both me and Eha because we saw you clicking on the 4 birds and we were like, oh, they must be going for the 4 operators of the same race tile. And then we looked at the board and we were like, where? Also,
not race.
Also, Yasei, we must tell you about the psychic damage that you inflicted upon us, because in the run, I don't know when it happened exactly, but you went to floor 1, you went to the shop, and then you got to floor 2 and used the full dart tool from your vision immediately. But by that time, the red team had called it, and then you went to the second shop, and me and Eha were just screaming at you to call the second shop, but you didn't.
Yeah, it was really late on my part. Even Advent was already giving me a sign to call it out, and then once I realized it, the red team claimed it already. They immediately claimed it.
Alas.
So, I made so many mistakes here.
Don't apologize. You did great. You did great. No apologize.
Yeah. Don't do it. Please don't apologize. We have a bingo card for this.
It's fine. At least you guys had a laugh out of it. So I guess.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm just gonna say, you have made some clippable moments, my man.
Oh God. I'm gonna make history. This is gonna be tainted on my name. It's fine. Anyways, I guess despite the fuckery that I did, I had fun. How about Advent? Any words that you want to say?
I am not happy. I gave Yen a 50% correct prediction rate. It's over.
So basically, the man flipped a coin 8 times and he hit the perfect statistical average.
Yep.
Sorry. However, I was still trying to aim for the floor boss 3, but seeing the first squad that we made, I felt that we cannot beat the boss, to be honest. So everything went downhill from that.
Yeah, it also didn't really help that the red team kept on taking all your tiles.
The pressure
Yeah.
was on when they keep on taking tiles, especially the tiles that I'm trying to aim.
Yeah,
can you say anything to like the amount of like mental damage that you take when other tiles are being claimed by the other team? Is that like a big deal?
It's kind of a big deal. Well, personally for me, especially during the practice runs that we had, I can feel the pressure, but at the same time, it's kind of thrilling. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really a masochist. Like, shit. Am I allowed to say that? Oh,
I
shit.
think you are.
You have already said it, so I don't think.
Yeah,
it
you already
matters.
said it.
Oh,
So.
no. Oh,
I mean,
shit. No
you
more
can't
take
get it
backs.
back, so.
It's
I
out
forgot,
there.
I forgot this is live. We cannot edit this out. We
Any
cannot cut
clippers?
this
Any
out.
clippers in chat?
Shit. Don't do it.
He's saying it again. Anyways.
Oh, no.
Anyway, thank you again for participating. I hope both of you had fun. From the sound of it, I hope that you did. But yeah, it was great watching you guys play.
Yeah. Thanks for having us as well. And Advent, any more you want to add?
No, I am devastated.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. See, I'm not apologizing to you guys. I'm apologizing to Advent.
And how do we count that?
I could have played better too, but so it's not
We're gonna
exactly
do
your
that.
fault.
We're gonna do the moderator ruling on that, I think. But it is going to be. That was the last match that we have for you today. It has been a long day today. We've been here for 7 hours. Hopefully, it was interesting to you. This is just a small taste of what is coming up in the future, guys, because we still have 2 more days of this tournament. We still have 2 more days. Tomorrow, at the exact same time, going for basically around the same duration, I guess. And then we also have it next week. So if you enjoyed it today, please remember to come back tomorrow and next week as well. You should come next week as well. But I don't think we're not going to be here tomorrow, are we, Zai? I don't. I think we're gonna pass it over to some friends of ours.
Are we?
I mean, if I
Hey,
have to
there
speak
they
for another
are!
7 hours in a row, it's going to be pretty rough.
Speaking of friends, someone just showed up in the YouTube chat. Hello to ArcKnight's EN, and thank you again for sponsoring the event. And nice to see you in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, this is the 3rd time that ArcKnights has been sponsoring this event, so we're glad that they just keep coming back for us, and we're very happy to oblige. We love this tournament. We hope that you guys are enjoying it too. We definitely tried to mix it up a little bit this time with, you know, how everything works, but that's just how it is. We got to make it fresh. It's got to be clean. But we will be showing you the bracket here. These are the standings for today, and tomorrow we will be going into the games that you will be seeing on the screen in just a moment.
Yes.
Or maybe it's
and-
now. I actually have no idea.
Yeah, it is up. So me and Aoao will not be commentating this tomorrow. Instead, we will be passing it on to Godi5 and Cookie Kaze, who will be commentating the following matches, which I cannot read because only one of my contacts is in. Hey, Aoao, can you give me a hand with this?
Can I give you a hand with this? I need to see where I can see this in the first place. So it looks like Ebby and Yotes will be versing Sydaske and Randomkidinthehood. It will be Noel and RKNP, versus Flamez and Kevin Godi. On the other side, on the right here, you can see it is Wayhazel and FABKnight versus Larfic and Rapid. We'll have Vienanmeri and Toboruo versus Bait and Asadekai, and I believe that's going to be it for tomorrow, right? That we're only doing 4 matches, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, but I might be wrong.
Yes, could be wrong on that, but nonetheless, it's going to be incredible. So if you enjoyed anything about today, then you're going to see more of it tomorrow.
Yep.
We will be live at like time zone. What's the time zone? 4 p.m. PST. Yes, Pacific time.
Pacific Standard Time. So basically the same time that we were here this afternoon, and we'll be here again on Zafang21's channel on Twitch, and on the Lungman Dragons YouTube channel on the YouTube side. Anyways, it was great commentating with you, Eha, even if I do want to concuss you rapidly with a fail emoji.
I will be disappearing under mysterious circumstances in the next couple of days. Please do
Hey,
not try and contact me through any means whatsoever because I will not
Hey,
be
get back here.
answering.
You have to commentate day 3 with me.
So
Hey.
I will be gone. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Okay, wait.
I
I
will
think
be leaving and going into a bosky passage, never to return ever again. So hope you see you there.
Well, chat, I gotta go and chase Aha down before he escapes into the bosky passage, so I'm gonna go. Have a good night, guys. Be sure to take care of yourself, hydrate, stretch. If you've been sitting here all 7 hours, take your medication, and otherwise, have a great night.
Bye-bye.
Oh, all good. Woo! We made it. We made